Hello everyone, GoldenNova here. Today, we're covering a request from one of the Patreon's Quasar commanders, and oh boy did they pick a doozy. As a lover of lore, there's lots of themes that I adore, but they just don't work. It's not their fault. Back in the Hidden Arsenal days, all the designers knew how to do was make cool extra deck monsters, and even that was suspect from time to time. But everything changed when Duelist Alliance dropped in August of 2014. Suddenly, decks with stories actually mattered in the competitive scene. Shocker. You could get attached to a deck via its story and take it to a tournament, and not automatically go X3 drop at locals. It's a set that's often cited as being another turning point in the game's history. But we've been leaving out one important member for a long time. We've yelled about Yang Zings, we've talked about Tellarknights, we've even bumbled around the Burning Abyss. But now it's time to talk about the archetype that arguably had the biggest impact out of the entire set. So let's string up our marionettes, see how they dance to our whims, then see if there are any other subjects we can rope in to our cursed cadre. It's time to tangle up our opponents with Shaddoll Explained. Today's episode is brought to you by my lovely patrons, as well as the wonderful people over at Dragon Shield. Get the sleeves as strong as dragon scales and save 5% on your order by using coupon code GoldenNova at checkout. So, what's the deal with Shaddolls? Well, their main deck monsters used to be exclusively dark spellcasters, but has since diversified to reflect the fractured nature of these odd beings trapped between life and death that no longer call Tierra their master. A trait that's shared with the extra deck monsters, as they generally have different types and attributes to reflect the monsters they were converted from. They're also all flip monsters. That's right, the devs took a crack at this mechanic again, and it actually turned out pretty well this time, because they also all have an effect that triggers when sent to grave by a card effect, creating a kind of no-win scenario for your opponent. Either they punch the set monster, triggering its generally more powerful flip effect, or it's sent to the grave with an effect before it gets flipped, but then you still get value. This would also combo with the fact that we are primarily a fusion-centric deck, so using these monsters as fusion material would still get you that value. Your opponent could also remove them from the field with an effect that didn't send them to the grave, but that was kind of their only way around it, and those effects are few and far between. The only saving grace here was that these two effects, the flip and sent to grave by an effect, are mutually exclusive, so you can't get both during the same turn. Shaddoll Falco is a level 2 tuner monster, on top of being a flip, with 600 attack and 1400 defense, and is the corrupted form of Gusto Falco. Its flip effect has you targeting a Shaddoll monster in your grave, except a copy of this card, and special summoning it in face down defense position. And if this card is sent to the grave by a card effect, you can special summon this card in face down defense position. So the general idea was to use this as fusion material, get this set up on the field, and then you could flip it up on a subsequent turn to revive one of your monsters. And if it was a main deck monster, it would be set up to take advantage of the flip effect later on. And if it was destroyed instead of attacked, it would just come on back as a little shield for you, unless it somehow managed to survive that turn, in which case you would be getting a lot of value. This has had a huge impact on the theme every time it's been relevant, being a free monster that keeps your others in rotation, all while giving the fusion deck synchro access in a set that was primarily meant to have an archetype for each summoning mechanic specifically. Honestly curious how Yang Zing haven't taken the Shaddolls to court over copyright infringement yet. Shaddoll Zefra is a level 2 pendulum monster with 900 attack and 100 defense with a scale of 1. That is not a flip monster. As a monster, if this card is pendulum summoned or sent to the grave, you can target a card in either player's pendulum zone and return it to the hand, but you must have a Zefra card in your pendulum zone to activate and resolve this effect. Its pendulum effect is... Look, we've already been over this in Zefra Explained. Suffice it to say, this card has basically no utility in Shaddolls proper. And you know what? While we're here, the same thing goes for Shaddoll Zefra Core. If you want to hear more about them, go check out that episode, because I am not spending my precious time talking about these two again. They just really aren't getting us into the swing of things. Cad Shaddoll Kios is a level 2 light monster with 900 attack and 100 defense, and is a form of Evil Swarm Kirkion resisting the corruption of the Shaddoll before obtaining their Zefra form. Its flip effect special summons a Shaddoll monster from your hand in face up or face down defense position, and if sent to the grave by a card effect, you can send a Shaddoll monster from your hand to the grave, and if you do, for the rest of the turn, all monsters you control gain attack and defense equal to the original level of the sent monster times 100. Yeah, this one didn't super catch on. We didn't really need a way to get them out of our hand quicker, nor did we need a way to get them from our hand into the grave quicker. We had plenty of other options to handle that. Granted, the boost sounds pretty strong. Pitching a level 5 beast would mean a 500 point boost across your entire board, but there are much better things you could be doing with your cards than that. Seriously, is Kirkion ever gonna get a break here? This guy beats God one time, then all they can pick up are L's. But, you know, Shaddolls do have 2 in it, so I guess that's to be expected. Shaddoll Wendy is a level 3 wind psychic monster with 1500 attack and 1000 defense, and is the purified version of Ritual Beast Tamer Wen after being Shaddollified. If flipped, you can special summon a Shaddoll monster from your deck in face up or face down defense position, and if sent to the grave by a card effect, you can special summon a Shaddoll monster from your deck, but only in face down defense position, which means you don't get the option of using it as material for most extra deck monsters. But being face down means you are still valid material for fusion summoning. And if you can flip it up, you've essentially gotten your pick of the best effects in your deck. This was released as part of the Shaddoll structure deck and was a big power boost to the theme, being one of the most successful of its additions. But maybe not the best addition in terms of fashion. Why do you have detachable sleeves like that? Do they just float there when you're using your powers? What's going on here? Shaddoll Hedgehog is a level 3 monster with 800 attack and 200 defense, and is the husk of Neo Flamvel Hedgehog. Its flip effect adds a Shaddoll spell or trap card from your deck to your hand, and if sent to the grave by a card effect, you can add any Shaddoll monster from your deck to your hand except a copy of this card. This is one of your most important cards in the theme, if only for the fact that it grabs you just about every card in your deck. It's easier to get the monster search, but what we want is the spell and trap search, because, spoilers, Shaddoll Fusion is the fusion spell of the game, and is almost a win con in and of itself. And that's not the only great spell and trap card we have, so this comes with a lot of options to choose from. And hey, no matter what, you can't beat the edge factor on this one. Easily in the top running for Ultimate Lifeform. Nael Shaddoll Ariel is a level 4 water psychic monster with 1000 attack and 1800 defense, and is Gishki Ariel still sealed up in an Infernoid vacuum tube. Their flip effect has you targeting one of your banished Shaddoll monsters and special summoning it in face up or face down defense position, and if this card is sent to the grave by a card effect, you can target up to 3 other cards in the graves and banish them. Primarily, this is a way to get some graveyard control out of your fusion summons. Use this as material, then rend your opponent's graveyard asunder. You also have the option of summoning back a banished doll should you flip this up, which you will be doing from time to time. But it's far more likely that you'll be using this as an in-engine soul release, which will be contextually useful, but as we've seen time and time again, the graveyard is a great place to pull resources from. But if I were you, I wouldn't expect much more out of them. If they're still stuck in that pod for crying out loud, you should count yourself lucky that Ariel is able to help at all. Shaddoll Genius is a level 4 Earth Machine monster with 1800 attack and 1000 defense, and they seem to be a combination of the Phantom that crawled out of Clifford Genius and Shaddoll Squamata. Their flip effect targets a Shaddoll monster you control, and that face-up monster is unaffected by monster effects this turn except its own. If sent to the grave by a card effect, you can target an effect monster on the field, and neither player can activate that target's effects on the field this turn. This card is very odd. When used as material, it can lock down a monster, which is pretty nifty, and when flipped, it keeps a monster safe for a turn, neither of which are super impactful. Usually our non-engine cards that do something similar do it much better. It may seem nifty to have an Earth attribute in engine to summon our Earth fusion, but there's actually plenty of good Earth attribute monsters with generic effects that work with us. Genius is a lore treasure trove to be sure, but Neh here is still pretty meh. Shaddoll Dragon is a level 4 monster with 1900 attack and 0 defense, and they're the corrupted version of Yang Zing Suani, and if flipped, can target a card your opponent controls and return it to the hand. And if this card is sent to the grave by a card effect, you can target a spell or trap card on the field and destroy it. Now this is a mainstay of the theme, and still sees play in modern builds. When you need to be aggressive, it's got some of the highest attack you could get on a tribute-free normal summon. Its flip effect, while not destruction, is removal of any card on the field, perfect for getting your opponent's shields down. And when being used as material, the more accessible effect, being able to take down back row that would be an issue for you is capital, no doubt about it. In fact, being an MST is what keeps it relevant. Back row is always going to be a part of the game, so why not keep an answer in engine for it just in case? Especially if you're just splashing Shaddolls into your deck for a little extra utility. It may only be a single card, but it does a lot to add a little yang zing to your strategy. Shaddoll Hound is a level 4 monster with 1600 attack and 900 defense, and is a corrupted version of Tellarknight Sirius. If flipped, you can target a Shaddoll card in your grave and add it to your hand, and if sent to the grave by a card effect, you can target a monster on the field to change its battle position, and it keeps flip effects from activating at that time, except Shaddoll monsters. This is a pretty funky card for the theme, and has arguably gotten better as the speed of the game has increased. Since you can't change the battle position of a monster the turn it's summoned, all of our effects that special summon our Shaddolls face down puts you on a delay. But if you send Hound by an effect, then boom, you get the effect right away. But it is one of those effects that only works in tandem with other cards, which isn't the worst, but it's certainly not optimal, especially without something proactive it can do on its own. And having its own flip effect, especially one that's also reliant on other cards, just isn't doing it, especially with more modern options to help us out. Which means we won't be letting this Hound off the leash anytime soon. Shaddoll Squamata is a level 4 monster with 1800 attack and 1000 defense, and is a corrupted version of Tellarknight Explained. When flipped, you can target a monster on the field and destroy it, and if sent to the grave by a card effect, you can send a Shaddoll card from your deck to the grave, except a copy of this card. This is another staple in the theme. While our main fusion spell is basically a double Foolish Burial, because Squamata can send cards, not just monsters, this can add those to the grave as well. Not to mention that if we have no other way of Foolish Burialing a Shaddoll from deck to graveyard, if we can send Squamata from our hand or field to the grave with a card effect, we then get access to every Shaddoll card in our deck. And like Dragon, this is also removal when flipped. So it doesn't Squamata what format, this card will always be in style. Shaddoll Beast is a level 5 monster with 2200 attack and 1700 defense, and is a corrupted form of Naturia Beast. If flipped, you draw 2 cards, then discard one, and if sent to the grave by a card effect, you can draw a card. Probably one of the simplest but best effects in the whole deck, bar none. It adds a draw to basically all of your fusion effects, and is a huge target to summon off of Falco. Not only because you'll get the draw 2, the discard is by an effect, and if you discard a Shaddoll, then congrats, you just activated another effect. This is another timeless inclusion to the theme, and bonus, it no longer negates every single spell that it sees, so no one has anything to complain about when Beast is around. And all it took was for it to die and be reborn as a shadowy puppet creature that knows neither purpose nor happiness, only the will of a deity that represents the soulless dregs of the world. Is it too late to get a do-over, actually? Hell Shaddoll Hollow is a level 9 Fire Fiend monster with 2900 attack and defense, and is, well, we'll get to that. When flipped, you can target a face-up monster your opponent controls. You send a Shaddoll monster with its same attribute from your extra deck to the grave, and if you do, banish that monster. And if this card is sent to the grave by a card effect, you can send cards from the top of your deck to the grave equal to the number of different original attributes among monsters on the field. This is a bit of a wild card pick. It's big and has great stats, but that's never been the role of our main deck monsters. Its removal effect rewards you for playing a wide range of Shaddoll fusions, and they each have a grave effect, so you get a little extra value out of it. But if you just want to send it to the grave, the milling can certainly lead to some big plays, if you're lucky. But being a big level 9 monster that needs to rely on other cards to work is never a good place to be, so this is more on the experimental side. This may also look pretty familiar to all my Gem Knight fans out there, as this looks an awful lot like one of the many corrupted forms that Crystal takes over the course of the story, and I'm not gonna lie, this one's a big stumbling block for me. The selection pack Shaddolls, this and Genius, are kind of post-story monsters. Now, the Genius one you can draw a line through. Cliff's End shows a Qli pod ejecting from an icy mass, which must be a Noyatilis, because at that point it's a Shaddoll Construct fused with Deviati, and at some point in there, Shaddoll Construct was fused with Cliffort Towers, so that's where the core comes from, and so its entity might have been absorbed in there at some point, and Cliffort Genius shows that pod with a shadowy entity crawling out of it. But Hollow is just kind of here. El Shaddoll Grista is a giant burning flame version of a Gemnite crystal, but we don't see this form leave it in any way that isn't the 10 cores leaving to join with the Qliphort and Zephyroth system. It has a lot of Infernoid traits, it basically has all the same stats as Deviati, so maybe this is a fragment of Tierra that was left behind after the big fight, so that's why the Infernoids are coming back, and Lord, I wish I could do more History of Duel Terminal episodes. I'm talking myself in knots here. Let's go to the next one! Alright, that's all of the main deck monsters, now it's time for the fancy fusions. And a Link monster for reasonable, but ultimately misguided reasons. However, for those fusions, they all have a few things in common. They all must first be fusion summoned, and when they're sent to the grave, you can add a Shaddoll spell or trap card from your deck to your hand, with one exception that we'll bring up when we get to it. This is actually pretty brutal, because while you can get anything from the theme, our signature fusion spell is very potent, so even if you get rid of a fusion monster, if you're not careful, it's not going to stay away for very long. Shaddoll Winda is a level 5 fusion monster with 2200 attack and 800 defense, requiring a Shaddoll monster and a Dark monster as material, and is the corrupted form of both Winda, Priestess of Gusto, and Yang Zing Pulao. It can't be destroyed by your opponent's card effects, and each player can only special summon monsters once per turn while this card is face up on the field. We're looking at probably the most played Shaddoll fusion out of the whole bunch. Not only is it easily summonable in early Shaddolls, since they're all dark themselves, any deck with good dark monsters that operated using the grave would want to play this. Set this up late in your combo after you've done all the special summoning that you want, and the restriction won't even matter to you. And its protection meant that you needed very specific removal to get rid of it, and its attack stat meant that you couldn't just normal summon a big beater to run over it. Most attack power would be concentrated in the extra deck, and to access that, you likely needed to use a special summon to get the material needed for an Xyz or Synchro summon. But oh wait, now you've used that up. And it gets even worse because this monster is a valid target to summon off of instant fusion, because that is treated as a fusion summon. So no matter what deck you're playing, you can just activate the Ramen Cup, summon it, use it as material for some kind of summon, maybe get back a Shaddoll spell or trap card if you've got one available, and then bring it back with any kind of revival trick so that it sticks. Heck, in my least favorite example, you can summon this alongside a Dingirsu, and when Window would be blown up because of instant fusion's effect, you can just detach a material from the giant Mecha Centaur and it'll be fine. It's a wonder that this card ever survived the FNL list's wrath, because it still crops up from time to time, even as lately as some builds of Tearlaments. That deck was already fantastic as it was. They didn't need to have a special summon floodgate on top of it. Look, I'm glad Winda and Pulao broke free and started living their own lives during the post-game, but you gave up being arguably the game's best fusion monster to do what? Float into Ritual Beasts? You do you, but I'll take the infinite power of corrupting darkness, thank you very much. Shaddoll Apkallone is a level 6 fusion monster with 2500 attack and 2000 defense, requiring 2 Shaddoll monsters with different attributes as material, and is a corrupted version of Gishki Mind August, which includes a fully converted Ariel. It can be destroyed by battle, a riff on Winda's effect destruction protection, and if special summoned, you can target a face-up card on the field and negate its effects permanently. And is sent to the grave, instead of getting you a Shaddoll spell or trap card back from your grave, it adds any Shaddoll card from your deck to your hand, then you discard any card. This can be used as either a glorified way to send a Shaddoll card directly from your deck to the grave, but can also just search you a card, then giving you the means to pitch an unrelated one. And yes, because it is part of the effect, this will also trigger your Shaddoll effects. More often than not, this is what Apkallone was used for. Sometimes you'll summon it to get the effect negation before using it for something else. And hey, it's a level 6. We're seeing a lot of use for level 6 monsters right now. We've got to make Beatrice somehow, right? And if worse comes to worse, being a battle blocker can give you some breathing room for a while to build up your resources. And let's not forget that it smells just dandy. You know, because of all the app cologne. Shaddoll Wendigo is a level 6 Wind Psychic fusion monster with 200 attack and 2800 defense, requiring a Shaddoll monster and a Wind monster as material, and is a corrupted form of Ritual Beast Ulti Pedalfin. As a quick effect, you can target a monster you control, and this turn, it can't be destroyed by battle with an opponent's special summoned monster. This is by far the worst of our fusions. There are little to no wind archetypes that like the grave and that fit well with Shaddolls, let alone fusions, and the effect itself is laughable. Wen may have unimaginable powers as a ritual beast tamer, but that all vanished when converted to doll form. This may have been some kind of meta commentary about how copying the form and not the heart of something will never lead to something as worthwhile as the original, which is a nifty interpretation, especially in today's world, but mechanically, this card is just dog water. Can we just when to go to the next one, please? El Shaddoll Grista is a level 7 Fire Rock fusion monster with 2450 attack and 1950 defense, requiring a Shaddoll monster and a Fire monster as material, and is the corrupted, or should I say the zirconified Gem Knight crystal, who has been corrupted into the Anti-Luminescence Knight because of years of using the Gem Knight fusion, putting stress on its core, which in turn gets it possessed by the Shaddoll core, and is now a burning effigy being animated by flames from beyond version of Gem Knight Crystal. And when your opponent would special summon any number of monsters while you have a Shaddoll card in your hand, as a quick effect, you can negate the summon, and if you do, destroy that monster, then send a Shaddoll card from your hand to the grave. And if that sent card was a monster, it'll trigger its effect because it was sent there as part of an effect. Ain't that funny? So yeah, this gives us a way to handle inherent summons, and all we have to do is tech in some fire monsters, which is tougher than it looks, especially back before we had a dedicated fire Shaddoll monster we could trick ourselves into playing. Though, I'm not gonna lie, the volcanic stuff is looking pretty solid. Still, if you can get this on the field, it was murder against a variety of decks, and it wasn't the only card like this. At risk of jumping ahead in levels, we also have another strong control fusion in El Shaddoll Shekanaga, a level 10 Earth Machine fusion monster with 2600 attack and 3000 defense, requiring a Shaddoll and an Earth monster as material, and is a version of Construct that has been bound to Apocryphort towers. And it works almost exactly like Grista, except it can negate the activated effects of special summoned monsters and destroy them. And it's a much easier tool to use since cards like Mathematician were already being played to fulfill the Earth requirement. Though, maybe not as much nowadays. Power creep is unfortunately real. As long as you have a steady stream of Shaddoll cards, which unfortunately means it's not as good when splashing, these two were an outrageous duo, denying just about any monster-related action. And if we ever get a Shaddoll-themed heavy metal album, these two are going on the cover, no contest. A floating Crimson Messiah with wings of burning thread, and a nascent God doll strapped to a flying mechanical throne. Unbeatable coolness factor right here. El Shaddoll Construct is a level 8 Light Fairy fusion monster with 2800 attack and 2500 defense, requiring a Shaddoll monster and a Light monster as material, and is the soulless reincarnation of Gem Knight Lapis. If special summoned by any means, you can send a Shaddoll card from your deck to the grave, and at the start of the damage step, if this card battles a special summoned monster, destroy that monster. Next to Winda, this was one of the most prevalent Shaddoll fusion monsters in the game, because if there's another attribute that loves the grave as much as dark, it's light. This got teched into a lot of decks, and got a lot of lights teched into Shaddolls, because not only could it beat basically everything in combat, it also sent another Shaddoll card to grave when summoned, giving you more and more ways to fill your grave and get even more effects. And none of these effects are once per turn, so Construct ended up getting a second wind as a big combo extender once the structure deck got released. Basically, this card does everything, and no matter what version of the art you have, Construct is always an imposing figure, ready to spread the shadow curse all across the land without hesitation or emotion. The perfect vessel that you can use to construct your path to victory. El Shaddoll Anoyatilis is a level 9 Water Fiend fusion monster with 2700 attack and 2000 defense, requiring a Shaddoll monster and a Water monster as material, and is the combined form of Construct and Infernoid Deviati, encased in the ice of the Nekroz. And while on the field, neither player can special summon monsters from the hand or grave by using spell or trap effects. Now, this would actually come up a lot, especially against Nekroz, because their ritual spells would summon from the hand and the grave. It also had some play against Tellarknights, keeping them off of Call of the Haunted. But between a lack of matchup utility otherwise and a lack of good water monsters to work with, this simply didn't get off the ground. Which is a shame, because this has some real potential to annoy Attilis, the competition. Lastly, we have that Link monster, Shaddoll Construct. Not El, just Shaddoll. A Link 2 Light Fairy monster with 1200 attack, requiring any 2 flip monsters as material, and is presumably Gemknight Lapis being converted into El Shaddoll construct. During your main phase, you can fusion summon a Shaddoll fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field as material. And if this card is in your grave, you can send a Shaddoll card from your hand or face-up field to the grave, and if you do, special summon this card. This is one of many cards made during the first version of Master Rule 4 to help decks cope with the reliance on link arrows to utilize their extra deck monsters, and sadly, this one just doesn't cut the mustard. Most of our special summoning effects put our monsters face down, which you can't use as link material, and you didn't really have a lot of ways around that. Now conceptually, I can kinda see where this is going. The sideways pointing arrows don't help you too much in the extra monster zone, so you'd use its own fusion effect to make a new Shaddoll fusion, then either use a card in hand or the fusion itself to get this back onto the field into the main monster zone. And now, you had a free extra monster zone and 2 main monster zones you could use to summon out your fusions. But in practice, it just never ended up being what the deck needed to keep pace with the rest of the field. I would say it took a massive L because of it, but it's not at that stage of development yet. And when it gets there, it would be more of a W Shaddoll construct. Ain't that right, chat? Alright, that's all the monsters. Now it's time for the spells and traps, and we're starting things off with a bang. The fusion spell that set the standard for all to come since, Shaddoll Fusion. A normal spell card that fusion summons a Shaddoll Fusion monster from your extra deck, using monsters from your hand or field as fusion material. And if your opponent controls a monster that was special summoned from the extra deck, you can also use monsters from your deck as material as well. This was, without a doubt, the card of Duelist Alliance, and honestly, it's not even close. Every other summon mechanic did their best to assemble their materials with methods never before seen to help them reach new heights, but for Shaddolls, all you needed was one card, and for your opponent to make monsters they were gonna make anyway, because as it turns out, the extra deck rules. At the time it was released, every Dark and Light monster was considered for tech options in this deck. The new Burning Abyss cards, old Dark staples, Light Sworns, Chaos monsters, all kinds of things were possible now that you had a fusion spell that called forth powerful monsters that was also at least a double Foolish Burial. And because all the fusions would recycle your spells and traps when they were sent to the grave, you could do it all over again at the snap of your fingers. This would even translate to the modern day because they just have to be sent to the grave. No destruction, no special way, so you can link these off and still get the card back so you can fusion summon again. And from this framework, we'd see all kinds of variations. Brilliant Fusion, Branded Fusion, Ancient Gear Fusion, Ostinato, Fusion Destiny, the list goes on and on and on. This is easily one of, if not the most influential cards in the entire game, bar none. And along with fusion materials moving more and more away from specified names, a trend that heroes had been making strides in for years at this point, and you had one of, if not the most powerful, potent, and splashable engines in the game. My only complaint here is the art. Look, I know it's a riff on Gemknight Fusion, which itself is a riff on the polymerization art, but you're not really selling the combinations of multiple beings bound by the Shadow Curse in a horrific manner when your headlining card just has 2 nasty little imps in it. If any card needs an alt art, it's this one. El Shaddoll Fusion is a quick play spell card that fusion summons a Shaddoll Fusion monster from your extra deck, using monsters from your hand or field as fusion material. Now, this may seem a bit lackluster when compared to base Shaddoll Fusion. You don't get to cheat any material, it's basically just a spell speed 2 polymerization for Shaddolls. But that's actually what it needed to be for it to have as much impact on the game as Shaddoll Fusion. That card gets a lot of well-deserved accolades for how it makes fusions easier to make with a lot of value, but El Shaddoll Fusion single-handedly took this control-oriented theme and gave it the capability to go aggro at a moment's notice. Picture it, you're swinging in with all of your monsters, dealing a lot of damage, but you're just 2,000 short to close things out. Your opponent breathes a sigh of relief because now they have another turn to turn things around, only for you to drop the El Shaddoll Fusion during that same battle phase, making a whole new monster and swinging in for lethal. To say nothing of how you could use this to dodge targeted interaction. And like how regular Shaddoll Fusion had its kin, El Shaddoll Fusion would be replicated in cards like Pranked's Pandemonium, Dream Mirror of Chaos, Gladiator Beasts United, Naturia Blessing, and even cards that keep you from using it during the battle phase like Chimera Fusion, Ultimate Fusion, and Dark World Accession all lend a level of flexibility to your fusions that help to squeeze them into plays that other themes have to bend over backwards to achieve. But when you're making contact with God, then yeah, these are the kinds of feats you can expect to get. Honestly, if it was anything less, it would just be a huge flavor fail. Nef Shaddoll Fusion is an equip spell card that can only be equipped to a Shaddoll monster, and you can activate it by declaring an attribute, changing the equipped monster to that attribute. And during your main phase, you can fusion summon a Shaddoll Fusion monster from your extra deck, using monsters from your hand or field as fusion material, including the equipped monster. This card did not have the same kind of impact as its predecessors. In each of the fusion spells so far, you can see the designers trying to work around particular issues. Using real cards to make your fusions is a drag, so let's just grab the material out of the deck. Fusions lack the ability to pivot between certain game states, so let's give them a way to do it at spell speed too. Nef is designed to work around deck building restrictions. You don't have to find a niche water monster to fill up your deck when you can instead use the reusable fusion spell that makes your monsters water for you. And if these fusions that needed the off-attribute monsters were worth it, then perhaps this would see a larger stint of play. But one of the big draws was if you needed a light or an earth or heck maybe even a fire. Those off-brand cards actually contributed to the theme in other ways, not just as bodies to throw in the graveyard as fusion material. So by using an equip spell that changed the attribute to fill those gaps, it was actually playing counter to the way people were using Shaddolls up to that point. And just being another fusion effect wasn't enough to justify its inclusion because we always had base polymerization to work off of. Not to mention that these cards can't be countered by an errant mystical space typhoon. Honestly, we'd be better off without this card. Not only did Shaddoll players hardly make use of this, the Qlis wouldn't be capturing Winda, and then they wouldn't go berserk and try to kill off all of our protagonists. Just dropping the ball at every possible moment here. Curse of the Shadow Prison is a field spell card, and each time any number of Shaddoll monsters are sent to the grave by a card effect, you can place a spellstone counter on this card for each sent monster. All monsters your opponent controls lose 100 attack for each spellstone counter on this card during your opponent's turn only, and each time you fusion summon a Shaddoll fusion monster, you can remove 3 spellstone counters from this card to use an appropriate face-up monster your opponent controls as one of the fusion materials. That's right, it's a field spell card that sometimes modifies your fusion spells into super polymerization, and even adds a little debuff for your troubles. But 100 for each counter is pretty low, and needing 3 means making a window with 2 Shadolls and any other Shaddoll fusion before you make a third one, and that's, well, it's probably starting to sink in why this didn't see a lot of play. Especially because this isn't name stamped, which is a huge shame because this card is a smorgasbord of lore implications. It shows a Knuckle Eye getting absorbed by the Shadow Curse, turning it into Shaddoll Squamata, and the less we touch on the whole counter thing, the better off we'll be. I am, of course, lying to you. I'm about to get so in the weeds on this one, because this could have been any counter. They could have picked anything. It could have just been regular counters, but they instead chose specifically to associate it with Power Sink Stone and Spellstone Sorcerer Karud, which in turn connects us to Mystic Mine. And since the Power Stone seems to have the Dark Magic Circle on it, well, I mean, everything is dual terminal. I don't know what to tell you. Peru Shaddoll Aeon is a normal trap card that targets a Shaddoll monster you control, and on resolution, you send a Shaddoll card from your hand to the grave, and if you do, the targeted monster gains 1000 attack and defense, but is changed to face down defense position during the end phase. I can kinda see what they were doing with this one. Make your Shadolls a bit more threatening in battle, then you get to reset it. It actually works best when your main deck monsters get attacked, since they'll flip, get their effects, and once they're attacked, you can activate this during the damage step to get enough defense to survive the attack, and then, once it's all over, they get set face down again so you can use their effects next turn. And because you had to send a Shaddoll card to grave for the effect, it'll also trigger that card's effect too. But that's nowhere near enough utility for us to consider using it. If this were a quick play spell, this may have let us be a bit more aggressive, but as a trap card, this is largely a defensive tool in a theme that's already had no trouble with that. We have plenty of other cards to use that get us more bang for our buck, so I would encourage you to peruse your options further. Resh Shaddoll Incarnation, say that 5 times fast, is a normal trap card that targets a Shaddoll monster in your grave and special summons it in face up or face down defense position. You can also banish this card and a Shaddoll card from your grave, then activate one of these effects. Either change a face down monster you control to face up defense position, or change a face up monster you control to face down defense position. But you can only use one effect of this card per turn, and only once per turn. This was one of the stronger new additions that came out of the Shaddoll structure deck. If we keep it around, it got back any of our Shaddolls, face up or down depending on our needs, making it a great card to summon Construct back with. Heck, if you never used the graveyard effect of this, which would cause it to be banished, Construct going to the grave would get you back Resh, and you'd be able to do that all over again. But the grave effect was what really made this. Sending it to the grave gave you direct access to its flipping effect, letting you access your monster's flip effects even quicker. No matter where the theme goes from here, you can rest assured this'll be a big part of it. Sinister Shadow Games is a normal trap card that sends a Shaddoll card from your deck to the grave, then you can change any number of face-down defense position Shaddoll monsters you control to face-up defense position. While not as potent nowadays, this was one of these sleeper hits for the theme, and got better the more of a field you could make. If you set something like Squamata or Dragon, you could flip them up before a battle, letting you keep the monster around if you could deal with the aggressors. And you got a free effect right out of your deck to boot. The only unfortunate thing is that, like Curse of the Shadow Prison, this also isn't name-stamped, so you can't search it or recover it, which didn't help it age very gracefully. Trap cards need to do so much nowadays to stay relevant, and nowadays, challenging your opponent to a shadow game just isn't enough anymore. Shaddoll Core is a continuous trap card that, when activated, is special summoned as a level 9 Dark Spellcaster effect monster with 1450 attack and 1950 defense, and if summoned this way, can be substituted for any one fusion material that lists an attribute on a Shaddoll fusion monster card. And if this card is sent to the grave by a card effect, you can target a Shaddoll spell or trap card in your grave, except a copy of this card, and add it to your hand. Very similar to our fusion's effect when sent to the grave, isn't it? But yeah, this gave you an alternative way to add your spells and traps back to your hand. It was especially cool once you got El Shaddoll Fusion, because you could use regular fusion to make Construct, and then Construct could send Core to Graveyard, and if El Shaddoll Fusion was already in your grave, then boom, you got it back, and now you had another fusion summon ready to go. The actual activated effect was less useful. It's a similar deal to Nef Shaddoll Fusion, where it helps you bridge the gap between the attribute materials, but having to set this, then summon it, then fuse with it is a huge pain. So it was either the grave effect or nothing. Even the fact that once you used this as fusion material, thus sending it to the grave by a card effect and getting back that fusion spell, was enough to make this a surefire success. This is another certified lore classic, but don't expect to see this being played at this rate anytime soon. And especially not before we get some head and shoulders on this thing. That hair is out of control! Shaddoll Schism is a continuous trap card that, during the main phase, lets you fusion summon a Shaddoll fusion monster from your extra deck by banishing material mentioned on it from your field or grave, but that monster cannot attack directly. Then, you can send to the graveyard a monster your opponent controls with the same attribute as that fusion summoned monster. This card is probably the biggest shot in the arm the theme has ever had. While it is on a 1-turn delay, it's a miracle fusion every single turn afterwards, which sadly means you're not getting any of your sent to grave by an effect effects, but a free monster is a free monster, and El Shaddoll Construct does still send a card from deck to grave after all. It even has a removal effect similar to Hell Shaddoll Hollow's effect, which I'm sure doesn't mean anything, but in all seriousness, does give it that extra little piece of utility. And this card's searchable as well as recyclable, giving you the perfect tool to keep up the pressure during the grind game. Though, sadly, since the summoned monster can't attack directly, you can't often close the game out with those monsters. But that's a small setback tied into an otherwise ridiculous card. Not to mention it implies some kind of division within the power of the Shaddoll, but I guess that's what happens when Zefra gets involved, always making people choose between a bleak existence of emptiness versus the indomitable spirit of perseverance and family or whatever. Alright, so that's all the Shaddoll cards, but what do we do with them? Well, initial speculation was that you'd sit on a bunch of flip monsters, grind out value over the course of several turns, then make big bosses to capitalize on those to overrun your opponent. But now we're all about that speed and power. We're going to want to work with other cards that love being sent to the graveyard, or help put cards in the grave via effects, ones that love fusing, and ones that love flipping, and we have a lot to choose from. So what can we play to help them out? First off, we've got the fusion angle. It's arguably our best feature, and would you believe me that there's another fusion theme that loves attributes? That's right, invoked! Invocation can be used to make Shaddolls if all the material is in your hand, but it also helps to make Mechaba. And if your opponent doesn't have a Lightened Graveyard for you to nab, that's fine. We're sending one to Grave with Shaddoll Fusion to make Construct. Qli also has a similar tone to Winda, locking both player attacks and monster effects each turn. And if you splash in more attributes, then more power to you. Making Raijin using Wendy is pretty slick, but if you know me, you know there's a particular card I'm gonna be advocating for. But here's the thing. Don't actually play Branded Fusion. Seriously, don't. One of the things that's best about Shaddolls is that they don't fusion lock you inherently, and they lean on a lot of links to keep the gears turning. Instead, there's a small Dogmatica package you're going to want to consider. Blazing Cartesia the Virtuous is a fusion effect in and of itself, and is a light monster. So pair it with one Shaddoll or Alistair, and you've got a Construct or a Mechaba. There's also a really clever thing you can do where you summon Guiding Quem the Virtuous, sending Cartesia to Grave, then you link off a different spellcaster, which can be most Shaddolls or even an Alistair, to make Artemis the Magistus Moon Maiden. That's a monster leaving the extra deck, which lets you use Quem to summon back the Cartesia. And the card that helps to tie all this together is Shadow's Light. A lot of our monsters are level 4 dark spellcasters, so targeting them with Shadow's Light can get Quem, setting up this whole playline. And you get a free extra normal summon by banishing Shadow's Light. Sure, you have to give up your battle phase that turn, but even if you aren't going first, it's a great way to help build up your board. Oh, and real quick while we're on the subject of fusions, Cross Sheep is a fantastic link to fold your spare materials into, and it's a prime example as to why we do not want to fusion lock ourselves. Getting a free level 4 or lower monster as a bonus for fusion summoning is gonna help you eke out a little more value from your playlines. For effects that send cards to the graveyard, it's hard to think of better companions than the Tearlaments. While the only Shaddoll that they can help you make is Winda, they do open the door to a lot of different fusions. And when they mill, that's another chance for you to trigger more Shaddoll effects. You may also want to consider running Dangers if you want to live deliciously. It's a draw engine and an effect enabler all in one, that come with their own suite of effects and big bodies. Pretty hard to pass up. Imagine revealing Bigfoot, hitting a Shaddoll Beast instead, summoning the Bigfoot, and then drawing 2. We've also got our good friend Foolish Burial, as well as a team that just recently got support, Lightsworns. They can mill like nobody's business, and just got a whole host of cards to help tune up their engine. Charge of the Light Brigade sadly mills his cost, but if it sets you up for a Dragon of Lightsworn, then you've got yourself access to quite the rogues gallery of synchros. And if worse comes to worse, all that material in Grave will make great fodder for Schism to help you make a few constructs. On the flip side, there's not a better companion to this theme than Prediction Princesses. Tarot Ray gets you back a flip Shaddoll every turn and can flip them up at any time, weaponizing cards like Dragon and Squamata, while Tarot Wraith can do it on a massive scale. And while the theme now has Bibliomuse to act as the full tribute fodder for these rituals, like with fusion summoning, tributing monsters for a ritual summon is being sent to Grave by a card effect. Also, for flipping in general, Sol and Luna make for a great Book of Moon adjacent option. You do have to pick a monster from both sides of the field, so both you and your opponent will have had to commit to the board a bit, but otherwise, it can get your monsters flipped up on the quick while flipping down your opponent so they can't bother you. I'm gonna take a moment to mention Burst Rebirth here because I kind of feel like I have to. It summons a monster from your grave in face down defense position, so it sets up your Shaddoll effects, which I guess is helpful in a pinch, but trapped card speeds and a 2,000 life point price tag is a bit too rich for my blood, thank you very much. As for a silly tech pick, it's hard to go wrong with Magicalized Fusion. In general, we can make cards like Winda and App Cologne, especially after a few turns of filling up our grave. But with all these differently named spellcaster Shaddoll monsters, not to mention cards like Alistair and the Dogmatica crew pitching in, it's hard not to consider Quintet Magician. Even if you're not able to get 5 different spellcasters together for the requirement, though you really should, a board wipe like that is fantastic. It's uniquely protected against being tributed or fused, so no kaijus or super polys can break through, and it can be destroyed by card effects as well. So all of that stapled on a 4,500 attack and defense body is pretty keen. Alright, that's all the info I have on Shaddolls, but how does it stack up against the Nova scale? Novelty. I've already gone over this in detail across a number of cards that we've already looked at, but this theme is the definition of a trailblazer. Shaddolls changed the game in a way that no other archetype has done since, with the possible exception of Tearlaments, but I would argue that their claim to fame is a new level of efficiency. By that point, we did already have a number of fusions that took their material from the grave and shuffled them back into the deck. This mechanic would not be what it is today without them, and we're still using its design to make top tier threats, so Shaddolls get a 5 in novelty. Objectivity. Despite how powerful the cards are, it still takes a good amount of deck building skill and format knowledge to take them from being a good deck to a great deck. I desperately want to give Shaddolls a perfect score here as well for their mix of powerful but reasonable effects, but Winda's legacy has grown beyond Shaddolls at this point. Most any deck that can make it will make it, so the more broad a fusion theme can reach, the more likely it'll have one of the game's strongest floodgates at its disposal. So this threat to fun is a phantom that haunts the game even to this day, so I have to give Shaddolls a 4 in objectivity. Versatility. Dark and Light are some of the most popular and widely used attributes in the game, and they love the Grave. So it's almost unfair that they also made the two best Shaddoll monsters those attributes as well, giving you a way to bin a wide variety of monsters right from your deck as long as your opponent fulfills a very simple requirement. Not to mention that if any other attributes want to do the same, they have fusions of various strengths to help accomplish that. There are just two things holding it back in this category. One, as a fusion theme, any deck that locks you out of it has no use for Shaddolls, and two, well, even other modern fusion decks don't play them very often. Sure, we like teching in a few Dogmatica cards, but when was the last time you saw a branded player resolve Shaddoll fusion? This can be played in a huge host of decks. The issue is, do they even want them right now? So Shaddolls get a 3 in versatility. Awesomeness. That being said, these cards are beyond cool. Getting you a formidable, gigantic boss that can level almost anything in Construct is an instantly gratifying move, and can lead to a host of awesome brews. Personal story, back when I was coping over Noble Knights being good during their initial releases, I actually smushed them together with Shaddolls to get monsters like Ector and Lady of the Lake into the grave to combo off. I called it Shaddoll Noble Knights so I could shorten it to SNK, since Attack on Titan was starting to take off at the time. But you can see that just about any deck can run these cards, giving you the option to access play lines that would otherwise be untenable in the main engine. So if you have a graveyard synergy you want to exploit, these cards can help you achieve it. Shaddolls get a 5 in awesomeness, which means Shaddolls get a 17 out of 20 on the Nova scale. And that's all I have to say about Shaddolls. This one has been a long time coming. I love these cards with a passion. I was so happy when they got their structure deck update, and I can't wait to see what the future may hold, especially with potentially more Terminal World packs over the horizon. So wave your fusion flag proud, fellow duelists, because even if others say the theme is a shadow of its former self, they won't be able to get out from under ours. But now, I want to hear what you all have to say. Are Shaddolls still the ones pulling the strings, or are their lines about to be cut short? And which one's your favorite? Better yet, which construct art is your favorite? I know that was a big talking point back when it was first revealed, and I'd like to see where we stand now that that's settled over the years. Let me know in the comments, and if you haven't already, please be sure to like the video if you like it, subscribe so you don't miss an episode, and share this video with somebody you know who loves Yu-Gi-Oh! It really does a lot to help me out. Hello everyone, GoldenNova here. This week, the patrons made their voices known, so we're directing our gaze back to the world of Duel Terminal. But we're not looking at Age 1.0 or even 2.0. We're going far into the future to talk about one of the 3 new archetypes that sought to redefine how we use the extra deck, presenting the synchro candidate, Yang Zing. Premiering in the August 2014 core set, Duelist Alliance, not only did these majestic noodles breathe new life into how we use tuners and non-tuners, they also introduced the worm typing, because presumably the development team wanted to print more dragons, but wanted to avoid making everything work with all the current dragon support. Despite what Dragon Link players, and Joey Wheeler might have you believe,
Black Metal Dragon! I equip Black Metal Dragon on Red Black Metal Dragon's effect adds a card to my hand. Metal Dragon!
Anyways, there's only so many times we can see Black Metal Dragon before we chuck it across the room in frustration. These monsters draw inspiration from the 9 sons of the dragon in question being the Dragon King, a Han Chinese deity with dominion over water from rivers to rainfall. That includes weather, so they command some pretty fearsome power. So, as their direct descendants, the Yang Zing are no joke. In the Duel Terminal story at the end of Age 2.0 and the defeat of Sophia, Constellar Sombre and Evil Swarm Kirkion, who had absorbed the powers of destruction and creation that she had held dominion over, noticed that their powers were waning, and believed that the sister goddess Tiara, who had been sealed long ago by Sophia, was trying to escape. In an attempt to access the planet Sephiroth system, which would help ensure Tiara would stay sealed away, Sombre used the 8 pyrazine cores of the fallen Gem Knights, including the one that Sombre had back when they were Seraphonite, to harness the ley lines of the planet, forming the Yang Zings. But how do these spirits of the earth play out in paper? Well, that's what we're here to talk about today. We'll scour the earth for our wiggly worms, establish their ley lines of play, then tutor up some tough customers to help save the planet. It's time to sync up with Yang Zing. Today's episode is brought to you by my lovely patrons and the fine people over at Dragon Shield. If you want to protect your cards with the strongest scales on the market that even come with their own lore while supporting the channel, use my affiliate link in the description. So what's the deal with Yang Zings? Well, they're a series of worm monsters of various attributes, and when destroyed by battle or card effect and sent to the grave, the main deck ones can special summon a different Yang Zing monster from your main deck. Each one has a particular position it has to summon in, but a good rule of thumb is that it always summons in the position that it has the 0 battle stat in. For instance, Pulao has 0 attack, so its effect will summon in attack position, while Suan Ni floats into defense position since it has 0 defense, with Qi Wun not caring because both its stats are 0. But be careful, these do miss timing, so keep in mind when you use your own destruction effects so you don't miss out on any value. Dividing them even further, the main deck tuners have effects that help put the material on board necessary to perform synchro summons, while the non-tuner main deck monsters can perform a quick synchro on your opponent's main or battle phase, as well as applying an additional effect to any synchro monster they're used as material for, whether they're on or off theme. And they do stack, so the more you can fit into the equation, the better. In fact, this was Yang Zing's claim to fame back in the day. Not only could you drop bomb monsters out of nowhere, you were effectively remixing older synchros to help them meet a modern meta, or modern at the time. A popular example would be Stardust Dragon. Its protection effect is pretty useful, but an easy way to get through it was just summoning something bigger than it. But make it with Beyond, and now Battle Destruction is no longer on the menu. And it's one of those kinds of effects that are applied to monsters, but it's not its own effect. So things like Skill Drain and Effect Veiler won't do a darn thing against it. Let's start things off with the one that ties it all together, Qi Wun, Light of the Yang Zing, a level 1 light tuner monster with 0 attack and defense, and when any number of Yang Zing monsters you control are destroyed by battle or card effect and sent to the grave, while this card is in the grave, you can special summon this card, and if you do, banish it when it leaves the field. But this effect and its floating effect are mutually exclusive, meaning you can only activate one per turn and only once per turn. Basically, if any of your Yang Zings float, Qi Wun rises from the grave to join them, giving you the tuner and non-tuner you need to get the job done. It also means you potentially get 2 tuners for the price of 1, since you can sync with it regularly, reborn Qi Wun when your floating effect occurs, then sync with it again. Gee whiz. Pulao, Wind of the Yang Zing, is a level 1 wind monster with 0 attack and 1800 defense, and a synchro monster that uses this card as material is unaffected by spell card effects. That includes your own, so feel free to let loose with all the Dark Holes you want. That might seem strange to use in a world where Raigeki is at 3, but Dark Hole does a great job of enabling your own replacement effects, especially if you have multiple Yang Zings. While they do miss timing, technically they all met their activation condition at the same time, and there was nothing to cause them to miss timing, so they'll all go at the same time, which might even let you chain block some of your more important ones. And if you pair that with a synchro that's been made by Pulao, well, now it's going to dodge that destruction so you get all the benefits and your opponent loses a bunch of monsters. And it's nice that, as a level 1, it can fit into a lot of different equations for a lot of different synchros, giving them the superpower of not being able to put letters together correctly. You know, because they can't spell. Bishi, Water of the Yang Zing, is a level 2 water monster with 0 attack and 2000 defense, and a synchro monster that uses this monster as material is unaffected by trap card effects. A lot of what I said about Pulao applies here as well, though replace Dark Hole with Torrential Tribute. Both of these cards make for great additions to the theme to wipe away your opponent's field while keeping your own intact, with Dark Hole being more proactive and Torrential being reactive. But it also helps against a bevy of cards like Infinite Impermanence, or the Trap Hole cards you're likely to see thanks to the recent Trap Trick structure deck. So if you're worried your opponent's back row is going to be an issue, just make a big monster with Bishi and turtle up. Zhao 2, Darkness of the Yang Zing, is a level 2 Dark Tuner monster with 0 attack and 2000 defense, and if you control no other monsters, you can send 2 Yang Zing cards from your hand to the grave to special summon a Yang Zing monster with 0 attack and a Yang Zing with 0 defense from your deck, but banish them during the end phase. And this is also mutually exclusive with its floating effect. This is a high-risk, high-reward card for the theme. It goes net neutral in card advantage, converting ones in hand into on-field presence, which you can use to jumpstart your synchro summons. But since you send the cards as cost, a single piece of effect negation can turn this startup into a full stop. And that's even before Ash Blossom existed. It's a powerful effect, but one I wouldn't put much stock in, especially in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! It's almost as much of a mistake as letting Bishi get corrupted by the powers of the Shaddolls! A real big misplay from the good guys on this one. Beyond, Earth of the Yang Zing is a level 3 Earth monster with 1600 attack and 0 defense, and a synchro monster that uses this card as material can't be destroyed by battle. A pretty innocuous effect, especially nowadays with removal being so easily accessible, but in the right circumstances it can still be outrageously powerful. While Stardust was my go-to example earlier in the video, Beyond plus any level 1 tuner makes Herald of the Arclight. As far as problem synchro monsters go, it was even more common to use the battle phase to out this little orb with legs. But with this terrific tiger, your opponent's not going to have the option anymore. And in a simplified game state where both players are scrambling to find a winning position, having a monster that turns off one of the fundamental rules of combat isn't anything to turn your nose up at. Just don't tell Tiger Dragon that the Yang Zings are copying their aesthetic. I don't think that'll end very well. Zefra, Treasure of the Yang Zing, is a level 3 Earth Pendulum monster with 1500 attack and 0 defense and a scale of 1. As a pendulum spell, it has the usual Zefra restriction of only allowing you to pendulum summon Zefra and Yang Zing monsters, an effect that can't be negated, and if this card is pendulum summoned or special summoned from the main deck, you can target a Yang Zing or Zefra monster you control, except a copy of this card, and that monster is treated as a tuner for that turn. Also place this card on the bottom of the deck when it leaves the field. Yeah, I guess they didn't want you to have a repeatable tuner from the extra deck just yet. This is honestly a pretty neat one-of card to have in your deck, as it allows you to be a lot more flexible with the monsters you can use as synchro material. Then it just goes right back into the deck to be summoned later, and you're going to want to play it as a one-of since it doesn't have the usual floating effect. Though admittedly, one that requires you to go to the grave would be pretty hard to achieve when you're printed as a pendulum monster. It may not look very valuable thanks to its flat color palette, but remember that the real treasure is the synchro material we tuned along the way. Suwon-Ni, Fire of the Yang Zing, is a level 4 fire monster with 1900 attack and 0 defense, and a synchro monster that uses this card as synchro material gains 500 attack and defense. Now, out of all of our options, this is probably my favorite. Some monsters just do not cut the mustard purely because of their low stats. Heck, even some great monsters can be pushed out of consideration even with good battle stats, just because they're a hair shy of running over established threats. For instance, Crimson Blader can be a huge boon when it comes to dealing with Sword Soul, and with Suwon-Ni, it actually clears Qishao, keeping your opponent from accessing their synchros on subsequent turns. And you can even make it more difficult for them to deploy Vishuddha and Ashuna. It also gives better offensive power to High Speed Roid Chanbara, Stardust Charge Warrior, Goyo Guardian, and probably my favorite, Thought Ruler Archfiend. And Ra help you if you manage to make a level 9 or higher synchro monster using 2 Suwon-Ni as material. That'll really get things fired up. Daotia, Shadow of the Yang Zing, is a level 5 dark monster with 2200 attack and 0 defense, and the possession of a synchro monster that uses this card as material cannot switch. On the surface, this protects your cards from Change of Heart or Crackdown, but it's actually way better. Anything that would put this card under your opponent's jurisdiction just doesn't work, so that includes being absorbed as Xyz material, or being attached as an equip card. It's a rather niche situation, I'll grant you that, but with Gold Pride Pin Baller running around, it's something you're going to want to keep in mind. But besides that, it's a pretty beefy monster you can summon off of your floating effects, so once again, not a bad idea to keep at least one in reserve, just in case, even if it is overshadowed by the rest of the crew. Zefra, Secret of the Yang Zing, is a level 6 Earth Pendulum monster with 0 attack and 2600 defense with a scale of 7. Its pendulum spell effect is the same as Zefra, and as a monster, when pendulum summoned or when destroyed by a battle or card effect while in the monster zone, you can add a Yang Zing or Zefra spell or trap card from your deck to your hand. This represents probably the most powerful monster of either the Yang Zing or Zefra archetype, as accessing your spell and trap cards is stupendously powerful. And while it doesn't provide any extra effects, being a non-tuner level 6 helps you get your big synchros out fast. You'll see why our support cards are so important in a later section, but for now, we'll just keep it our little secret. Alright, that about does it for the main deck monsters. Now it's time for the extra deck goodies. Danglong, first of the Yang Zing, is a level 5 light synchro tuner monster with 0 attack and 2800 defense, requiring generic material. If this card is special summoned, you can add a Yang Zing card from your deck to your hand. And once per turn, you can send a worm type monster from your deck to the grave, and this card's level becomes the sent monster's level. And if this face-up card leaves the field, you can special summon a Yang Zing monster from your deck. Now, this might all sound pretty familiar if you've watched my video on Roll Chalice, and that's because that wasn't the first time they introduced a level 5 synchro tuner monster that searches you a card on summon and summons a monster when it leaves the field. This is the original mistake. And spoilers, this card is also banned. Well, I mean, it was banned when I wrote this script, then the May 2023 ban list hit to mess with me specifically. Historically, because Danglong's material are completely generic, you'd throw a few Yang Zings into a deck that just makes level 5 synchros easily. And for your troubles, you'd get 2 Omni Negates off of a single monster. It's also a huge boon to Dino players because this was one of their best tools for extension, and that was, I must stress, before it was banned a long time ago. I'm frightened to see what kinds of new things people are going to do with them nowadays. Not only are there a bunch of new dinosaur cards coming out, we might find new usages for the oft-forgotten banish effect of the Sword Soul spell cards to modulate your cards around to use this in that deck. Suffice it to say, the return of this outrageous enabler is going to have a lot of implications moving forward, and for some of you, it's going to be a breath of fresh air right for your dang lungs. Yatza, Evil of the Yang Zing, is a level 7 Dark Synchro monster with 2600 attack and 2100 defense, requiring generic material. It can't be targeted by your opponent's card effects, and you can target a Yang Zing monster you control and a card your opponent controls and destroy them. And when this card you control is destroyed by battle or card effect and sent to the grave, you can special summon any worm monster from your deck in defense position. You've probably seen this monster around the block once or twice, and that's because, despite being almost a decade old, its design has a lot of evergreen components. Generic level 7 synchros have been a staple of the competitive scene, especially after the release of Destrudo, and popping your own cards to remove your opponents has been a time-honored tradition since the days of Scrap Dragon. But what really puts it over the top is its replacement effect. For any deck that can make it, Yatzo represents the removal of any targetable card and the summon of any worm monster from your deck. Now, at release, the pool of monsters you could draw from was pretty shallow, but with the advent of decks like Tenyi, Virtual World, and Sword Soul, Yatza's toolbox is currently stronger and more broad than it's ever been. And that's just when it's being used generically. In a dedicated build, you're essentially getting destructions for free by cycling through your Yang Zings, and by making this with Suan-Ni, this becomes a combat menace on top of a field shredder. It's a really good card, as long as you can get over the moral compunctions of using yet another corrupted Yang Zing. However, some might say that winning a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a matter beyond good and evil. Bashia, Brightness of the Yang Zing, is a level 8 light synchro monster with 2300 attack and 2600 defense, requiring a tuner and one or more non-tuner worm monsters as material. When this card is synchro summoned, you can target cards on the field up to the number of different original attributes of worm monsters used for this card's synchro summon and shuffle them into the deck. And once per turn, you can target a card you control and a level 4 or lower monster in your grave. Destroy that card on the field, and if you do, special summon that other monster from your grave. This is one of the cornerstone monsters of the entire archetype, and for good reason. You're already incentivized to make your synchros with as many Yang Zings as possible to pile on the effects, and Bashia multiplies that to the extreme. For instance, if you manage to make this with what appears to be its component parts, Chi-Wun, Bion, and Suan-Ni, you not only get a 2800 attack reanimation engine that can't be destroyed by battle, you get to shuffle up to 3 cards on the field back into the deck. And yeah, the revival part is fantastic too. It's worded in such a way that keeps the Yang Zings from missing timing, you get back any level 4 lower monster from your grave, and you can float into any Yang Zing you want. This is particularly helpful in reviving Chi-Wun, because while it can do so by itself in a pinch, reviving it with Bashia avoids the self-banishing condition, and unlike Xyz, we don't have a fancy way around that. And you don't just have to pop monsters. You can pop any floodgate that you have lying around, or any other back row that would benefit from being destroyed. So in an archetype that's being assailed by the forces of darkness and corruption, Bashia is a bright spot on the theme. Chao Feng, Phantom of the Yang Zing, is a level 9 light synchro monster with 2800 attack and 2200 defense, requiring generic material. While this synchro summoned card is on the field, your opponent can't activate the effects of monsters with the same original attribute as the Yang Zing monsters used as material for this card's summon. When this synchro summoned card is destroyed by a battle or card effect and sent to the grave, you can add a tuner monster from your deck to your hand. And once per turn, when any number of monsters your opponent controls are destroyed by battle or card effect, you can special summon a worm monster from your deck in defense position, whose original attribute matches the original attribute of one of the destroyed monsters while it was on the field. Now, this is a problem card, no two ways around it. It's actually a predecessor to another very problematic number 9 themed worm monster, true king of all calamities. I'm only just now putting those pieces together, and now I'm going on another gigantic lore rabbit hole. But to keep things on track, the more varied attributes of Yang Zings you put into it, the more monsters that are just shut down. And it makes no distinction about where those monsters are from. Even just by using Qi 1 as the tuner, you're cutting off access to some of the game's most powerful hand traps, like Effect Veiler, Nibiru, Ghost Ogre, and Snow Rabbit, as well as Psyframe Gear Gamma. I guess this one isn't banned, but it's not gonna see quite as much play. What is with Konami messing with my scripts after I write them? Anyway, add Daotia into the mix and now the entire Chaos roster has been brought to heel. And if you know your matchup well enough, you can make Chao Feng with the appropriate material to just shut him out of the game. Even if a deck isn't mono attribute, even 1 or 2 attributes being removed can shut down optimal lines of play. Now the good news is that the material has to be a Yang Zing to cause that shutoff. The bad news is that people have found ways to weave 1 or 2 copies of those cards into their decks, a process that's been made even easier thanks to more modern worm support. Everything else about this card is really just icing on the cake. The incidental tuner search and worm summon aren't really accounted for when using this. It's all about the floodgate. So if you make frequent use of this, don't be surprised if your friend group ghosts you. That does it for the monsters. Now it's time for our spells and traps. Yang Zing Path is a normal spell card that targets 3 Yang Zing monsters in your grave, shuffles them into your deck, then draws 2 cards. Once again, we found ourselves with our archetypal draw 2 spell, but this one isn't like the others. Normally, these are meant to dig you deeper into your deck while jumpstarting your engine, but Path is more about recycling and resetting that engine, meaning you only get rewarded after your game plan is online. This makes Path pretty weak as far as draw spells go, especially because this can be punished in the exact same way as Pot of Avarice, a card this takes clear inspiration from. But with the amount of monsters you'll churn through over the course of the game, it's nice that you have a way to keep them in rotation, even if, in the modern game, I wouldn't say this is the path forward. Yang Zing Prana is a continuous spell card that gains effects depending on the number of different attributes of Yang Zings in your grave. With 2 or more, all Yang Zing monsters you control gain 500 attack. With 3 or more, if any number of your Yang Zing monsters you control would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can send this card to the grave instead. With 4 or more, your opponent can't set monsters, and you change all face-up monsters your opponent controls to attack position. And with 5 or more, you can send this card to the grave to destroy all cards on the field. The scaling power level of this card makes it very interesting. Even at low investment, a 500 attack buff is pretty nice, but I don't think it really carries the card enough to see play. Being a board wipe is pretty cool, especially since our monsters float, but by the time you get to 5 attributes, it might be too late, especially now that destruction is becoming less and less appealing as time goes on. The anti-set effect is still pretty cool though, since it keeps your opponent's monsters in attack position, letting you crash your Yang Zings into them so you can shuffle them into whichever one you need, and has extra value in case face-down monsters are relevant in a particular format. And the destruction protection can be helpful in keeping your synchro monsters from getting removed. If all of these were just inherent functions of the card, this would be pretty fantastic, but with the setup required without any immediate benefit to our engine, it was hard to consider playing even on release. Look, I'd love to give this a passing grade, and I know I'm maybe a little overly positive on a few things, but I have to draw the ley line somewhere. Yang Zing
Brutality
is a normal trap card that you can activate if a Yang Zing monster you control battles an opponent's monster during damage calculation. Your battling monster's attack and defense each become double its original attack and defense during that damage calculation only, but it's destroyed at the end of the damage step. So you can use this to run over a big monster you'd otherwise have trouble with while still getting your floating effects. Suan Ni ends up contesting a 3800 attack monster, which is pretty respectable when it comes to cleaning out enemies, and could potentially lead to a lot of damage. But because you can only use this in such narrow narrow applications, for example, you can't push for game with this on an open board or activate it in response to removal, it doesn't exactly see a lot of play. The best case scenario is that you can use this with Yagz to take advantage of its huge base attack stat while still getting in a good float. It's a little heartless, but sometimes in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's all about who's willing to brute force a solution. Zing Creation is a continuous trap card, and once per turn, if any number of monsters are destroyed by a battle or card effect, you can special summon a Zing monster from your deck, but you can't special summon monsters from the extra deck while this card is on the field, except synchro monsters. This was another big card for the theme, as it added another Zing summon off of your floating effects, and the best part was that it didn't even care if the destroyed monster was on theme or not. This makes it so you can play off-theme cards that have some synergy, while still allowing you to use them to access your main game plan. It's pretty sweet. And while each copy is once per turn, it's not a hard once per turn, so multiple creations will stack to give you more Zing summons. But it does come with some very heavy deck building restrictions. This is even more prevalent now that Link monsters are around, but even at the time, this shut off pendulum summons from the extra deck, which means if you want to utilize the Zefra support to its fullest, you actually can't play this. Honestly, as times have gone on, it creates more problems than it solves. Zing Unleashed is a continuous trap card, and while face up on the field, all monsters your opponent controls must attack if able. During either player's main phase or battle phase, you can send this face up card from the spell and trap zone to the grave to immediately after this effect resolves, synchro summon a monster using one or more Zing monsters you control as synchro material. So now your opponent is forced to run into your worms, giving you ample opportunity to float into the material that you need, and it provides another way to quick sync. Not only does this give you the opportunity to use it on your opponent's turn if you have tuners but none of your on-theme non-tuners, it works during either player's main or battle phase, making this the Shaddoll fusion of syncing. You can rush in with Suwanis and Beyonds, then turn them into synchros at your discretion to go in for even more damage. But its power is, once again, hampered by it being a trap card, so the Shaddoll fusion analogy isn't entirely apt, but it still fulfills some interesting niches, so without it, you wouldn't be able to unleash the deck's full potential. 9 Pillars of the Zing is a counter trap card that can be activated in response to a spell card, trap card, or monster effect activation while you control a Zing card. You can negate the activation, and if you do, shuffle that card into the deck, then destroy one other Zing card you control. So yeah, now you have access to an Omni Negate, and it works really well with us. Since the destruction is the last thing to happen, as long as this was resolved at Chainlink 2, you'll get to float with the Zing you popped. Or at least, generally you wouldn't have to worry about that, but in a striking departure from the norm, Denglong actually doesn't miss timing, and this is as good a time as any for a bit of a history lesson. Remember how I said that Denglong represented 2 Omni Negates? Well, this is the first, which you can get via Deng's search effect. Then when you use it, Denglong's Leave the Field effect comes in, letting you summon Beyond from your deck. And since Qi 1 is in the grave because Denglong would send it there for its level modulation effect, you can revive it, then use Beyond's Quick Sync effect to make that Herald of the Arclight that can't be destroyed by battle. And that's arguably even worse than an Omni Negate, because until you deal with it, it also locks down any effect that needs to send monsters from the hand or main deck to the grave. So, with Denglong hitting the scene, prepare to see this fairly often if its usage takes off. In fact, you could say it's one of the main pillars of its playability. Alright, that covers all the Zing cards, but what do we do with them? Well, like another archetype we've covered previously, Menadium, these worms are really more of a vessel for synchro summoning than being a group of cards with a cohesive game plan. So instead, we'll be focusing on cards that enable Zings to do the best they can. So what can we play to help them out? Well, one of the first genres of decks that began to utilize Zing was synchro plants. Their floating bodies and extra effects gave their bosses a lot more utility, but as history shows, it wasn't enough to help them break into the meta. But the far more interesting pairing came along when metal foes hit the scene. Because their scales effects wouldn't cause the Zings to miss timing, you could pop them to grab your spells and traps, while the Zings floated into whatever you wanted. Though more often than not it would be the tuners to pair with all your normal pendulums, which just so happened to make some of the sickest Metaphys Horse resolutions I've ever seen. But one of the best pieces of Zing support that I've ever seen came out just recently, and has been the focus of a lot of lore videos in the past year, Visas Starfrost. Without running any additional bricks, you have a monster that triggers the floating effects of your Zings, and acts as a level 6 tuner to boot. This gives us access to anything generically available from level 7 to 11, including all of your on-theme synchro monsters. Summon Bishi to make Bashia, summon Pulao to make Yazi, or summon Beyond to make Chao Feng. An excellent choice against any super heavy samurai decks you might run into. Prime Heart might be a little difficult to access, but if you play Jiao 2, you can make Amritara, and that gives you access to a wealth of cards from Scareclaw, Tearlaments, and Vanadium. And since that last one is synchro focused, you might find some new friends here as well. Abscission is, really good. Speaking of synchros, the worm type seems to be flush with archetypes that love to synchro summon. Tenyi have access to a tuner and a lot of free material, and they were already making great use of Bashia. And Shaman is a great way to recycle said Bashia and Yazi. You can even do some funny stuff where you can make Scrap Archfiend or Gaia Knight the Force of Earth, specifically because they're non-effect monsters, but still get them extra bonuses thanks to the Yang Zings. It's super cool. The more prominent one has to be Sword Soul. They've also dipped into the Yang Zing synchro pool from time to time, and while these mountaintop sages of the sword benefit from it greatly, I'm not sure if Yang Zings have a place in their deck. Your normal summon is already pretty much taken up by just getting them onto the field, so you'd have a conflict between getting out a Noodle or Moye. And I'll give you one guess as to who I'd rather get into rotation. But because Sword Soul has borrowed so much from Yang Zing, we can do the reverse as well. Qi Xiao is already pretty spectacular, but add even more attack or immunity to spells or traps, and you've got a real keeper. And you can use its effect to grab Sword Soul Blackout, removal that also procs your Yang Zings. That gets you a big body that can negate monster effects, and if you banish Blackout with it after you've resolved it, then that's a free token to help with your next synchro. As for generic worm support, Waterfall of Dragon Soul is either a Rhoda for the type, or can trade in a number of worms to draw you that many cards +1. And for us, we can easily recycle those monsters with Path. Vessel of the Dragon Cycle is a great way to set up Qi 1, and if you're on Tenyi, it's also a Rhoda with the right setup. Heavenly Dragon Circle is similar in that regard, letting you trade out a worm for any other worm. The True Kings are a funny consideration. I'm going to blaze past this section because the lore brain is already tingling, but be careful with their application. The Yang Zings only float if you control them, so while their summon effect wouldn't cause them to miss timing, you won't get the benefits of any that you destroy in hand. Yadza has a lot of targets to choose from, but probably the best and most infamous of all is Mare Mare. This level 7 worm tuner has the vaunted thrice per turn restriction that can help you make a variety of synchros, even the ones that require 3 or more monsters like Trishula. As for a silly tech pick, when it comes to archetypes that span the entire attribute spectrum, I can't help but think of Elemental Grace Doriado. Once you've gotten the entire cycle into the grave, you have a 3000 attack and defense monster that can banish any 3 monsters from your grave to negate and destroy any inherent summon as many times per turn as you have fuel. And since the Tenyi builds have no problem spitting out link material, pair this with Mech Knight Crusadia Avramax, and your opponent's gonna have a tough time making anything stick when they don't have the option to run this over in battle. And that's all I have to say about Yang Zings. I love when Yu-Gi-Oh! Experiments with some of its core concepts, and Yang Zings were one of the biggest experiments at the time. While some Xyz material have been doing something similar for some time now, this was the first time that Synchros attempted something like this along these lines and at this scale. And while they haven't seen widespread usage outside of a few power cards, the fact that they're still seeing play to this day is proof of their latent power. All it takes is the right deck and the right duelist to tap into the power of the ley lines, and if that person's you're about to open up a can of worms. But now, I want to hear what you all have to say. Are Yang Zings gonna climb to the top of the synchro ladder, or are they destined to live in the shadows of other themes for a long, long time? And which one is your favorite? I've got a special place in my heart for Suani, it just looks so cool. Let me know in the comments, and if you haven't already, make sure you like, subscribe, and share this video with somebody you know who loves Yu-Gi-Oh! It really does a lot to help me out. Hello everyone, GoldenNova here. Last week we covered the Knights of the Stars, Constellars. Today, we'll talk about the bearers of their shining legacy, Tellarknights. Premiering in the August 2014 core set Duelist Alliance, these monsters are the literal descendants of the Constellars, inheriting the power of their forebears from Constellar Sombre, who had gained all their power from fusing with their compatriots. And it was none too soon, might I add, as the Shaddoll threat was gearing up and the heroes needed all the help they could get against this looming presence. So let's go over the lights that shine upon the darkness, examine all the different overlayers of our strategy, then find some friends with a passion for astronomy. It's time to connect the stars with Tellarknights. So what's the deal with Tellarknights? Well, they're a series of level 4 light attribute warrior type monsters that sought to take Xyz summoning to the next level. As that extra deck summoning method's representative in the post-Duelist Alliance world, their focus was on chaining a number of summons together to make powerful bosses quickly, cheaply, and easily. To that end, all of our main deck monsters have effects that trigger on summon. Normal, special, flip, it doesn't matter, whenever we field them, we get ourselves a little extra bonus. But where Constellars had tools to branch out into several different ranks, Tellarknights are much more focused. They're really good at putting out rank 4s, but not much else. Oh, and a point of order because this tripped me up when they first came out, the theme is largely split between the main deck Tellarknights and the extra deck Tellarknights, though there are some exceptions both ways. But since most everything just checks for Tellarknights, it's just a flavor distinction. I'd like to start by going over what I feel like are the 3 core Tellarknights, the ones that make up your bread and butter plays, and that work exceedingly well together. Tellarknight Vega has 1200 attack and 1600 defense, and if they're summoned, you can special summon a Tellarknight monster from your hand, except a copy of itself. Tellarknight Altair has 1700 attack and 1300 defense, and if summoned, you can target a Tellarknight monster in your grave, except a copy of itself, and special summon it in defense position, though it locks you into only attacking with Tellarknight monsters for the rest of the turn. And the brightest star in the constellation is Tellarknight Deneb. They have 1500 attack and 1000 defense, and when summoned, you can add a Tellarknight monster from your deck to your hand. The ideal play sequence is to summon either Vega or Altair, use that effect to summon the other, then round things up with Deneb. That way you end with 3 material on board and a search for a Tellarknight to set you up for your next turn. And you'll be leading with either Altair or Vega, depending on where all your pieces are. So like I said, the Vega Altair Deneb is kind of your basic combo, but that last slot with Deneb can be replaced with a variety of utility Tellarknights that we'll be covering from this point on. You should aim to play out this sequence as often as possible because the advantage it gives you over time is fantastic, and puts you in a position to either make a few Xyz monsters or one really tall one. Either way, you know that these warriors are made of tougher stuff. Or rather, tougher material? Tellarknight Allsame has 1400 attack and 1800 defense, and if summoned, can inflict 1000 damage to your opponent. This is certainly a nifty endgame option. Using this to cap off a long line of summons while you already have the resources you need can help put your opponent in kill range, or at the very least help set up your success later on. And with time rules being as strict as they are, it's nice to have a little something in your pocket to help tip the life point count in your favor, especially because this also makes for excellent Gaga cowboy material. Sure, it may be a cheap way to grab a win, but I do like the poetry of the bow and arrow leading into the firearm, all in an evolutionary line of absolutely tilting your opponent. Tellarknight Beetlejuice has 700 attack and 1900 defense, and if summoned, you can target a Tellarknight card in your grave, except a copy of itself, send this card to the grave, and if you do, add that target to your hand. Interesting little bit of swapsies going on here, letting you recall an important card from your grave for later use. But this is almost exclusively useful at the end of your Vega Altair line, and nowhere else. If you just summoned it by itself, great, you have no monsters on board now. If you summoned it with just Vega or Altair, then you're stuck with a single monster. But if it's your third summon, then at the very least you have 2 material left over to make an Xyz monster with. It's a bit situational. We'll likely be playing cards that not only recycle more efficiently, but put them into play quicker, but if you need to squeeze that last bit of juice out of your deck, this is how you do it. Tellarknight Capella has 1100 attack and 2000 defense, and if this card is summoned, you can apply the following effects for the rest of the turn. You can treat level 4 or lower Tellarknight monsters you control as level 5 when Xyz summoning using 3 or more monsters as material. This effect can only be used once per turn, but you can apply that effect as many times as you want over the course of a turn. This helps you break out of your usual level 4 comfort zone, but only if you're making things that need 3 or more material, and this means you have some very limited options. If we don't count Chaos Xyz monsters that require their base forms to reach their full potential, we're limited to Digvorjak, which I guess is some kind of removal. Number 53, Heart Earth, it's not even the dragon form, and even if it was, I don't make my videos incorporating NR format into the mix. Doom Chimera Dragon, which is the most playable out of all our options. Paradise Smasher, which... okay. Tellarknight Constellar Diamond, which we have much easier ways to access. And Ultimate Utopia Ray, both the Leo and Dragonic versions, which in turn require ZW cards to really take advantage of. As such, I deem Capella to be the most forgettable member of the team, until such times as a worthy rank 5 is printed. Capella looks really skilled at reining things in, but probably could have left a little slack for its effect. So Tellarknight Procyon has 1300 attack and 1200 defense, and if this card is summoned, you can send a Tellarknight monster from your hand to the grave, and if you do, draw a card. Hey, that's pretty cool. The filtering is quite nice and can set up Altair's grave summoning effect for later. And we've got a lot of off-theme cards we want to dig for, though this does feel like a bit of a misplaced effect. If this ends up being the last card in your summon chain, you're either out of options, in which case top decking doesn't put you in a good position, none of the options you have are pretty good, in which case, see previous example, or third, you're already so ahead that a draw doesn't really change anything. Still, I'd rather have this option to have around just in case, and on the off chance the filter top decks you into the right card, it's gonna feel like a real pro-Scion gamer move. So Tellarknight Rigel has 1900 attack and 700 defense, and if summoned, you can target a Tellarknight monster on the field, and it gains 500 attack, but send it to the grave during the end phase. This means you can give your Tellarknights a bit of an offensive boost to get in some chip damage, and the best part is, this only sends during the end phase, so you still have all of main phase 2 to Xyz summon with it, so it doesn't get wasted. The attack boost might make it sound like a middling card, and in most cases it kind of is, but I have to give credit where credit is due. Rigel actually saw some use as a tech pick as an out to El Shaddoll window. That's right, normal summon Rigel, give the boost to itself, and it's sitting pretty at 2400. It's a pretty rash move, but I've gotta respect the ingenuity. It's a real Rigel or die situation with this one. So Tellarknight Sirius has 1600 attack and 900 defense, and if summoned, you can target 5 Tellarknight monsters in your grave and on resolution, shuffle all 5 back into the deck, then draw a card. This is key to your late game grind, as it's effectively a pot of avarice for the theme. You get to recycle a whole mess of cards, including your Xyz, and get a little draw for your trouble. But like Pot of Avarice, this is very easy to interrupt. If even one of the targeted cards gets banished or moved or anything like that, the whole effect fails, and well, anyone who sat across from a Tirashizu deck knows the pain of that. Now, this might seem pretty petty, but this monster is a stickler for rules. You could say they're very serious about it. So Tellarknight Anukalai has 1800 attack and 1000 defense, and if summoned, you can send a Tellarknight card from your deck to the grave, except a copy of itself. This is an absolutely incredible piece to the puzzle, as Knuckles here can load the grave with a variety of utility Tellarknights to be revived by Altair later. But since you can also send spells and traps, you can shed bad top decks, or recover them with Beetlejuice. Now, it might seem a little macabre to have your whole purpose be to throw your comrades and their spells into the grave, but considering what happens to Anukalai, it kinda fits. Now, we're gonna do another section where we cover more than one Tellarknight, for reasons that'll become apparent rather quickly. So Tellarknight Zefra Thubin is a pendulum monster that has 0 attack and 2100 defense with a scale of 1. Stellar Knight Zefraxiton is a fiend pendulum, that's different, with 1900 attack and 0 defense and a scale of 7. They have identical pendulum effects, preventing you from pendulum summoning except to summon Tellarknight and Zefra monsters. And if they're normal, flip, or pendulum summoned, you can target one of your other Tellarknight or Zefra cards in your monster zone or pendulum zone, and a face-up card your opponent controls for Thubin, or a set card for Zefraxiton, and destroy them. And here's Zefra again. For those of you who don't remember, they're an archetype from the late Duel Terminal lore that take members from other established archetypes and tries to make a whole new archetype out of them, while still kind of allowing them to work with their base theme to varying degrees of success. Thubin and Exciton are actually fairly unique, as they're forms of direct removal that you don't normally have in the theme, but there is a problem. Your non-Zefra Tellarknights trigger on any kind of summon, but while these two will still trigger on normal or flip, they preclude generic special summoning. It has to be pendulums. Now, you could just scale these to give you a form of repeatable removal by summoning these two back over and over again, but now that we're past Master Rule 4, our back row is at even more of a premium, and as it stands now, Pendulum is very unwieldy to use for the base theme. You could also just normal summon these monsters, but that foregoes long chains of summons, and because you have to target a different card, you can't just have it blow itself up, and normal summoning the 0 attack Thubin might be a bad idea. These probably still belong as utility one-ofs to help with spot removal, just don't expect too many of them to tip the scales in your favor. And now we have some stellar new additions. Tellarknight Altea has 1700 attack and 1300 defense, and is always treated as a Constellar card. If this card is summoned, you can target cards on the field up to the number of Light and Dark Xyz monsters you control and destroy them. And if any number of Tellarknight and or Constellar monsters other than copies of this card are special summoned to your field, you can special summon this card from your grave, but also you can't declare an attack for the rest of the turn except with Xyz monsters. So it's basically a reverse Altair. It doesn't summon other monsters out of the grave, rather it summons itself from the grave, but only triggers on special summons, so you don't get it for free off of generic normal summons. But special summoning monsters is kinda what we're meant to do here, so I don't think that'll be a problem. This extra material takes some of the burden off your bread and butter combos, as now you need only Vega or Altair to get 3 material, and boy howdy is this gonna be a great target for a Knuckle Eye. The removal ain't too bad either, it just gives you some pops if you have established Light or Dark Xyz monsters. Insofar as Constellars are concerned, this can work with basically all of them if you have Kaos on hand to modulate its level, though it'll work best with Algieti since they're already level 4. Now, bit of trivia here, the reason Altea seems similar to Altair is that it's likely an updated version of Altair, complete with an alternate costume. Tellarknight Lyra has 1200 attack and 1600 defense, and like Altea is always treated as a Constellar. If any number of Tellarknight and or Constellar monsters other than a copy of this card are normal summoned to your field, you can special summon this card from your hand. And if this card is summoned, you can add a Tellarknight spell card from your deck to your hand. So just like we had a new version of Altair, this is our new Vega, but it's a bit easier to trigger because it's on normal summon, though because it summons itself from the hand, it's a bit less repeatable. It also advances your game plan instead of dismantling your opponents, and while a lot of our spells are a bit suspect, keep an eye out for Skybridge, it's pretty helpful. And that's no Lyra. Alright, that does it for our main deck monsters. Now it's time for our big payoffs, the Xyz. Tellarknight Delteros is a rank 4 monster with 2500 attack and 2100 defense, requiring 3 level 4 monsters as material. While this card has Xyz material, your opponent can't activate cards or effects when you normal or special summon any number of monsters. Once per turn, you can detach an Xyz material from this card, then target a card on the field and destroy it. And if this card is sent from the field to the grave, you can special summon a Tellarknight monster from your hand or deck. This is part of the reason why you want to be pulling off your staple combo as often as possible, as you really do need a lot of material to get what amounts to even our most basic boss monster. And it's kinda strong. While it's not able to prevent the negation of normal or special summons, it does keep your opponent from triggering cards like Torrential Tribute or Bottomless, and keeps your opponent from interfering with any effects that you trigger on those kinds of summons. This basically makes your Tellarknight safer, and thus, your lines of play more insulated. The removal is nice, and the floating effect can easily reset all the material you need to remake this in one go, because it can, by itself, activate your staple combo. It even works when being sent to the grave for a Link summon, so if you run out of material, you can just reset it to really Delta roast your opponent. Stellar Knight Trivor is a rank 4 monster with 2100 attack and 2500 defense, requiring 3 level 4 Tellarknight monsters as material. During the turn you Xyz summon this card, you can't special summon monsters except Tellarknight monsters. If this card is Xyz summoned, you return all other cards on the field to the hand. And once per turn, you can detach an Xyz material from this card to send a random card from your opponent's hand to the grave. And if this card with Xyz material is sent to the grave, you can target a Tellarknight monster in your grave and special summon it. Now, Delteros was strong, but Trivor is frightening. It's a non-targeting board wipe bounce that can absolutely tear apart an opponent's field, and let's just say you play a lot of cards that take advantage of this. It's a good thing Premature Burial isn't legal at time of recording, or this would be patently obnoxious. Now, the Tellarknight lock on this card does limit our options. Annoyingly, it's one of those that checks before you even do it, but new support means more cards to work within that lock. And the floating from grave effect can also help you rebuild. The big downside here is the random sending from hand effect. Thankfully, it is Ascend, so it won't trigger cards like Dangers or Dark Worlds, but anything that triggers when being sent to the grave, either by an effect or in general, that's still potentially a problem for you. Heck, this was an issue when it was printed. Hitting a Shaddoll or a Burning Abyss would turn this into a huge mistake, and that's only gotten worse, with Tirashizu making the second appearance in this video. Still, everything else about this card is a huge bop that's perfect for when your opponents gotta bounce. Tellarknight Ptolemaeus is a rank 4 monster with 550 attack and 2600 defense, requiring 2 or more level 4 monsters as material. Once per chain during either player's turn, you can detach 3 material from this card to special summon from your extra deck 1 Xyz monster that is 1 rank higher than this card, except a number monster, by using this face-up card you control as the Xyz material, transferring all material over to it. You can also detach 7 material from this card to skip your opponent's next turn. And during each player's end phase, you can attach a Tellarknight card from your extra deck to this card as a face-up Xyz material. Note that this is one of the few instances where it specifies Tellarknights, so generally it's going to be your Xyz monsters and Zefra. Ah, my powers of prognostication made manifest. So this card was primarily used as a bridge to access other monsters. In general, the 2 big options were Tellarknight Constellar Diamond, a card we'll get into later, but suffice it to say, required any 2 level 4 material to go into, or if you could stack 3 of those under it, you could go into GoldenNova, and from there, Infinity. This would, however, inevitably lead to this card's banning. Something that hilariously had nothing to do with its turn-skipping effect, because that one is basically impossible to resolve. But due to my amazingly well-researched, reasoned, and rational video on the subject, this card has been relieved of its ban list status because, funnily enough, those plays are just not as effective as they used to be, though it is nice for anyone trying to access Diamond. So give it up to Centaur Daddy here, I'm sure they've got great things ahead in the future. Dark Tellarknight Botlamias is a rank 4 Dark Attribute Xyz monster with 2600 attack and 550 defense, requiring 2 level 4 Tellarknight monsters as material. While on the field, all face-up monsters on the field become dark. You can attach an Xyz material from this card and discard a card to special summon from your extra deck a light Tellarknight Xyz monster by using this face-up card you control as material. But also you can't Xyz summon other monsters for the rest of the turn, and this is also treated as an Xyz summon like Ptolemaeus. This effect becomes a quick effect if you have 7 or more Tellarknight monsters with different names in your grave. In the long run, this can actually end up being really nasty, because it could become a quick effect trigger on your opponent's turn, which means you get to bypass basically all the downsides while hitting your opponent at the most effective time. And even if it's not at quick effect speed, it still gets you into one of your 3 material Tellarknights with just 2 material and a discard. The Dark Attribute adjustment also gives you access to certain Xyz monsters you wouldn't have access to otherwise. For instance, Master Key Beetle. This card came out far too late to have an impact on the meta, but if it ever becomes relevant, I wouldn't be surprised if Centaur Mommy here became a big part of it. We've got the whole spectrum of Centaur-based parental figures here, which isn't what I expected from a non-tri-type deck. Tellarknight Constellar Caduceus is a rank 4 Spellcaster Xyz monster with 2500 attack and 1650 defense, requiring 2 or more level 4 monsters as material. If this card is Xyz summoned, you can target a Tellarknight card and or Constellar card in your grave and add them to your hand. You can banish a Tellarknight or Constellar monster from your hand or deck, then detach a material from this card, and this effect becomes that banished monster's activated effect when that monster is normal summoned. Okay, this card is absolutely nuts, no notes here. I don't think this makes a hybrid Tellarknight Constellar deck possible, but it does give some sweet stuff to both. In a Tellarknight deck, you can get 2 pickups by having either Altea or Lyra be the Constellar target, so any other Tellarknight card in your grave means this gets you 2 cards. And its detaching effect can be used not only to get your bread and butter combos going, but to use any utility effect you need. Heck, it's probably the best way to actually use your Zefra monster effects. For Constellars, you can trigger the Sheraton or Zubena Shamali search, the from hand summons of Aldebaran, Algieti, Virgo, or Alresha, or get a little attack boost from Acubens. This feels like the card that'll be the glue that keeps either individual deck together moving forward, to say nothing of what strange crossover brews get made. Also, can we get a shout out for how this references the Zefra cards, as Caduceus' sword has a blue diamond and the staff has a red one. It's the little things, really. Tellarknight Constellar Diamond is a rank 5- No, I'm not doing the Simo meme, I already did it for Infernoids. Tellarknight Constellar Diamond is a rank 5 Worm Xyz monster with 2700 attack and 2000 defense, requiring 3 or more level 5 light monsters as material. During your main phase 2, you can also Xyz summon this card by using a Tellarknight Xyz monster you control as Xyz material, except a copy of itself. following all the usual Chaos Xyz evolution rules. While this card has Xyz material, neither player can send cards from the deck to the grave, and any card that returns from the grave to the hand is banished instead. During either player's turn, when an opponent's dark monster activates its effects, you can detach an Xyz material from this card to negate that activation, and if you do, destroy it. This is a pretty fancy card that's got some great utility over a few formats. I'm sure we're all sick of seeing cards being sent from the deck to the grave right about now. Gosh, how many times can I mention Tirashizu in this video? And Diamond here is a 2700 point body that does that, on top of negating dark effects as long as they don't get chain blocked. Oh yeah, and this also punishes recovering cards from the grave to the hand, but keep in mind that this is reciprocal, so you won't want this on field when you go for the Xyz Caduceus. And the best part is, any level 4 deck has access to this now. Ptolemy can be made out of a minimum of 2 material, so during your main phase 2 you can just plop this on top. Or if you have 3 material to work with, you can just rank up into Diamond immediately, though it'll end up with less material. Or, in Tellarknight proper, you could make Dark Tellarknight Botlameus, but Diamond will end up with 1 less material. Or, if you're running Capella, you could just hard make it using its level modulation effect, but once again, that one seems pretty iffy. This is a pretty sweet Floodgate monster, and I look forward to its reintroduction into the meta as a way to combat grave-based and dark-centric decks. And with the return of Ptolemaeus, I suspect many players will find this to be a diamond in the rough. That does it for the Xyz monsters. Now it's time for the spells and traps. So Tellarknight Skybridge is a quick play spell card that targets a Tellarknight monster you control and special summons a Tellarknight monster with a different name from your deck. And if you do, shuffle the targeted monster into the deck. While the monster special summoned by this effect is face up on the field, you can't special summon monsters except Tellarknight monsters. This is another tool you can use to pivot into the Tellarknight monster of your choosing, either to help build up your core combo or grab you utility monsters. And as long as you Xyz summon with it ASAP, the restriction on it won't last very long. And as stated previously, this works wonders with Lyra. Just have it search Skybridge and you can turn Lyra into any Tellarknight you want. It's also good for a few niche scenarios. Because it's a quick play spell, you can bypass a number of restrictions that would normally limit your options, like using Skybridge during your opponent's end phase to summon Altair. It also gives you the chance to activate their effects more often, so you can get more value out of Alsame burns. And on top of that, the quick play nature means it can help you deal with targeted removal or effect negation, which I think is really dandy. What is with this game and printing absolutely busted bridge spell cards? Tellarknight and Crystal Beasts must have a lot to talk about. Tellarknight Genesis is a quick play spell card that destroys spell and trap cards on the field equal to the number of other Tellarknight cards you control. Ah, equal. Gotta be careful about your numbers on this one, there is no wiggle room. Also, it checks Tellarknight cards, not just monsters. So if you have any face-up spell or trap cards resolving on the field when this card resolves, including Skybridge, it'll count that too. But it will end up hitting your own cards if you're not careful, as it doesn't specify it only destroys your opponent's cards. Genesis is an odd piece of support for the theme, but does deal with pesky back row, so it's not without some merit, especially as a one-of that's searchable off of Lyra. And if you're feeling like your game plan has fallen to pieces, Genesis can help pull yourself back together. Stellar Knight Alpha is an equipped spell that can only be equipped to a Tellarknight monster you control. It gains 500 attack and defense, and is unaffected by your opponent's card effects. But if you control a face-up monster that's not a Tellarknight monster, destroy this card. Ooh, this was really close to being good, not gonna lie. See, we don't want to equip this to our base Tellarknights, because they're really just supposed to be used as material. And once they do so, the equipped spell is going to fall off, so we're going to have to look towards our boss monsters to see who can benefit most. Delteros is pretty neat, turning into a 3000 attack body that can't be affected by your opponent on top of everything else it does, and Diamond goes to 3200 so it can stick around for longer. And if you do ever want to branch into off-theme monsters without losing this, Trevor can put this back in your hand to be used later when the coast is clear. But as nifty as it sounds, being unaffected by card effects is only going to be as strong as your opponent's lack of ability to deal with equipped spells, and that's not very tough to do. And while a 500 point boost is nice, once again, it being on an equipped spell is a huge liability. Combine this with the options this card limits, and I can start to see why this card never really got out of alpha. Tellarknight Constellar is a continuous spell card, and when this card is activated, you can special summon a Tellarknight or Constellar monster from your hand or grave. While on the field, you can target a Tellarknight or Constellar Xyz monster you control, and special summon from your extra deck a Tellarknight or Constellar Xyz monster with a different rank from that monster you control, using it as material. Now this is a pretty sweet card. The on-activation effect is amazing enough on its own, giving you a way to either mobilize your monsters from hand or recover them from the grave. But it's also a free rank up or rank down magic every turn that gives both themes access to each other's Xyz monsters, though be careful, it's not quite as flexible as it may appear to be. Because the monsters need to be of a different rank, you can't turn any of the rank 4 Tellarknights into each other, as well as Constellar Omega, Precept, or the combo Caduceus. It should also be noted that Trevor, possibly one of our strongest Xyz, is still not splashable in Constellars because of its own restriction. But with all that in mind, we still have some kooky options. Any of the previously mentioned cards can become Pleiades or Ptolemy to bounce cards, or Diamond to get those sweet control effects. It can also even be used to rank change Diamond into Caduceus, which pulls double duty as removing the restriction that would hurt you off of Diamond while triggering the recovery effect from Xyz Caduceus. This also means Constellars can gain access to a wealth of Tellarknight cards, being able to go into Hyades to turn an opponent's entire board sideways before tagging into Deltaros for a pop, or Xyz Caduceus for some recovery and extension. Trust me, I know I've had some harsh things to say about this card, but aside from some minor hiccups, this card really shoots for the stars. Hexa Tellarknight is a field spell card that gives each Tellarknight Xyz monster a 200 attack and defense boost for each material attached to it. And when a Tellarknight Xyz monster you control is targeted for an attack, you can send a Tellarknight card from your hand to the grave to negate that attack. So this can give your monsters a nifty boost. Because a lot of them need 3 material, this can give them upwards of 600 extra points. This puts Trevor at 2700 and Deltaros at 3100, but I personally wouldn't dedicate spots in my deck for a boost like that, especially since all it does besides that is turn any Tellarknight card in hand into mini negate attacks. Seriously, what the hex were they thinking? Stellar Nova Wave is a continuous trap card, and once per turn during your main phase or your opponent's battle phase, you can special summon a Tellarknight monster from your hand. This one was actually pretty funky, giving you what amounted to a double summon on your turn and a way to throw out some chump blockers on your opponent's turn, all while getting their amazing effects. It's kind of like an escalation of the Monarchs, but way less rage-inducing. This is also another way to get all the benefits of cards like Altair without having to worry about those restrictions, as well as getting you extra effects on your opponent's turn. Use this to consistently increase your advantage, and your opponent will eventually have to wave goodbye to their chances of victory. Stellar Nova Alpha is a counter trap card, and when a Speller trap card or monster effect is activated, you can send a face-up Tellarknight monster you control to the grave to negate the activation, and if you do, destroy it. Then draw a card. This card was absolutely oppressive back in the day. Omni negates weren't quite as widespread as they are now, and on top of being able to stop anything, this also went value neutral, trading the counter trap for whatever your opponent played, and the sending cost with a draw. This allows you to convert any leftover Tellarknight monsters from your plays into a way to keep your board safe or your opponent's plans gummed up, and was even better when you sent the Xyz monsters away because those could float, which actually ended up getting you a +1. If a Tellarknight player ever got ahead and drew enough of these, it was almost impossible to get ahead. And while neutral trades like this are no longer as powerful as they once were, I still feel like it's an important card not only to this theme's toolbox, but to its identity as well. The only drawback is that this technically isn't an on-theme card, so you're not able to recycle it with Beetlejuice. Seriously, this is one of the few cards that would have been totally worth recycling with it, and it totally whiffs. This also implies that using the word Nova is a drawback, and I take personal offense to that. Honestly, it should make the card better. Alright, that's all the Tellarknight cards, but what do we do with them? Well, I think it's safe to say that we've got a lot of powerful control tools, so we might as well use them. Our goal is to steadily increase our card advantage while using our impressive toolbox to deal with a variety of situations, all the while whittling down our opponent's life points until there's nothing left but space dust. But what can we play to help them out? Well, picking the right rank 4 loadout for any given format is going to be key. Abyss Dweller is a must-have at time of recording, with cards like Tornado Dragon, Baguska, and Dugaris putting in some work as well. We also have access to the light exclusive Xyz monsters we talked about in the Constellar video, allowing us to pivot into Omega, Star Liege, Star Seraph, and Bujinte Tsukuyomi. But if your opponent leaves a small monster in attack position, well, one of the best ways to ensure your opponent doesn't mess with you is that they don't have the ability to do anything at all. So you can take any 2 Tellarknights and make Utopia double, giving you access to a 10k monster to close things out. But if you don't want to run the possible brick of double or nothing, you have other options too. Because most of our monsters are warriors, you can make Heroic Challenger Excalibur or Blade Armor Ninja, both with their own strengths and weaknesses. Blade Armor can technically deal more damage and can attack multiple monsters if need be, but Excalibur can take out massive monsters all by itself. Though if you have the room, you could just run both. Finding ways to summon our Tellarknights as often as possible is going to be key to our success. Back to the Front and Monster Reborn are both pretty neat, but a classic option has been Call of the Haunted. This gets any number of Tellarknights out of our grave and has some very fun interactions. See, Call of the Haunted self-destructs if the associated monster leaves the field, but if that monster is used as Xyz material, technically it didn't leave the field, but it is no longer a monster, which means it's no longer associated with Call of the Haunted, and vice versa. So it just kind of sticks around on the field until it gets destroyed by an effect. And that means it'll get bounced back to hand with Trigger, so you can do that all over again. But Call of the Haunted might have just been usurped, as it also got a bit of an update in Cyberstorm Access. Double hooking. It works largely the same, but requires a discard and summons up to 2 monsters. And they can even be in defense position. The bad news is that it works like Widespread Dud, where if either of the summoned monsters leave the field, double hooking gets destroyed, which in turn destroys the associated monsters. But there's the rub. It is otherwise worded exactly like Call of the Haunted, so you can get the on-summon effects of your Tellarknights, then overlay them to lose nothing. Then it can be triggered right back to the hand like usual, so you can do it all over again. And no, I am not convinced this is a coincidence. The Trap Trick structure deck is built like a modern hat list. They know what they're doing. As a control deck, we have an obligation to see what floodgates work best with us. As a largely monotype and attribute deck, Gozen and Rivalry are, of course, fantastic. You might also want to consider running Artifact Scythe. Yeah, it's mercilessly unfun, but while it's legal, it is an option. By using Genesis, you can pop your own Scythe on your opponent's turn, and we can even bounce Scythe back to hand with Trigger to do it all over again. And while Link summoning isn't exactly our forte, very little keeps us from doing it. So if we don't need Trigger, we can make Dagda to make the process go a bit smoother. Not to mention that Sanctum fits right in with us. And bonus, we're already playing a ton of quick effect revival cards, so we can abuse Scythe with that too. The takeaway here is that you can get absolutely despicable with this card if you want to be. As for generic warrior support, reinforcement of the army is pretty good, while warrior returning alive can be pretty useful for setting up Vega. Isolde is also another good setup tool for later turns, while potentially summoning another warrior to work with. Sending 4 equip spells is a bit much, but Fireflint Lady is only 1, and gives you a free hand summon. But what equip should we use? Well, even though Premature Burial is banned, Xyz Caduceus actually opened up the door for another card we can abuse, Different Dimension Reincarnation. It's less efficient thanks to the discard, but you are able to banish a Tellarknight of choice out of your deck using Xyz Cad's effect to mimic a normal summon, then bring that monster back with a DDR, which you can then loop with a Trigger summon. And any spare copies that are stranded in your deck can be used for Isolde summon effect. As for a silly tech pick, well, at first I was thinking Poker Knights, because they have a cycle of cards that get added back from your grave to your hand by shuffling Light Warriors from your grave back into your deck, but then I remembered that you actually want to keep those monsters in the grave to synergize with your effects. Also, the Phase Card Knights don't really bring anything to the table in terms of Tellarknights. If Arcanonite Joker was good, that'd be a whole different take, but it's not, so it isn't. Not even for a joke. So instead, how about Obelisk the Tormentor? All of our monsters don't just have to be used as Xyz material, so as long as you can ensure you don't use Altair or Altea, you can tribute those monsters and proceed to swing with your giant untargetable monster. And with how easy it is to get more material, you'll have what you need to tribute for Obelisk's board wipe effect, and in turn, use their impressive suite of burn options to close out the game. And that's all I have to say about Tellarknights. I'd be surprised if the new additions were enough to help them break into the meta, especially with Bestials running around, but I would be pleasantly surprised. While I've had my bad memories facing down the deck, I still respect the powerful grind game and repeatability that makes every effect feel like a huge increase in value. So keep your head held high, because with the right timing, we can make this deck a complete Tellar nightmare. Oh god, if those two themes cross over, I'm gonna lose it. But now, I want to hear what you all have to say. Will Tellarknights leave the competition starstruck, or are they a bit too spaced out? And which Xyz monster is your favorite? Honestly, I find the main deck ones to be a bit too samey, but Diamond looks radical. And make sure you like and subscribe so we can get to Qli Explained at 50k, and share this video with someone you know who loves Yu-Gi-Oh! It really does a lot to help me out. Hello everyone, GoldenNova here. It's Patron Week, and that means I'm covering themes decided by the people who go the extra mile to keep this channel going. This month, we're revisiting the world of Duel Terminal once again, specifically the post-Duelist Alliance era. The Shaddolls are on the advance, looking to make contact with the Naturius Sacred Tree. The Zing have fallen to their corruption, doing their bidding like puppets on strings. And now, the current residents of this mighty forest must take a stand. Properly premiering in the February 2015 deck build pack, The Secret Forces, Ritual Beasts hit the scene as one of the gimmickiest sets ever printed.
In a world where light and darkness ruled, they chose the path of wind. In a world of dragons, spellcasters, and warriors, they walked the Gemknight path of pyros, thunders, and aquas. And in a world where Shaddoll fusion existed, letting you use material directly from your deck, Ritual Beasts insisted on contact fusion.
Heck, they insisted on being a fusion deck despite being called Ritual Beasts. Suffice it to say, they're a bit of an iconoclast, and while I was deeply annoyed when sitting across the dueling table from them, I can't deny how fascinating they are to talk about. So, without further ado, let's go pet all these adorable critters, align our spirits to achieve our true forms, then see if there's anyone else who wants to get in touch with their wild side. It's time to break out those animal handling checks, cause we're talking about Ritual Beasts. So, what's the deal with Ritual Beasts? Well, they're a series of wind attribute monsters that are cleverly split up between a few sub-themes. We've got the Ritual Beast Tamers, who are all psychics and represent the druid/ranger of the dynamic. The Spiritual Beasts, which represent a bunch of types, taking on the animal companion role, and the Ritual Beast Ulties, showing off what the two can do when they combine their powers. But since all those names contain the core Ritual Beast wording, they all get to be under the same umbrella. Neat. They also all share a unique quirk. Each of the main deck monsters have a condition that allows them to only be special summoned once per turn each. So if you special summon an Apelio, you can't do it again for the rest of the turn. This might seem like a weird restriction in the age of special summon spamming, but it's actually kind of important. Our main focus is on contact fusion, banishing materials on field to get our ulti beasts. And those fusions can tag into those banished Ritual Beasts. So if you were allowed to do this an infinite number of times, things would get truly unreasonable. Let's kick things off with the Tamers, who largely focus on deploying our monsters to access our fusions. First up is Ritual Beast Tamer Lara, a level 1 monster with 100 attack and 2000 defense, and if normal summoned, you can target a Ritual Beast monster in your grave and special summon it. Now, we don't usually send our Ritual Beasts to the grave, though we're no stranger to it. So, any monster we set up in there, Lara can bring back to jumpstart our plays, making for an excellent card during the mid to late game. And don't think I didn't see what you did there, designers. You have a character named Lara raiding tombs. Or, I guess, graveyards. Very funny. Ritual Beast Tamer Elder is a level 2 monster with 200 attack and 1000 defense, and after you normal summon this card, you can normal summon a Ritual Beast monster during your main phase this turn, in addition to your regular normal summon and set. Now, this is probably the best card that you can see in your opening hand. It gets you another monster on board via normal summoning, meaning you can potentially go into one of your ultis without ever needing to lock off any of your special summons. The phrasing for its effect is also pretty interesting, and I think it's actually unique among the extra normal summon enablers. It's not an activated effect, and it's also not while this card is face up on the field, like Seraphinite. This means it's almost completely immune to any kind of effect negation in response to its normal summon, aside from just negating the summon altogether. Veiler, Imperm, Hot Red Dragon Archfiend Abyss, because by the time you get to the activation window, the effect is already applied, meaning nothing short of a skill drain that's already face up on the field is gonna stop this, that tricky old codger. I guess you really can teach an old dog new tricks. Like, remember Kamui, Hope of Gusto? This is him now. Feel old yet? Ritual Beast Tamer Wen is a level 3 monster with 1500 attack and 1000 defense, and if this card is normal summoned, you can target one of your banished Ritual Beast monsters and special summon it. This means Wen fills a similar role to Lara, but from the much more popular Banished Zone. This also means you have incredible coverage, because ignoring the deck, these tamers cover summons from the hand, grave, and Banished Zone. This does sometimes mean you'll run into situations, especially early on, where you get the wrong tamer at the wrong time. This doesn't make it a bad card though, far from it. More ways to access your monsters is invaluable, especially during the late game when you'll have your pick of the litter. Just know that it's not a question of if you'll brick, but when. And hey, would you look at that, we're talking about Zefra again. Twice in 1 month, can you believe it? The same restrictions apply as with the Tellarknight ones. While they're in the scales, you can't pendulum summon, except to pendulum Ritual Beast or Zefras. Though, funny note, pendulum summoning your Ritual Beasts is actually kind of a bad move, because not only are you locking off their special summon from that point on, which you might need, but it also robs your tamers of their effects because they only work on normal summon. Anyway, Ritual Beast Tamer Zefra Explained is a level 3 monster with 1000 attack and 1500 defense and a scale of 1. When this card is normal or pendulum summoned, you can target a Ritual Beast or Zefra monster in your grave, except a copy of itself, and special summon it, but destroy it during the end phase. So this effectively counts as another copy of Lara, and while the monster will be destroyed during the end phase, ideally it won't come to that. And honestly, the redundancy is more than welcome. Not only is it more opportunities to recover yarded Ritual Beasts, but it's another unique name which broadens our special summon options. And as long as we banish Zefra Explained for the Contact Fusion, we never have to worry about it being stuck in the extra deck, so we can use it over and over again. And if that wasn't miracle enough, look, a penguin is airborne! Flightless bird my ass. Ritual Beast Tamer Zefra Wendy is a level 3 monster with 1500 attack and 1000 defense and a scale of 7. If this card is normal or pendulum summoned, you can add a face-up Zefra monster from your extra deck to your hand, except a copy of itself. Now, I might be singing a different tune when we do Zefra Explained, but I just do not like this card in Ritual Beasts. It's just not good. I mean, its only target is Zefra Explained. Maybe you can justify playing it as another Ritual Beast name to help your summon options, but that is the only reason you'd be playing this in this deck, hands down. You know, the lore is all about how Wen is an absurdly powerful psychic, especially when the eyes are open, so how are they worse than El Shaddoll Wendigo? Spiritual Beast Tamer Winda is a level 4 monster with 1600 attack and 1800 defense, and if this card in its owner's possession is destroyed by an opponent's card, you can special summon a Ritual Beast monster from your deck or extra deck, ignoring summoning conditions. This is probably one of the dopest cards you have access to, because getting immediate access to your ulties is pretty wild, as well as the added benefit of summoning out any other member of your theme from the deck if you need the utility. The other big things about this is that Winda here counts as both a Spiritual Beast and a Ritual Beast Tamer, which means they can fulfill either half of our Contact Fusion requirements. Though Winda is going to be in this section because they're a psychic, even though there's an argument for them to be in the next section because Winda's a party animal. Alright, now it's time for the other side of the coin, the Spiritual Beasts. Fun note, all of them are level 4 monsters, meaning we surprisingly have good access to the rank 4 toolbox. Spiritual Beast Apelio is a pyro monster with 1800 attack and 200 defense, and once per turn during either player's turn, you can banish a Ritual Beast card from your grave, and for the rest of the turn, all Ritual Beast monsters you control gain 500 attack and defense. Notably, this does not say currently control on there, so this boost is a lingering effect that'll give all your on-theme monsters a little boost even if they weren't around when the effect resolved. It's also not a hard once per turn, so multiple copies of Apelio can activate this in the same turn, stacking that bonus. Heck, you can use the effect, Contact Fuse into an ulti, then use it to tag back into Apelio, provided it wasn't already special summoned that turn of course, and get the boost again, at quick effect speed! Not to mention you're getting monsters back into the banish zone where they're most useful. Though you can also banish your spells and traps too, it's not picky. Except when it comes to the dry food, it'll still not eat that. What's going on here? Spiritual Beast Kanahawk is a thunder monster with 1400 attack and 600 defense, and once per turn you can banish a Ritual Beast card from your deck face up. And during your second standby phase after this effect's activation, add the card banished by this effect to your hand. Yeah, they printed an archetypal gold sarcophagus on a monster, but check this out, it's even better. Since we'll be tagging monsters in and out of the banished zone, Kanahawk is secretly a way to get more names into rotation immediately, though you can banish some support cards on the off chance the game goes long enough for you to pick them up. And like Apelio, this is a soft once per turn, so you could end up stacking a lot of delayed searches in a single turn. It may seem like an innocuous effect, but Kanahawk has proven that they're as good as gold. Sark. Or wait, should I make a Goldango reference here? Y'all play Pokemon, right? Spiritual Beast Petalfin is an aqua monster with 0 attack and 2000 defense, and once per turn you can banish a Ritual Beast card from your hand, then target a card your opponent controls and return it to the hand. Not too shabby, it basically turns any on-theme card in your hand into an immediate compulsory evacuation device against any card your opponent controls, not just monsters. And if the card you banished was a monster, it can actually be a way to enable your plays too, though like Apelio and Kanahawk, it's not picky about what kind of card you banish. Though I think it says a lot that between the three of them, Petalfin is the least busted out of the original trio. But don't take that as an insult, because this card still plays swimmingly. Spiritual Beast Rampangu is a beast monster, fittingly enough, with 1600 attack and 400 defense. And once per turn, you can banish a Ritual Beast monster from your extra deck and send a Ritual Beast monster with the same type as that monster from your deck to the grave. Now, this all feels a little counterintuitive. While we like having our cards banished, our fusions don't really do anything in there, and sending monsters to the grave is a bit off. But it does set up Lara's revival effect, as well as giving more fuel to Apelio. And even if we banish our fusions, we've got a pretty cheeky and efficient way to make use of them. And because you can banish any card from your extra deck, you can banish the Zefra Pendulum monster stuck in there, getting them back into rotation, which means Zefra Wendy is even more useless. Damn, this little guy does everything. They're really good at rampanguing up your strategy. Okay, that does it for the beasts, that does it for the tamers. Now it's time for the ulties, and these come with a lot of instructions. So, to reiterate, the ulties are contact fusions, so you don't use polymerization. Instead, you banish their material from the field face up and can't be special summoned by other ways, those material being a Ritual Beast Tamer and a Spiritual Beast. And also, they can return to the extra deck at quick effect speed to target 2 of your banished monsters, a Ritual Beast Tamer and a Spiritual Beast, and special summon them in defense position. You're not able to summon them in attack position, so no battle phase tomfoolery here, but the best part is that they don't have to tag into the monsters used as material for its summon. For instance, if you took a Lara and an Apelio to make an ulti, you can have that ulti tag out into a Wen and Petalfin. So the more names you have banished, the more targets you'll have for special summon tagging. And the faster you can set those up, the better. Oh, and also they're all level 6. Well, not all of them, there are some exceptions, but we'll point those out when we get to them. Ritual Beast Ulti Apelio is a Pyro monster with 2600 attack and 400 defense, and if this card attacks, it's unaffected by other card effects until the end of the damage step. This is one of our deck's main ways of pushing for damage, as it has the highest base total of our base fusions. And while it's only a temporary towers, at least it'll be safe from battle step shenanigans. The only issue is that it's kind of a Nomba with its base form. See, it's unaffected by all card effects, not just your opponents. So if you have any attack boosts going on, like, say, the original Apelio, once you attack with Ulti Apelio, those all fall off. So if you want to make the most of those boosts, you're gonna have to find another vector for them. Still, don't let that one downside deter you. Its ability to quick swap means you can dodge anything outside the battle step, so despite it being a big ol' kitty, it'll be difficult to pause this monster's attacks. Ritual Beast Ulti Petalfin is an aqua monster with 200 attack and 2800 defense that can't be destroyed by card effects. And that's all. No other effects, no advantage to be gained, it's just a big wall. But in their defense, they're very good at being a wall. All destruction-based removal effects just bounce right off them, even your own, so torrential tribute shenanigans are technically available to you. And if your opponent leverages non-destruction removal, or can just attack over 2800, you can tag them into your component monsters to save some of your bacon. And if your opponent has a kaiju, then you're gonna have to cry about it, sorry about that. If you lack the gas to make a more impactful play, Ulti Petalfin is here to give you time to gear up, because that's their purpose. Ritual Beast Ulti Kanahawk is a thunder monster with 1400 attack and 1600 defense, and once per turn you can target 2 of your banished Ritual Beast cards, return them to the grave, and if you do, add a Ritual Beast card from your deck to your And oh boy, this is the one I've been waiting to talk about the entire video. Like, look at how lame this card is. Its stats are low, and its search effect requires a lot of setup, which is of course why this card was on the limited list for 5 years shortly after it was released. Yeah, despite never having been a highly tiered threat, this card by itself was such an annoying advantage engine, not to mention a huge drag on time. And it wasn't just because it lacked a hard once per turn clause either, because it was actually a lot more powerful than it looked on paper. Like, if you read it, it just seems to gobble up resources. You have to put 2 banished cards back into your grave, and keep 2 more banished in reserve just to tag out. But if you used those 2 effects at the same time, you could get yourself a 25% discount. It's really weird, but let me talk you through it. Say you have an Ulti Kanahawk on field, and a Rampengu, Lara, and a Pelio banished. Let's also assume that none of them have been special summoned this turn. You activate Ulti's search effect, targeting a Pelio and Lara, but then, once priority passes back to you, activate Ulti's tag out effect, targeting Lara and Rampengu. Now at this point you've double targeted Lara, but check this out. We resolve backwards, summoning Lara and Rampengu. Then, you return all of the cards you targeted with Ulti's search effect to the grave. And because the effect says return them to the grave, not return both to the grave, you put a Pelio into the grave and still get that search. And funnily enough, because you can recycle your fusions, the limited status on this card didn't really stop you from doing this, but rather just made it more vulnerable to interruption. Though, now it's unlimited, so we're all clear on that. Ulti Kanahawk is integral to the theme, as it searches out literally all your on-theme cards, so it gets us what we need when we need it, and with the right sequencing, can be done multiple times per turn. Kana get a W in chat for that? Ritual Beast Ulti Gaia Pelio is where things go a little bit off the rail. They're a level 10 light psychic fusion monster with 3200 attack and 2100 defense, and require the usual Ritual Beast Tamer and Spiritual Beast material, but also needs a Ritual Beast ulti on top of that. Yeah, that's a 3 material contact fusion, and one of them has to be one of your extra deck monsters. A hefty cost to be sure. Another thing that's different here is that it's not able to tag out, but if summoned using its own summon procedure, it gains an effect where, during either player's turn, when a spell card, trap card, or monster effect is activated, you can banish a Ritual Beast card from your hand to negate the activation, and if you do, destroy it. And in a nod to its Naturia heritage, it's not once per turn, much like Beast and Barkion, which means that once this is on the field, Gaia Pelio turns every on-theme card in your hand into an Omni-negate. And people said Herald of Perfection was boring. But that gains this effect clause is a little weird. What's up with that? Well, unfortunately the developers were annoyingly thorough with their templating. Gaia Pelio is a viable summon off of Winda's floating effect, because it ignores summoning conditions, which would mean that in a vacuum, an Omni-negate generator would only be a single destruction effect away. So when summoned by any way except contact fusion, it's basically a vanilla, which I guess is fair? Still, even if it just ends up being a gigantic vanilla, there's still a lot of value in that, especially because it'll be affected by a Pelio's boost. So this can make a great game ender, or a way to run over a huge monster. And honestly, using them that way is arguably more in flavor, because Basilio Drake didn't have any effects either. I love it. But wait, there's more. We've also got a Link monster to add to the mix. Ritual Beast Ulti Keeman Falcos is a Link 2 Wind Psychic monster with 1800 attack, requiring 2 Ritual Beast monsters as material. Ritual Beast monsters this card points to gain 600 attack and defense, and you can banish a Ritual Beast card from your grave to, immediately after this effect resolves, normal summon a Ritual Beast monster from your hand. And like its fusion counterparts, you can quick tag out into a banished Spiritual Beast and Ritual Beast Tamer. So Keeman Falcos changes the game plan a bit, which I'm certainly not complaining about. Its more lenient material is kind of like a parallel to Winda, where it takes any 2 members of the theme, not just one from each side. And because you're Link summoning, not contact fusing, the materials get sent to the graveyard. Which is a little sad, but Keeman's extra normal summon effect will let you banish one of them, which is nice. But this does mean that, especially during the early game, it's more difficult for Keeman to tag out by itself, so be careful where and when you go into this Link. But aside from that, it's fantastic. It's like having an Elder that lives in your extra deck, which is awesome, and gives you a little boost to beat over monsters, though Apelio is still going to miss out. And honestly, just having a monster you can link climb with has its own world of utility baked right in. It's also probably the best material to make ulti Gaiapelio, because unlike the fusions, our link monster lacks any summon restriction at all, so it can be revived with Wen and Lara. This is a huge boon to the theme, especially from the mid-game onward, and really helps the theme soar to new heights. That about does it for the 3-ring circus. Now it's time for the spells and traps. Ritual Beast Return is a quick play spell that banishes a Ritual Beast monster from your hand, then targets one of your Ritual Beast monsters that are either banished or in your grave and special summons it. I think this card is super good. Return can mobilize a Ritual Beast you otherwise wouldn't be able to, whether because your hand was too clogged with monsters, or you're taking advantage of a name you hadn't special summoned that turn that you otherwise wouldn't be able to, especially during your opponent's turn when you have a little less control of that. Though the hidden mode of this card is that you can special summon a Ritual Beast monster from your hand. All you gotta do is banish it for that cost, then target it, and bam, free hand summon. Though remember, with stuff like this, you do need to already have a legal target to activate the card in the first place. Your best target's probably gonna be Ulti Kimun Falcos if it ends up in either of those zones, because it can turn into 2 more monsters. So if you find that you're losing control of a game, try resolving this to return things to normal. Ritual Beast's Bond is a quick play spell that banishes 2 Ritual Beast monsters you control to special summon a Ritual Beast monster from your extra deck, ignoring summoning conditions. This is the closest thing we have to a fusion spell, though can also summon our Link monster, and is very helpful in a number of ways. 1, if you have 2 Tamers or 2 Beasts, you can use them to summon any of your extra deck monsters despite the mismatch. 2, being at quick effect speed, you can use this on your opponent's turn after you've tagged out to allow you to tag back into a fusion when you otherwise wouldn't be able to. It's also another way to get Gaiapelio onto the board, though it runs into the same issues as when summoning it via Winda. And while it may stop that effect, you know what it doesn't stop? Using it during the battle phase to get even more attacks in. So it's not just any fake fusion, it's fake El Shaddoll fusion. Ritual Beast Ambush is a normal trap card that targets one of your Ritual Beast Tamers and one of your Spiritual Beast monsters that are either banished and or are in your grave, and special summon them in defense position. But after you activate this card, you can't special summon monsters except Ritual Beasts for the rest of the turn. Now, this is a fantastic way to regain board presence, getting back the component parts of an ulti summon. And while the Tamers won't be of much additional use since it's not being normal summoned, your Beasts are brimming with useful effects. And because this is a trap card, you can just summon the ones with the best defense stats to keep them safe in case of a big offensive push. Alternatively, you can activate this during your opponent's end phase so that the once per turn special summon restriction will wear off almost immediately, giving you even more options during your turn. In fact, that's the best way to use it mechanically and flavorfully, as, like an ambush, you're just springing them on your opponent at the last minute. That's an ambush that's so on point, the only way it could be more in line with the story is if it let you summon El Shaddoll Wendigo. Ritual Beast Steeds is a normal trap card that you can activate if you control a Ritual Beast monster, and it destroys monsters on the field up to the number of Ritual Beast monsters you control. This card is actually incredibly legit. At worst, it's a 1-for-1 trade that doesn't target, and scales incredibly well with your Ritual Beast numbers. You can even pull some cheeky stuff off, because it checks how many you control at resolution, not at activation. So if you control one of your base fusions and your opponent agrees to let this card resolve, you can tag out your ulti on the same chain to increase the number of monsters you can pop. And because it doesn't target, not only does this bypass any targeting protection, it also means you can be very flexible with what you destroy once it actually resolves. Heck, it even says destroy up to, so you don't have to worry about being exact, though you are able to destroy your own monsters in case you splash anything in with floating effects. So it's no exaggeration that you can ride these steeds to victory. Alright, that's all of our cards, but what do we do with them? Well, it's not out of the question for us to win the game out of nowhere with sheer numbers, but it's not aggressively aggro. We don't have the ability to stack up a ton of big monsters efficiently, but we can knock our opponent sideways to give us an opportunity to lay on the damage once we get the all clear, so control is our floor plan, and our support card should help and complement our objective of being elusive before going in for the kill. but what can we play to help them out? Well, as with most control decks, I feel compelled to talk about Floodgates. Gozen is pretty good since almost all of our monsters are wind, but Rivalry is a no-go. But despite having many types, I'm apprehensive about the use of there can be only one, as there's enough overlap to make this a bit too risky. But the Floodgates I think fit us best are the ban list's latest offerings. We play very well with the Banished Zone, so Macrocosmos and Dimensional Fissure are pretty keen. And if you need to establish anything sooner, Dimension Shifter is also pretty neat. Emergency Teleport doesn't exactly have the same kind of impact in our deck that other decks do. I'm looking at you, punk. But all of our original Tamers are targets for this card, so if we need an extra body on board and we haven't used up their special summon that turn, this is certainly an option. Not to mention that this does open up the possibility for splashing in other level 3 or lower psychic monsters. I'm looking at you, punk? Win the Wind Channeler is a potentially good searcher. It doesn't search all of our monsters, most egregious being Lara, because it'd be great to revive the discarded Ritual Beast, but it does search Zefra to fill that role, and can potentially unbrick you with cards like Elder and Wen, or enablers like Kanahawk and Rampengu. Also, it's another flavor win. Because Win is Winda's little sister. Yeah, Charmers are dual terminal canon, ain't that weird? Since all of our beasts are level 4, we can dedicate some slots in our extra deck to rank 4s, and while of course we should keep an eye out for the staples, Abyss Dweller to stop graveyard hijinks, Tornado Dragon for back row removal, Baguska for the funniest skill drain ever, but when I see a wind deck can make Xyz, I'm on the lookout for the crown jewel, Lightning Chidori. On summon, it tucks a set card your opponent controls to the bottom of their deck, and can detach a material every turn to Ryza an opponent's face-up card, putting it on top of their deck. It's an excellent piece of removal to pressure your opponent, and has a pretty nice stat line to boot. While Kanahawk is a gold sarcophagus on legs, that doesn't mean you shouldn't also play gold sarc. It's basically just a free extra activation of it to get your names into rotation. If you want to be extra wild though, try playing Necroface too. It's like your own exclusive version of the Ishizu tier mills. Both of you are going to banish, but you're more likely to tip over some names you'd like to see, while your opponent probably isn't playing Metaphys. And while we lack a good way to banish Necroface outside of Gold Sarc, we can always banish it while under our Banish Floodgates effects. As for a silly tech pick, and get ready to see this crop up in a lot of these sections moving forward, Time Rending Morganite. Now, like everything, this does lock off our ability to use hand traps, which is pretty crippling. But when it comes to talking about archetypes, there's a few things we need to keep in mind before throwing this in. 1. Does this deck have monster effects that activate in the hand? For us, no, so we're clear of that. I mean, we do want to run Dimension Shifter, but we're probably activating this before we even have the chance to play a normal spell card, so I think it clears. 2. Does our deck meaningfully care about normal summons? Yes, our original Tamers only trigger on normal summon, and even getting our beasts out of hand without using a special summon is great for keeping our plays open. 3. Will we benefit from the extra draws? Yeah, most of the time. After all, we are a control deck, so we want to see the game drag on as long as possible. This means more draw phases, which in turn means more gas. Plus, any additional Morganites we draw means we can keep our normal summon effects safe, which is just a nice bonus. And that's all I have to say about Ritual Beasts. This deck has got to be one of my favorites in terms of concept, mechanics, and design. It almost feels like a mischievous cousin of Gladiator Beasts, using Contact Fusion to run circles around our opponent rather than facing them head on. While a modern meta reappearance isn't very likely in their future, it's still exciting to see them in action, and is a pleasant brain teaser to pilot. And because they're a lore archetype, you never know when they're going to get that second wind. But now, I want to hear what you all have to say. Are Ritual Beasts the tag team of the century, or are they still a bit out of step? And which spiritual beast is your favorite? I'm partial to Rampengu myself, though it's a shame we haven't had an Apelio plushie yet, or a Pedalfin one, or Kanahawk for that matter. This might be more of a difficult choice than I thought, but you know what isn't a difficult choice? Hitting that like and subscribe button so we can get to 50k for Qli Explained. And also, make sure you share this video with someone you know who loves Yu-Gi-Oh! It really does a lot to help me out. Hello everyone, GoldenNova here, and it's time for Patron Week, where I show my undying gratitude to those who go above and beyond to help keep this channel going. This month, we're going to be touching on one of the few archetypes to be considered Tier 0. In the lore, they're practitioners of forbidden rituals, adapted to fight a vicious foe that corrupts the world around them. In paper, they push the ritual mechanic to and beyond the breaking point, turning light blue cards from Hungry Burger memes to competitive apex predators. Hit after hit on the Forbidden and Limited list were levied against them, so many in fact that it felt like the deck could never be stopped, until they've settled on where they are now, a shadow of what they once were, progenitors of things like Shinobirds and Drytron. So today, we pay homage to these frostbitten trailblazers. Let's see what cards we can chip out of the ice, bring to life these ancient rites, then see if we can find any support that reflects our values. It's time to tailor the game plan around Nekroz. But before we continue, a quick reminder to please like and subscribe if you've enjoyed my content so far. We're on the road to 100,000 subscribers, and there's no better way to get there than on our Duel runners. Our next stop is 40k, which means Leo and Luna Explained, where we'll be covering Ancient Fairy Dragon's companions, the Power Tool Dragons, Morphtronics, and any other cards that are more than meets the eye. Also, check out my Discord, where I must remind everyone that Delilah has threatened my life in fictional canon, but not real-life canon. Just want to make that clear. And my Twitch, where you can watch me put all my lessons to the test live with viewer duels. And if you want to go that extra mile, join my Patreon, where you can get my videos early and help us reach these video milestones. Thank you all so much for watching, and now, back to the video. So, what's the deal with Nekroz? Well, they're a series of mostly water attribute monsters, some effect, some ritual. Each half has their own similarities and roles, so we'll have to cover them in separate sections. But one thing is always true. Everything they do, it synergizes and enhances with ritual summoning. In the lore, all the members of the effect part of the theme are members of previous archetypes, coming from various eras of the Ice Barrier and Gishki themes, with the rituals being the same characters, donning armor made of previous powerful synchro monsters in the Duel Terminal lore's past, creatures who are long since past, given new form. In fact, the name itself is meant to be a combination of Nekro and cloth. So while the Nekroz are one of the protagonists, just remember that they go around wearing skin suits. And if that doesn't get you in the All Hallows Eve spirit, I don't know what will. Let's start with the orange monsters, and Shurit, Strategist of the Nekroz, is a pretty good first card. They're a level 3 warrior monster with 300 attack and 1800 defense, and if you ritual summon exactly one Nekroz ritual monster with a card effect that requires the use of monsters, this card can be used as the entire requirement. If this card is tributed by a card effect, you can add a warrior Nekroz ritual monster from your deck to your hand. We'll see a lot of this moving forward, effects that trigger when tributed by a card effect, something that lines up very well with ritual summoning. It might seem a little late to get a ritual monster after you've been used as ritual material, but trust me, it works out very well for us. Being used as the entire material for a Nekroz ritual summon is also a huge deal, as a lot of them, especially our good ones, are both high level and have restrictions that normally keep you from using a single monster to fulfill the entire requirements. This card was so good, in fact, it was limited almost as soon as it came out, was banned shortly thereafter, and stayed that way for years before finally coming back to 3 near the end of 2019. But hey, the best way to get people to stop viewing you as a threat is to stay out of the limelight for a while, so that's a pretty good strategy. Ariel, Priestess of the Nekroz, is a level 4 psychic monster with 1000 attack and 1800 defense, and once per turn you can reveal any number of Nekroz cards in your hand to either increase or reduce this card's level by the number of cards revealed until the end of this turn. And if this card is tributed by a card effect, you can add a Nekroz monster from your deck to your hand, except a ritual monster. So this can turn into any of your other effect monsters to line up a needed effect, and you can manipulate Ariel's level to help accomplish those ritual summons. Decreasing levels might seem weird, but when it comes to accommodating for levels, it does come in handy. Also, it doesn't specify it can't be used as material for any kind of summon, so while this card can already help you make a mean Abyss Dweller in the water deck, by going down a level, Leviair is now on the table, and we are gonna banish a lot. And they've got the classic Alistair stat line, meaning nothing bad is liable to ever happen to him. Dance Princess of the Nekroz is a level 4 spellcaster monster with 1600 attack and 800 defense, and while on the field, your opponent can't activate cards or effects in response to the activation of a Nekroz ritual spell card. And Nekroz ritual monsters you control can't be targeted by an opponent's card effect. If this card is tributed by a card effect, you can target one of your banished Nekroz monsters, accept a copy of this card, and add it to your hand. And no, that's not a typo on our end, that's an issue on Konami's end. And they had a reprint to fix this too, so I don't know what to tell you. value. It's still even like this in the official database, for crying out loud, so by all accounts that last effect shouldn't actually work. But operating on the assumption that it does, it's a pretty cool way to get back banished material to complete the cycle. And while on the field, it provides some pretty cool protection. But be careful about that wording. It provides targeting protection, very nice, and keeps your opponent from responding to the activation of Nekroz ritual spell cards. So their grave effects will still be fair game for your opponent to mess with. But it's hard to look away when you see that dance, water dance. Great Sorcerer of the Nekroz is a level 4 spellcaster monster with 1500 attack and 800 defense, and if this card is tributed by a card effect, you can add a spellcaster Nekroz ritual monster from your deck to your hand. And if this card is banished, you can send a Nekroz monster from your deck to the grave, but you can only use one effect per turn and only once per turn. Being able to scoop up your spellcaster rituals is very good and actually combos fairly well with its banishing effect. Not only will you set up other Nekroz monsters to be banished, one of our spellcaster rituals has a way of snapping up cards from your grave. So they're a good sorcerer, not quite sure if I call him a great sorcerer. Egza, Enforcer of the Nekroz, is a level 5 dragon monster with 2000 attack and 1000 defense, and if this card is tributed by a card effect, you can add a dragon Nekroz ritual monster from your deck to your hand. And if this card is banished, you can target one of your banished Nekroz monsters, except this card, and special summon that monster. And you can only use one of these effects per turn, and only once per turn. Since the dragon rituals don't have a deep amount of utility, Egza doesn't see a lot of play in turn, especially on top of the fact that 5 levels are harder to use as a monster. And having more levels in our deck isn't exactly a plus for ritual summoning. And while, in the context of being ritual material, adding to hand is basically the same as special summoning, you can't even use the effect to revive properly summoned ritual monsters because they all have a clause that make it so you can only ritual summon them. But it does recycle our effect monsters, meaning we can potentially use their on tribute and on banish effects again, and sorry, I get all emotional when these little goopers grow up, I can't stand it. Zefra Saber, we're actually gonna have to cover some Zefra cards here since they overlap with a ton of archetypes. Zefra Saber, Swordmaster of the Nekroz, is a level 4 spellcaster pendulum monster with 1500 attack and 800 defense with a scale of 1. As a pendulum scale, you can't pendulum summon monsters except Nekroz and Zefra monsters, an effect that can't be negated. As a monster, you can tribute this card from your hand or face up on your field to tribute monsters from your hand or field, then ritual summon a Nekroz ritual monster from your hand whose levels exactly equal the total levels of those monsters. That makes Saber here the secret 4th Nekroz ritual spell. It doesn't have any special grave effects, but as a monster, it helps bypass spell negation or prevention, including the dreaded anti-spell fragrance. If you think that card's bad now, trust me, it's been that way for a long time. Other than that though, we really aren't thrilled to have pendulum summoning in the deck, as you can't do that to rituals in your hand. Well, most rituals. But the pendulum restriction already deals with that one. But with how unique this is to the theme, that does make Zefra Saber this deck's X Factor. Zefraxa, Flame Beast of the Nekroz, is a level 5 fire dragon monster, that's new, with 2000 attack and 1000 defense with a scale of 7. They have the same pendulum effect as Zefra Saber, and as a monster, while this card is in your hand or grave, if any number of Nekroz or Zefra cards, except copies of this card, are destroyed by battle or card effect while in the monster zone or pendulum zone, you can special summon this card. This is a card that's a lot more Zefra than Nekroz, I'll tell you that. Sure, your opponent could destroy your card and you can get a float, but it doesn't really do anything else. It doesn't even line up with our generic water support we'd be playing. Like, there's times when being on fire is good, and others when it's not so good. And then of course, when you're actually on fire, that's the worst. Okay, normally I'd go into the ritual monsters here, but I think an understanding of what the ritual spells can do will help complement what our true blues can do. And a big part of what makes them so good is that they all share one effect. If you control no monsters, you can banish this card and a Nekroz monster from your grave to add a Nekroz spell from your deck to your hand. The ritual summoning effect is once per turn, but the searching is not. However, the only Nekroz spells are ritual spells, though this could change in the future, so keep that in mind. So you'll effectively be tutoring out another way to get to your ritual monsters. It'll trigger the banishing effect of your Nekroz effect monsters too, gaining an extra little bit of advantage along the way. And while ritual summoning a monster would make it so you have a monster on field and thus thus shutting off this effect. If you have 3 of these mirrors in your grave, nothing's stopping you from using all 3 of them before you summon a monster. Basically, once the advantage train gets rolling, you can set up whatever effects you need whenever it's most effective. Nekroz Mirror can be used to ritual summon any Nekroz ritual monster. You tribute monsters from your hand or field, and or banish Nekroz monsters from your grave, then ritual summon a Nekroz ritual monster from your hand, whose levels exactly equal the total levels of those monsters. So, as far as ritual spells go, it's one that helps you cheat costs by banishing monsters from your grave. Nowadays, that's a pretty standard, but it does set up the precedence that you need to make sure your levels all match up, like a synchro summon, so you're gonna have to flex that clear mind a bit. Though on that subject, can you imagine what a Yu-Gi-Oh series would be like if rituals was the headlining mechanic of the series? I've also heard that out of all spells in the game, this one is the most skillful to use. You know, cause it's the Nekroz Mirror. Nekroz Kaleidoscope tributes only a single monster from your hand or field, or you send a monster from your extra deck to the grave. Also after that, ritual summon any number of Nekroz monsters whose total levels equal exactly the level of that monster sent. So that makes it like a reverse ritual summon, getting you multiple summons off a single spell. Though, since it has to be exact, it can be a little tough to line things up. It's also the reason why you'd see some random high-leveled monsters in the extra deck in these lists, despite having nothing to do with Nekroz, just in case you can make the levels work out. But more often than not, you are sending Herald of the Arclight to get a little extra value out of the effect. It was a match made in heaven, and it's what happens when conventional advantage and unique card design collide. A scope. Nekroz Cycle tributes monsters from your hand or grave, then you can ritual summon a Nekroz ritual monster from your hand or grave, whose levels exactly equal the total levels of those monsters. That's right, Meteornus Drytron has an older sibling, and it's just about as annoying. I'm tipping my hand here a bit, but one of the things that make Nekroz so good is that they have effects in the hand, so they're not just gigantic bricks, and those effects discard them. So with Cycle, it's like it doesn't even matter because the grave is just as valid a place to summon from as from the hand. Basically, you can discard your rituals to start your game plan, then circle back to them later. Alright, we've covered the ingredients, reviewed the recipes, now it's time to talk about the desserts, the ritual monsters, usually the brickiest part of any ritual deck, but are now essential combo pieces because they have effects that can be activated in the hand by discarding them, thereby circumventing one of the biggest weaknesses of these kinds of decks. They also have to be ritual summoned no matter what, so even if they're properly summoned, you can't use Monster Reborn or any similar effect to bring them back, with their ritual requirements getting steadily more strict as they increase in level. Another thing you'll notice is that they really hate the extra deck, as a lot of them have effects that interact with monsters summoned from there with devastating consequences. A good example of this is Nekroz of Clausulus, a level 3 warrior monster with 1200 attack and 2300 defense, and you can discard this card to add a Nekroz spell or trap card from your deck to your hand. And as a quick effect, while on the field, you can target a face-up monster on the field that was special summoned from the extra deck, and until the end of this turn, that target's attack becomes 0, also their effects are negated. This card was, to put it lightly, a menace. Not only would you need 2 extra deck monsters with effects and or attacks powerful enough to overcome a 2300 defensive wall, because you sure as heck weren't normal summoning anything that got over this, its level 3 status lined up very well with Jin, Releaser of Rituals, which just casually tacked on Vanity's Ruler's effect to keep your opponent off special summoning. Period. And that's not all. Because this is your ritual spell searcher, you can discard Clausulus to search for Cycle, which can ritual summon that card right back out of your grave. It's also the most memeable out of the entire cast, as it's a ritual trap card searcher with no targets. Technically, it's good future-proofing, but if you haven't printed it in 7 years, then when are ya? Nekroz of Unicorn is a level 4 spellcaster with 2300 attack and 1000 defense, and can be discarded from the hand to target a Nekroz card in your grave and add it to your hand. And while on the field, the effects of all monsters on the field special summoned from the extra deck are negated. Yeah, so it wasn't enough to just have a monster that negated single monsters, now we have a whole skill drain. Unicorn is in a similar boat to Clausulus, as you can pitch it to recover a ritual spell from the grave, so you can cycle it back onto the board. But you can also get really good material monsters like Charit to make your summons easier. And if you thought the negation precluded you from making use of the extra deck, then you're dead wrong, because as a level 4 monster, this is easily folded into an Xyz, which ends up turning off that negate. Then, when you're all done, just ritual summon Unicorn back to set up that dampening field all over again. So this is less of the wish-granting unicorn, and more of the cabin in the woods unicorn. Nekroz of Catastor is a level 5 dragon with 2200 attack and 1200 defense, and must be ritual summoned without using another copy of Nekroz of Catastor. You can discard this card to target a Nekroz monster in your grave and special summon it, which would be a lot better if you could use this to revive your ritual monsters. But getting back Shreet is, of course, still pretty good. And at the start of the damage step, if a Nekroz monster you control battles an opponent's face-up monster that was special summoned from the extra deck, you can destroy that monster. So, like its namesake, it can just automatically win battles, this time with extra deck summoned monsters instead of non-darks. But this effect applies if any Nekroz battles, not just this one. The effect still comes from Catastor, but despite its low stats, you could throw Clausulus at a monster, and Catastor will make sure it bites the dust. Just hope they washed those things before Exa started using them. Last time we saw them, they were caked in evil swarm gunk, and by that point in the story, we'd seen enough good guys get possessed by evil forces, thank you very much. Nekroz of Brionac is a level 6 warrior monster with 2300 attack and 1400 defense, and must be ritual summoned without using any copies of Nekroz of Brionac. You can discard this card to add a Nekroz monster from your deck to your hand, except a copy of itself, and while on the field, you can target up to 2 face-up monsters on the field that were special summoned from the extra deck, and shuffle them into the deck, so they are gone. You might think this would bounce to hand like base Brionac, but no. This card wants to make sure pendulums are dealt with too, so they go far, far away. And what gets me here is that because this can search monsters, it can grab Clausulus, which means finding your ritual spells is almost never an issue. This is a phenomenal going second board breaker that can deal with multiple threats all at once, all while massively increasing the consistency of your deck. Also, since it's channeling the spirit of an Ice Barrier Dragon, that technically makes this a Dragoon, so I instantly love them. Just ignore the fact that Brionac is actually a Sea Serpent. Nekroz of Gungnir is a level 7 spellcaster with 2500 attack and 1700 defense, and must be ritual summoned without using any level 7 monsters. Something that really sucks when all your ritual spells want the levels to match exactly. During either player's turn, you can discard this card, then target a Nekroz monster you control, and it can't be destroyed by battle or card effect that turn. And during either player's turn, when this card is on the field, you can discard a Nekroz card, then target a card on the field, and destroy it. This card was used pretty sparingly on release as it wasn't a huge blowout, but it did have its usages. In hand, it could keep your Clausulus safe from being dealt with by battle or the errant removal effect, helping to maintain your control on the board. And because you could use it on Clausulus, you could also use it on other monsters as needed. And as a monster, not only did it have a pretty good stat line, it also had repeatable removal that could be used during either player's turn that wasn't locked to only affecting extra deck summoned monsters, though the discard cost could be detrimental. So all in all, it's a niche member of the theme that was useful in certain corner cases. A very flavorful move considering Gungnir was always the odd one out of the 3 Ice Barrier Dragons. Nekroz of Valkyris is a level 8 spellcaster with 2900 attack and 1700 defense, and must be ritual summoned without using any level 8 monsters. When an opponent's monster declares an attack, you can banish a Nekroz card from your grave and discard this card to negate the attack, then end the battle phase. And during your main phase, while this card is on the field, you can tribute 2 monsters from your hand and or field, and if you do, draw the same number of cards you tributed. Now, if there was any card that determined this deck's tier 0 status, I'd say it was Valkyris. They'd certainly be tier 1 without it, but this pushes them way over the top. Because of Valkyris, Nekroz could spend whole turns committing basically nothing to the board, spending their time lining up the perfect 6-card hand, content with the knowledge that any attack from their opponent would be instantly thwarted, especially because this was in a time before Called by the Grave, so counterplay was very difficult to come by. And no one wanted to play into it either because Nekroz were really good at punishing you on the crackback. Combined with a powerful draw effect that could ditch monsters without usefulness, all while triggering any on-tribute effects of your effect monsters because that tribute is not cost, and you have a potent mix of abilities that may not be the flashiest, but gave you amazing control over the tempo of a game, ensuring your dominance of the board wasn't just a battle phase. Nekroz of Trishula is a level 9 warrior monster with 2700 attack and 2000 defense, and must be ritual summoned without using any level 9 monsters. When a card or effect is activated that targets any number of Nekroz monsters you control as a quick effect, you can discard this card to negate the activation. And when this card is ritual summoned, you can banish exactly 3 of your opponent's cards, 1 each from their field, grave, and randomly from their hand. Valkyris may have been what made Nekroz as powerful as they were, but Trishula was what made the deck feared. The second anyone met the conditions of having a card in each of the listed zones, it was only a matter of time before the most powerful of the Ice Dragon armors descended to tear apart just about any plan of action. The Graveyard Banish was particularly savage, as this was a format where Shaddolls, Burning Abyss, and Tellarknight were running wild, and they loved using the grave as a secondary resource. And after that point, it stuck around on the field as a 2700 beater that could apply a ton of pressure. And while in the hand, it was a negate to keep your board safe, making you even more resistant to interaction. It would have been a bit better if you didn't have to banish from all 3 zones, but I guess Trishula here is a strict adherent to the rule of 3s. Nekroz of Ariadbear is a level 10 warrior monster with 3300 attack and 3200 defense, and must be ritual summoned without using any level 10 monsters. While in the hand, you can discard this card to tribute up to 2 Nekroz monsters from your hand and or field, and if you do, send that many Nekroz cards from your deck to the grave. And while on the field, when a monster effect is activated as a quick effect, you can tribute a monster from your hand or field to negate the activation, and if you do, banish it. This is a pretty recent piece of support, and it's pretty interesting. Like Valkyris, the tributing is part of the effect, so by tributing your effect monsters, you get to replace them. And by sending ritual spells to the grave, you can end up searching another one. And you'll even have the fuel engraved to activate that effect, because you had to send Nekroz monsters in the first place. And its on-field effect is stellar. Being a monster negate that banishes is a nice touch. And it also tributes as part of the effect, and it lets you use any monster. So if you don't have any Nekroz around and just have a few spare hand traps, you aren't locked out of using the effect. It's hard to gauge how good this is for the theme, as I was never liquid enough to afford to play the theme in its heyday, but since this didn't put the theme back into competitive relevance, I feel like it's a nice tool to have in your arsenal, but doesn't really redefine the theme. Though it may have something to do with the fact that you made a Necro Cloth of a Dragoonity in a theme that's already got 3 Ice Barrier dragons in it, so I don't think you're going to get the Restless Spirit in those dragon wings to unleash its full power. Nekroz of Decisive Armor is a level 10 dragon monster with 3300 attack and 2300 defense, and must be ritual summoned without using any level 10 monsters. And during either player's turn, you can discard this card, then target a Nekroz monster you control, and it gains 1000 attack and defense until the end of this turn. And while it's on the field, you can target a set card your opponent controls, destroy it, and if you do, banish it. So not only is this basically a Kalut, it wipes out any set card and gets rid of them for good. This card is basically in the same camp as Gungnir, a one-of that could be searched when its effect was needed, but wasn't exactly acting as a headliner for the theme, though a 3300 attack body is nothing to turn your nose up at, or snout in this monster's case. Honestly, the power doesn't even come from the cannons it's wearing, it just has that much muscle from lugging around all that equipment. Nekroz of Sophia is a level 11 light spellcaster with 3600 attack and 3400 defense, and must be ritual summoned from the hand by using 3 monsters you control with different types, and can't be special summoned by other ways. During either player's main phase 1, you can discard this card and a Nekroz spell card to keep your opponent from special summoning monsters from the extra deck during this phase. And when this card is ritual summoned, you can banish all other cards on the field and in the graves, but you can't normal summon, set, or special summon other monsters the turn you activate this effect, so yeah, this card is basically unplayable. The in-hand effect has some merit. People will bend over backwards to initiate a Scythe Lock, but the difference is that Scythe Locking keeps your opponent out of the extra deck for the whole turn, not a phase. And the summoning conditions on this card are, to put it lightly, atrocious. Like, you can only use cards you control, so not only are monsters in the hand useless, you can't use Kaleidoscope, though needing 3 monsters already kinda kills that. You have to summon Sophia from the hand, so Cycle's Grave Summoning can't be used, and on top of needing those 3 monsters, of different types, they still have to exactly equal 11. And even if you are able to do that, you sure as heck better do it on a turn you haven't summoned, because then you're doing all of this for a 3600 attack vanilla. All of this leads to Nekroz of Sophia seeing 0 play, but considering that's the same for base Sophia, that makes this one of the most flavorful cards in the entire theme, so props to them. Alright, that's all the Nekroz cards, but what do we do with them? Well, the theme has a ton of control elements, so I see no reason to think they should worry about doing anything else, especially because they can pivot to game-ending plays at the drop of a hat. Sadly, the meta has shifted to having a ton more tools to deal with Nekroz, but rituals have never been in a better place than they are now, with a ton of generic support that they can leverage. So what can we play to help them out? Well, when it comes to generic ritual support, there's two big themes to look out for: Drytron and Incantations, and I think both have good arguments to play one over the other, because as stated in previous videos, the summon lock Drytrons put you under means you can't use them alongside Incantations. Both have generic ritual spells that can be used to ritual summon the Nekroz, Meteornus, and Inception, which gives you more ways to ritual summon outside of 3 mirrors while bypassing the exact level restriction. Meteornus even lets you ritual summon from Grave, though Inception has the potential to combo off even harder. If you plan on special summoning your non-ritual monsters, I'd recommend going the Incantation route, but they can interfere with your extra deck usages, so if not, Drytron is where it's at, especially because they can make even better use of Benten. Speaking of which, Benten or no, Yugioh of the 10,000 Hands is a must for this deck, acting as a way to either get a ritual monster or spell, and because of the discard effects of our monsters, its many hands give you impressive reach. Choju of the Trillion Hands was just revealed in Photon Hypernova, but being a level 6 monster, it's a bit more unwieldy. You can't just normal summon it to get the effect. However, if we get easy ways to special summon level 6 light fairies with less than 1500 attack, this card is way better, and you might find this to be a good complement to Incantations, as those tiny trinkets make for great tribute fodder for Choju. Getting rid of them turns off their extra deck lock. Preparation of Rites is also very handy, as it'll search out anything from Gungnir and below, and because you can grab Brionac with this, you can get anything above that too, while also getting you back one of your mirrors from the grave. Though because of how flexible the mirrors are, pre-preparation of Rites doesn't really work with us. You might also want to consider running them alongside Megaliths. Their core game plan is already rock solid, with the field spell giving you the ability to recycle your rituals and keep them protected from battle for a little bit. And Full can also recover your monsters, while also being able to deploy Bathor out of nowhere. And with all the Nekroz you'll be discarding, you'll be giving it a ton of targets. Not to mention the kind of OTK potential that Phaleg can get up to. Speaking of Photon Hypernova, Dynamond is a pretty nifty card to have at your disposal. It's immediate removal on summon, and during your opponent's turn you contribute this to get one of your rituals back into your hand. You can't revive them, unfortunately, but the option to buy back one of your Nekroz monsters is pretty swell. As for a silly tech pick, try Star-Crossed Meeting. It's not the best in pure Nekroz, since almost none of our levels align, but the Grave effect is where it shines, as being able to drop Trishula at a moment's notice is pretty killer. Urgent Ritual Art does an okay job of this, but you have to control no ritual monsters to activate it, which is a little counterproductive to the whole aspect of having a ritual deck. And that's all I have to say about Nekroz. While they were oppressively powerful at the time, I have to admit, in hindsight, the theme has a lot of card design that encourages strategic gameplay, for both the pilot and the opponent. The cards are very strong, but have small weaknesses that can be played around. Trishula requiring a card in each zone can technically be worked around, and the Valkyrus battle phase stopper can be thwarted by hitting yourself with Book of Moon. And while the Jin lock was thankfully nixed because that was obnoxious, I can see why people had a lot of nostalgia for the format. It was a pleasure getting to revisit these Nekro warriors, and was a big reminder that Burning Abyss still won North American Nationals that year. That's right, you can be the best deck in the format and still fold the Farfa targeting Clausulus. Let's go! But now, I want to hear what you all have to say. Are Nekroz a thing in the ice waiting to be unleashed upon an unsuspecting meta, or have they cooled off? And if you've watched this long, secret mission, what's your favorite Nekroz? I want to see which of these synchro fanatics has your heart. Also, if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe and like to show your support, ring that bell so you don't miss an episode, and share this video with someone you know who loves Yu-Gi-Oh! It really does a lot to help me out. Hello everyone, GoldenNova here. Today's video is brought to you by one of this month's illustrious Quasar commanders, and not a moment too soon. Terminal World just wrapped up its new card releases, and while today's subject isn't among those archetypes, the story wouldn't be the same without them. Premiering in the November 2014 core set, The New Challengers, Clifforts hit the scene as the game's first big pendulum archetype. While future themes would try and emphasize its usefulness in the realms of fusion, synchro, and xyz, Qlis would begin exploring this new mechanic by bolstering one of the game's less celebrated summoning methods, the Tribute Summon, with payoffs ranging from gigantic multi-attackers to a monster that was so difficult to out it would become how we talk about unaffected monsters to this very day. So let's boot up the Master Duel terminal system and review the story of these colossal cruisers, execute their program files to see how their systems operate, then find some plug-ins to increase their output. It's time to tower over the competition with Qli Explained. Today's episode is brought to you by my lovely patrons, as well as the wonderful people over at Dragon Shield. Get the sleeves as strong as dragon scales and save 5% on your order by using coupon code GoldenNova at checkout. So what's the deal with Qli? Well, their machines were the stewards of the Tree of Life, an artifact that makes up the core of the Naturia Sacred Tree. That's right, it's lore time, kiddos! Don't worry, we've got chapters below if that's not your thing. The Tree of Life is the planet's reincarnation engine. When you die, your soul gets directed into the bottom half, the Qlifoth, where it gets purified before moving up to the top half, the Sephiroth, for the soul to be reintroduced into the world. The twin goddesses, Sophia and Tiara, were supposed to each be the administrator of their particular half. Sophia for the creating Sephiroth, and Tiara for the destroying Qlifoth. But oops, looks like Sophia and Tiara had themselves a little god war, and Sophia won out, taking control of both halves and sealed Tiara into the Qlifoth, splitting her soul into 10 distinct cores, and used the Sephiroth system to distribute those cores into the world so that they could never be introduced to Tiara, keeping her sealed away forever. Hilariously, all of those cores would just end up in the Gem-Knight tribe, but that's a horrifying coincidence that we'll cover later. And then, Sophia ate dirt. After attempting to wipe out all life on the planet at the end of Age 2.0, Tiara, who still had some level of consciousness, began messing with the now unattended Tree of Life. With nothing to stop her, she began withholding the souls of creatures from the Sephiroth system, keeping them hostage in the Qlifoth. This would cause the Sephiroth to introduce soulless husks into the world as macabre reflections of their originals, husks that Tiara could manipulate using their original souls, like puppets on strings. This phenomena eventually manifested as a kind of curse that would spread and capture other creatures, transforming them against their will into similarly soulless puppets, yearning for the release of their progenitor, much in the same way the Evil Swarm had done long, long ago. Fast forward a bit, and the Shaddolls succeeded in breaking a barrier keeping the Naturia Sacred Tree safe, causing the Tree of Life artifact that slept within to activate. It rose from the ground, revealing the Qlifoth system underneath, which awakened that system's guardians, the Qliforts. Contrary to popular belief, the Qlis, at this point in the story, are actually on the good guys' side, or I guess it would be more accurate to say they're completely ambivalent to the good guys. Seeing the Shaddolls as an imbalance in the system of life and death, a system they were made to protect, they wrecked the Shaddolls, bringing them to the brink of defeat. They were even able to bind El Shaddol Construct to Apocalypse Towers using the sealing power of the Ice Barrier dragons held by Shuret, effectively cutting the Shaddolls from their general. The only reason things went sour was when the Qlis kidnapped El Shaddol Winda in an attempt to understand how this all came to pass. But it turns out that Winda actually carried a fragment of Sophia's power within them, having died from being in the mere presence of the goddess's revival when they awakened. Not only did this act as a kind of passcode, letting Tiara access the dormant Infernoids to help execute her will, this also turned the Qliforts against our heroes, because now they saw a new aberration: the power of God in the hands of mortals. And so, the Infernoids, powered by the vacuum tubes that the Qliforts had been capturing Shaddolls in, joined forces with the mechanical shells to wipe out the surface dwellers in anticipation for the rise of Tiara. But the story is only half of it. What the Qliforts are based on is also pretty cool. If the terms Qlifoth or Sephiroth or even the Tree of Life sounds familiar, it's because you've either been taught about that as part of your religious studies, or you've heard the term bandied about in some anime or RPG or something. All of these come from the Kabbalah, a Jewish text which, among many other things, outlines the Tree of Life, a diagram that outlines the aspects of God, or Sephiroth, as well as the opposite Tree of Death, made up of the opposites of those Sephiroth, the Qlifoth. We'd actually see this happen again when the Zefra show up, each one representing an aspect of the Sephiroth, so it's a pretty cool parallel. The artifact itself is actually shaped like a conjoining of the two trees. It's pretty sick. And it goes even deeper than that because each of the Qlis are named after a particular kind of computer term to really drive home the fact that this all takes place in a dual terminal cabinet. I do not know how much more blatant these have to be for you people to get this. As for the mechanics, they're all Earth machine monsters, the majority of which are pendulums with a scale of either 1 or 9, and come with some pretty interesting parallels. First, all the pendulum monsters share an effect that prevents you from special summoning monsters except Qlis, an effect that cannot be negated. Later pendulum themes would specify you could only pendulum summon their on-theme cards, but Qlis are much more strict. You're either pendulum summoning them, or you're normal summoning. There is no in-between. The effect pendulum monsters also have a pendulum effect that either increases all of your Qli monsters' attack by 300, or debuffs all of your opponent's attack by 300. But wait, there's more. The effect pendulum monsters also have an effect where, despite their large levels, they can be normal summoned without tribute, and if you do so, or if they're special summoned, their levels become 4 and their original attacks become 1800. They're also unaffected by the activated effects of monsters whose original level or rank is lower than their current level if they've been normal summoned, making them very resilient to hand traps and other smaller monsters. And a lot of them come with that 2400 or 2800 attack and 1000 defense stat line, so just pretend I'm doing that ooh monarch stat bit whenever those show up. But before we can talk about those effect monsters, we have to talk about our normal monsters, or arguably even more powerful than our effect ones. Qliphort Scout is a level 5 pendulum monster with 1000 attack, 2800 defense, and a scale of 9. This monster represents the Girion, the Qliphoth that conceals spiritual beauty. Its pendulum effect lets you pay 800 life points once per turn to add a Qli card from your deck to your hand. Talk about your one-card scales. Scout handles it all by itself for just a measly tenth of your life points, as well as any other on-theme card you could ask for. One of the strengths of this card lies in the fact that the search is a soft once per turn, so whether you bounce it back to your hand or used Wavering Eyes to cycle into another copy, you're going to be able to filter through your deck for just the right card to mobilize your infantry. And just look at that flavor text. I'm sure opening up the unknown executable file will be just what the doctor ordered, upside down smiley face. Qliphort Monolith is a level 5 normal pendulum monster with 2400 attack and 1000 defense and a scale of 1. This monster represents Gamaliel, the Qliphoth of obscene acts of creation that do not enrich the spirit. Its pendulum effect activates once per turn during the end phase if you tribute summoned this turn, drawing you cards equal to the number of Qli monsters you tributed for tribute summons this turn. So if Scout is here to get you off the ground, Monolith is here to give you the gas to keep on going. While pendulum summoning does let us recoup the costs for our tribute summons fairly easily anyway, it wouldn't hurt to have a couple of spare draws every turn to give us that extra push we need to close things out. And I mean, talk about your Xeno references. Y'all are talking about how World Legacy is on that grind, but Dual Terminal literally has the Zohar. Next up, we have a pair of Qliphorts that fill a similar niche. Qliphort Helix and Qliphort Carrier are both level 6 pendulum monsters with 2400 attack and 1000 defense. Helix's pendulum effect debuffs our opponent's monsters by 300, and if tributed, can target a spell or trap card on the field and destroy it. It also represents Samael, the Qliphoth of lies and deceit. Parallel to that, Qliphort Carrier's pendulum effect boosts all of our Qli monsters' attack by 300, and if tributed, you can target a monster on the field and return it to the hand. This monster represents Garub, the Qliphoth of creation without the guiding hand of reason and moderation. These two can be thought of as the fodder Qliphorts, as they make for the best tribute material for further Qli monsters, who actually have on-summon effects you can benefit from. It also means you can use them to chain block those effects, which can be valuable against hard negation like counter traps. And because having a complete scale means you could pendulum summon these over and over again, you'd have your fill of removal tricks at your disposal at all times, and meant you could run powerful cards like Enemy Controller that requires tributes to play, because that benefits from tributing a Helix or Carrier. You could say this new twist on tribute summoning really carried the archetype. Huh? Qliphort Disc is a level 7 pendulum monster with 2800 attack, 1000 defense, and a scale of 1. Its pendulum effect boosts our Qli attacks by 300 and represents Ga Og Shablah, the Qliphoth of love untempered by respect, smothering the object of those affections. Which is appropriate because when Disc is tribute summoned using any number of Qli monsters, you can special summon 2 Qli monsters from your deck but are destroyed during the end phase, flooding the field with monsters before their self-destructive tendencies take hold. This can be used in a variety of ways. either by putting up a huge attack force to push for game, crush an opposing monster lineup, or get you tribute fodder for some big monsters we'll be covering later on. It's a wildly powerful card, and thank goodness they were able to fit that on one disc. Can you imagine if you had to resolve this across 4 of these? Qli Cephalopod is a level 7 pendulum monster with 2800 attack, 1000 defense, and a scale of 9. This card's pendulum effect debuffs our opponent's monsters by 300 attack and represents Golahab, Qlifoth of Law without mercy or compassion. When this monster is tribute summoned using any number of Qli monsters, you can activate an effect that, if your opponent has more monsters in their grave than you do, they lose life points equal to the difference times 300, and you gain the same amount of life points as damage they took. So if your opponent has 10 monsters in their grave and you have 0, get ready to transfer 3,000 delicious life points from their account to yours. This is meant to play off one of Pendulum's primary mechanics, where all of your monsters will go to your face-up extra deck, while your opponents will presumably go to their grave. And while such huge chunks of damage can win you a game, it otherwise doesn't do anything to advance your game state. So, suffice it to say, it didn't really see much play, and that design is not helping. It's not bad, per se, it's actually really well put together, but it's very, I don't know, something about the Qlis being very mechanical up till this point, only for it to suddenly shift to a giant, fleshy tentacle is very off-putting. It's like PG-13 HR Giger over here. Qli Shell is a level 8 pendulum monster with 2800 attack, 1000 defense, and a scale of 9. Its pendulum effect debuffs our opponent's monsters by 300 and represents Satoriel, the Qlifoth of forms that obscure the nature within. And if normal summoned by tributing any number of Qli monsters, it can attack twice during each battle phase and deals piercing battle damage. A fairly straightforward Qli, able to dole out considerable damage all by itself, playing very well with our attack boosting effects. Not really a lot to say here, though I will say I personally will never forget this card, because it's responsible for winning me a game I never should have won. Not because I was playing Qlis, mind you, but it was during that weird format where Snatch Steal was legal, so I took a fully powered shell and hit twice for game. It was very funny. That being said, Konami, never bring back Snatch Steal. Qli Stealth is a level 8 pendulum monster with 2800 attack, 1000 defense, and a scale of 1. It boosts all of our Qli's attacks by 300 and represents Gogiel, the Qlifoth that opposes creative force, seeking to halt it in its tracks. This is another flavor win because when tribute summoned using any number of Qli monsters, you can target a card on the field and return it to the hand, but your opponent can't activate cards or effects in response to this effect's activation. It literally stops your opponent from interacting with it and actively undoes their autonomy. It's pretty cool. Where Carrier and Helix would usually do the chain blocking, Stealth is actually much better thanks to that spell speed 4 clause, so nothing short of negating the summon itself is gonna stop this. Which makes sense. When you're up against a giant fleet of death machines, they won't see this invisible one coming. That covers our pendulum monsters, but we're not done yet. Now it's time for the heavy hitters. Apocalyphort Skybase is a level 9 monster with 2900 attack and 2500 defense and represents Thaumiel, the essence of antagonistic forces, existing only to oppose something else. Skybase can't be special summoned and must be normal summoned by tributing 3 Qli monsters. If normal summoned, it's unaffected by activated monster effects from ones with a lower level or rank than it, which is pretty standard up to this point, but is also unaffected by spells and traps, making it immune to almost anything in the game except for only the highest level or ranked monsters, and now Lynx. And once per turn, you can target a monster your opponent controls and take control of it until the end phase. No strings attached, no restrictions, you just get to use their best monster for a whole turn. Ain't that something? But because our scales limit us to only special summoning Qli monsters, we're not going to be able to do the best thing we can do with temporarily stolen monsters. That being, sending it away for some kind of other summon. Unless it's a machine, but we'll get to that later. It's a pretty good effect, but it didn't really catch on. Sadly, you can be unaffected by just about any card effect, but if your monster folds in battle to a blue-eyes white dragon, sinking 3 monsters into it is a terrible value proposition just waiting to happen, meaning this enormous enigma is anything but based. Apocalyphort Towers is a level 10 monster with 3000 attack and 2600 defense that represents Nehemoth, the Qlifoth that itself represents the culmination of all the negative forces that came before, a monument to the opposition of God. Towers has the same summoning conditions, restrictions, and protections as Skybase, though because of the increased level, also protects against level and rank 9 monsters, crucial for that generator matchup. While on the field, all special summoned monsters lose 500 attack and defense, and once per turn, you can make your opponent send a monster from their hand or side of the field to the graveyard, their choice. Now, I'm not normally a big proponent of giving our opponent choices, because they're just gonna pick the ones that benefit them the most. But this effect doesn't send monsters to graveyard, it makes your opponent send a monster to the graveyard. Not only will this bypass any effect activations that require the monster to be sent to graveyard by a card effect, this also bypasses protections that make monsters unaffected by card effects. Because once again, you're not using a card effect to get rid of it. Because your opponent gets to choose, they likely won't do that right off the bat, but eventually they'll run out of monsters to send in its place and won't have much of a choice. The debuff also comes in pretty handy, because while it's only 100 attack more than Skybase, a monster now needs to have 3,500 or more attack to actually contest towers. And that's what made this card so formidable, as back when it came out, there wasn't really an easy answer to this. Kaijus would eventually become the go-to answer for monsters like this, and power creep would start putting monsters big enough to deal with this in the extra deck for everyone to use. But at its peak, this was a terror to behold, an almost unanswerable threat that stood tall over the opponents, watching them squirm, looking for an answer, only to find their quest for salvation to be a fruitless one. And that's why, to this day, when we get a monster that's unaffected by almost everything, or we give an effect that makes it so, that's why we call it a Towers. Lastly, we have a Link monster, because Master Rule 4 really put a wet blanket on the whole pendulum mechanic, and a lot was riding on a new wave of archetypal Link monsters to help solve that. And one of them was Cliffort Genius, a Link 2 monster with 1800 attack, requiring any 2 machine monsters as material. This Link summoned card is unaffected by spell and trap effects, as well as the activated effects of other Link monsters, which is a nifty twist on the established formula that keeps it in line with the Epoch Clifforts. Once per turn, you can target a face-up card on each player's field, except this card, and both those cards have their effects negated until the end of this turn. And when 2 monsters are special summoned at the same time to the zones this card points to, you can add a level 5 or higher machine monster from your deck to your hand. This is pretty brilliant and sees play in a lot more than just Qlis. Any machine deck, especially Earth machine decks, that can trigger this is going to have some great negation in the extra and a potential search when utilizing cards like Urgent Schedule. But for our purposes, this card is even better. Not only does Pendulum summoning to its zones give us more Qli monsters, maybe even a Towers now that you have 3 material for it, the negation actually works to our advantage. See, when normal summoning a Qli monster without tributing, the effect that treats it as a level 4 monster with reduced stats isn't an applied one like Yang Zing's additional effects, it's a continuous one, meaning you can negate that debuff, returning them to their original stat line and level. And due to the way it's worded, even when the negation wears off, you still get to keep the base stats, meaning you've got a free Monarch-sized monster. It's a pretty smart way to incorporate these kinds of effects that's both useful and flavorful, and I hate that I have to give that kind of praise to a fragment of Tierra of all things. Alright, that's all the monsters, now it's time for our spells and traps, and we're leading things off with something nasty. Sacrifice is an equipped spell card that can only be equipped to a Qli monster. It gains 300 attack and can't be destroyed by battle. The equipped monster can also be treated as 2 tributes for the tribute summon of a Qli monster, and if this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, you can add a Qli monster from your deck to your hand. This is a premium search off of Scout during the early game, letting any individual Qli act as 2 tributes for your big ones at a point in the game where your resource engine isn't online. And it even gives you more searches. And if you aren't able to tribute summon, it makes the monster a bit of an anchor to keep your board safe, making it more buff and immune to battle destruction. And the benefits don't stop there. It also gives you the opportunity for maximum orb pondering. Laser Clip is a field spell card, and during your main phase, you can normal summon a Qli monster in addition to your normal summoner set, and the normal summon of Qli monsters can't be negated. This card wasn't played very much, largely because when you had a theme that was meant to churn out 3 or 4 monsters a turn via pendulum summoning, an extra normal summon seems pretty passé. So why would you run the brick? Though nowadays, I'd actually highly recommend it. After all, pendulum summoning ain't as lucrative as it used to be, and extra normal summons can really help you get to your Link monster before you commit to the pendulum summon. But after all of this time, the one thing that still baffles me is the name. You'll notice that all of them are basically puns, but what the heck is laser clip supposed to be? Laser ship? That doesn't make any sense. You can't make a ship out of lasers. Laser clip? Like an actual clip of a laser? I don't get it. Look, I know I make some pretty bad jokes, but this is nigh on incomprehensible. Qli's End is a normal trap card that special summons this card on activation as an effect monster, specifically as a level 4 Earth Machine monster with 1800 attack and 1000 defense, and is not treated as a trap card. During the turn this card was summoned, Qli spell and trap cards you control cannot be destroyed by card effects, and if summoned this way, can count as 3 tributes for the tribute summon of an Apocryphort monster. So this isn't terrible. It does counter back row destruction, and keeping your scales safe is pretty important. You even get a monster out of the whole thing. You can use it as a single tribute, give it sacrifice to act as 2, or go whole hog and put a towers over it. The main problem, as we've seen over many episodes of this series, is that this effect is dangerously slow, and doesn't do enough to justify itself in the long run. If this was some kind of big Monarch Mega Tribute effect that used our opponent's monsters while shutting off their ability to respond, we'd be looking at a powerful disruption tool. As it is, I mean, just look at the art. The Qlis want to get as far away from this as possible too, and that's not a good sign. Climate Change is a normal trap card that adds up to 3 face-up Qli pendulum monsters from your extra deck to your hand. And that's it. But, past turn 1, having a card that gets you back a slurry of cards ain't too terrible. It gets you back new scales in case you have to replace your old ones, and as a way to get around the Master Rule 4 pendulum restrictions, this works wonders. Remember, when pendulum summoning, it's only the monsters from the extra deck that need to go to linked zones. Your hand is fair game. Granted, it wasn't really designed for that when it came out, but it still has the opportunity to change hearts and minds so people treat the deck less coldly. You know, because of the global warming. Our imminent demise is funny. Clipper Launch is a normal trap card, and until the end of the turn this card was activated, all normal summoned and set Qli monsters currently on the field gain 300 attack, are unaffected by other spell and trap effects, also their effects are negated. So remember what I was saying about how Genius makes our Qlis better via negation? Launch is here to do that in spades. Granted, it only works on the normal summoned or set ones, so you can't just pen for 3 then go for lethal after flipping this. Still, giving them not only the negation, but a small boost and the spell and trap immunity is pretty neat, and has a bit more utility than Qli's End. It doesn't see a lot of play, but I still think it was a good idea to have this at launch. Recreate is a continuous trap card, and if a monster is normal or flip summoned and it's level 4 or lower, negate its effects until the end of the turn. And if a monster is special summoned and it's level 5 or higher, negate its effects until the end of the turn. Also, banish it when it leaves the field. Woo! But if there are no Qli cards on your side of the field except this card, send this card to the graveyard. This would be Qliphort's skill drain substitute for a while, as it did the job almost better than the iconic card itself. When you normal summon without tributing, those level 4 Qlis would get their effects negated by this, thus returning to their original stats, effectively letting you normal summon them at full power. And while this won't work on the Qlis that we pendulum summon because they'll be special summoned and not level 5 or higher, this does mean they're not going to be banished when they leave the field. This also means that the Qlis we tribute summon won't be affected by this and will get full value out of them, while still impacting high-leveled fusion and synchro monsters. And like, being a little macrocosmos is kind of funky. Just, you know, make sure you keep a Qli on board so it doesn't have a meltdown. Wouldn't want your local game store looking like this ominous energy creator now, would ya? Alright, that's all the Qli monsters, but what do we do with them? Well, the deck is actually pretty good at being aggressive and controlling. It's kinda mid-rangey in that regard, except without that pesky little middle part. With us usually being locked to our own archetypal cards, we don't have a load of flexibility, but we make up for it with strong in-engine tools that will help us summon a bunch of giant machines before swinging in for lethal. So what can we play to help them out? Well, one of the ways to broaden your extra deck options is to make sure you don't have any Qli scales that would mess you up. I mentioned Wavering Eyes as a way to clear scales earlier, and it wasn't out of the ordinary for people to use their Helix activations to destroy their own scales to open up the extra deck. And it's also a reason why Performapal Trampolinks saw a lot of play back in the day, and could honestly do so now. At scale 4, it's still low enough to facilitate all of our pendulum summons. And when you do perform a pendulum summon, you can bounce a card in either player's pendulum zone back to the hand. So by kicking your other Qli scale back to your hand, you could do anything. And considering the popularity of Link monsters like Beyond and Exceed the Pendulum, doing what you can to gain access to them is a must. Scout is no doubt our best scale out of the theme, so finding it is key. Thankfully, we've got Summoner's Art to help with that, and it's not limited to just Scout. You can also get Monolith with it for those sick draws. We've also got a bit of a foolish burial for pendulums in the card Pendulum Treasure. Set up a carrier or helix in your extra deck, and next time you pendulum summon, you've got yourself an extra piece of fodder to feed to your powerful Qlis. Earlier in the video, I mentioned skill drain in relation to Recreate, but it bears repeating here that it is bonkers in Qliphorts. Unlike our on-theme Floodgate, skill drain will actually negate our pendulum-summoned Qliphorts. And while this will shut off the actual effects of Stealth, Shell, and even Towers if it's active before tribute summoning our big bungler, your opponent will also be hard-pressed to mount a comeback without being able to rely on monster effects on the field. And just imagine what happens when you flip this after Towers hits the board. Doing a lot of punching is the name of our game, so when it comes to closing things out, consider running Arrival Rivals. The extra normal summon during the battle phase could just be a dinky little Qli, or you could tribute into something like Shell that will give you 2 more attacks with Piercing, or a Disc which will get you 3 attacks. How's that for being on the beatdown? Speaking of using normal summons for big beatdowns, it's hard to look at all these cards with 2400 or 2800 attack and 1000 defense and not want to run the Monarch cards. Tenacity gives us any of our spell and trap cards, Pantheism is a draw spell, and the Prime Monarch gives you a blocker and more fodder for tributes every turn. And while most of these cards require you to either have no cards in your extra deck or keep you from summoning from it, Vestalos the Shadowfire Monarch is like a Stormforth without the downside. Run Escalation, and you can kaiju over an opponent's monster on their turn just by trading in a stealth that's already used its effect. And this enables Shadowfire's additional effect, which is very goofy. Ether the Heavenly Monarch is also pretty good. We might not be able to get the special summon, but a quick effect tribute summon ain't half bad either. And there's nothing in Escalation that says we have to tribute summon monarchs with it. Use it to sneak in a stealth during your opponent's turn, and you not only get its effects, but also those of Helix and Carrier if you tributed them. As for a silly tech pick, Piercing the Darkness seems pretty funny. You get a little draw whenever you pendulum summon Scout or Monolith, and when they fight, it gives them an honest effect that makes them pretty formidable in battle. Okay, that's all the info I have on Qliphorts, but how do they stack up against the Nova scale? Novelty. While Performapals technically have the title of the first pendulum archetype, Qlis represent the first concerted effort to make one competitive, and I think they nailed it out of the park. Towers took god card levels of commitment to summon, and was not only more playable, but vastly more accessible. And you honestly didn't even have to use Towers to be competitive. Sometimes it was more than enough to have a recursive pile of 1800 monsters that could be turned into tribute fodder for even bigger monsters. It really showed off what the pendulum mechanic was capable of, and set the groundwork for ages to come. It certainly didn't reinvent the wheel in that regard. After all, they very clearly take inspiration from Monarchs, but its utilization of this new mechanic earns Qli a 4 in novelty. Objectivity. The power of Tower has gone down considerably over the years, to the point where any deck that can access Barone legit has an out to this just by using its removal effect. Its time of making other decks quake is long gone, but not forgotten. With the right interruptions, it still makes for a potent threat, but no matter what tricks you may have, working around the special summon restriction is gonna be rough. Back in the day, this might have garnered a 3, but in today's climate, I'm giving this theme a 5 in objectivity. Versatility. This is a pretty rough one. The deck is all but built to force you into playing only its own cards, and while Genius has found its way into a number of other machine decks, a single card is hardly enough to call the theme splashable in any regard. There are cheats and workarounds you can use, but it's difficult to put Qlis in anything but a 1 in versatility. Awesomeness. This one is also rough, because while the deck has had an impact on how we talk about the game, and did blaze a trail for Pendulum, it's still a very linear play sequence. You set up scales, search an enabler, summon out a bunch of Qlis, and attack for game. Make towers if you can, but even then it's not exactly an exciting boss to get behind. The spectacle of it can be cool sometimes, but sadly I've got to give them a 2 in this category. meaning Qlis get a total of 12 on the Nova scale. And that's all I have to say about Qliforts. They're iconic, demonic, and are the platonic ideal of what a Pendulum tribute deck should be. Just make sure to keep this info in mind in case you ever get isekai'd into the Duel Terminal world, and if you ever need to brush up on it, make sure you refer to these Qlif notes. But now, I want to hear what you all have to say. Are Qliforts a legion to be reckoned with, or are they only a shell of their former selves? And which one's your favorite? I may be a bit vanilla on this, but it's gotta be Scout. When I think of Qlis, I think of that one. Let me know in the comments, and if you haven't already, make sure to like the video, subscribe so you don't miss an episode, and share this video with somebody you know who loves Yu-Gi-Oh! It really does a lot to help me out. Hello everyone, GoldenNova here. It's the spookiest time of the year, so for this month's theme, we're going to be focusing on some residents of the underworld. Whether they be stewards of the Stygian Abyss or wandering souls of lost warriors, we're covering them for Spooky Month. And the first theme we're going to be covering is, well, one sec, I know what y'all want to see.
Secrets of Eternity was released in January 2015. This set introduced the Infernoids, a series of monsters that can special summon themselves to the field by banishing other Infernoids from either the hand or graveyard. Notable cards in this set include Farfa, Malibran...
There you go, enough of that. Now, while I'd be hard-pressed to call this theme top tier during its time, it was certainly a massive skill check, undermining any duelist it ran up against who weren't prepared to deal with their seemingly bottomless well of resources, powerful control elements, and superb graveyard hate. And I know this from personal experience, as someone from my locals basically one-tricked this at the height of their power, and it was scary. So, without further ado, let's boot up our systems to engage our mechanical demons, examine the details of these devils, then see what companions to meet, and which to avoid. It's time to get deep into the tank with Infernoid. But before we continue, make sure to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy what I do. Once we get to 40k, we're doing our next 5Ds video on Leo and Luna, and every sub helps. Also, check out my Discord where we've got a little bit of that One Piece fever, and my Twitch where you can watch me put all my lessons to the test live with viewer duels. And if you want to go that extra mile, join my Patreon where you can get my videos early and help us reach these video milestones. Thank you all so much for watching, and now, back to the video. So what's the deal with Infernoids? Well, they're a series of fire attribute fiend type monsters that are one of the major antagonists of the post-Duelist Alliance Duel Terminal story, and a majority of them can't be normal summoned or set, and can only be special summoned by banishing a certain number of other Infernoids from your hand or grave, with the number of cards you need to banish and where you can summon them from, depending on their level. And they can't be special summoned by other ways, though there are a variety of support cards that just ignore summoning conditions. They can also only be summoned if the total levels and ranks of all effect monsters you control equal 8 or less, a restriction I imagine was put in place to keep you from spamming a whole gaggle of them onto the field, because I'm still struggling to figure out what the lore reason for that would be. The number 8 is pretty prevalent in the Albaz lore, but until I can find a way to connect that specifically to Qliforts, Infernoids, and Tierra, I'm at a bit of a loss. A majority of them also have a quick effect where you contribute a monster, then target a card in your opponent's grave and banish it. That's right, any of your monsters can become a DD Crow, which isn't just powerful in any graveyard-centric meta, but was also incredibly thematic since it was useful against a number of other dual terminal archetypes. It got Shaddoll fusions out of the grave so they couldn't be recycled, deprived Nekroz of their ritual mirrors before they could activate their grave effects, any Tellarknights that were about to be summoned were just whisked away to the Shadow Realm, all kinds of stuff. And let's not forget that by being able to tribute at quick effect speed, you can dodge targeted interaction or anything that applies on the field like skill drain, which is pretty neat. But first, let's cover the Infernoid that breaks a ton of these rules, Infernoid Decatron, a level 1 tuner monster, love to see it, with 500 attack and 200 defense. It doesn't have the inherent summon ability of the rest of the Infernoids, nor the effect to banish. And yet, somehow it's one of the best cards in the entire theme. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can send any Infernoid monster from your deck to the grave, except a copy of itself, And if you do, increase the level of this card by the level of the sent monster. And if you do, this card's name becomes that monster's name, and replace this effect with that monster's original effects. This makes Dekatron great at any stage of the game. It gets your game plan started because you can set up any Infernoid while getting its effect while loading it into the grave, and in the late game you can summon this even when you've reached your level cap. Trust me, it's a ton of help. Alright, back to our regularly scheduled Noid templating. First, we have our level 1 through 4 monsters, and they can be summoned from the hand by banishing one Infernoid from your hand or grave. And their grave banishing effect can only be used on your opponent's turn. First is Pure Mace, a level 1 monster with 0 attack and defense, and once per turn you can target a set card on the field and shuffle it into the deck. And the targeted card can be activated in response to this card's activation. So they slapped a Night Beam onto a monster, but it shuffles into the deck instead of destroying to avoid any grave triggers. It also has the added bonus of being able to go after monsters in face down defense position, which is very good since 0 attack isn't going to run over anything. Because of that, it's not going to survive very many battle phases, but you can use its banishing effect to tribute it off the field, or make it into a Linkuriboh, which is actually a boost to your overall offensive power, at which point you now have an Infernoid in grave for your other summons. This little devil may not have much bulk, but it's more than ready to cause some impsidence. Infernoid Antra is a level 2 monster with 0 attack and 2000 defense, and once per turn you can target a face-up card your opponent controls and return it to the hand. Yeah, our last monster was Night Beam, now we have a compulsory evacuation device. Okay, not exactly, this effect is only at spell speed 1 and can only hit face-up cards, not any monster, but this does mean annoying face-up spells and traps can be targets. While Gozen Match and Rivalry of Warlords are great matches for us, There Can Be Only One is positively devastating, so having an answer to it is paramount. Now, it might not seem like they have the kind of power to lift cards like that, but you know what they say about the proportional strength of Antras. Infernoid Harmadic is a level 3 monster with 1600 attack and 0 defense, and once per turn you can target a monster on the field and destroy it, but this card can't attack the turn you activate this effect. Yeah, no fuss, no muss, just find a monster and take it off the field. And while you can't attack the turn you use this, losing out on 1600 isn't exactly something to cry about. Especially because we can just fold this into a rank 3, or link it off into something that can attack. So it might seem like a bit of an inconvenience, but if you work with it, you'll find that it's a great way to break a board. After all, no Harma, no foul. Infernoid Petrulia is a level 4 monster with 1800 attack and 0 defense, and once per turn you can target a spell or trap card on the field and destroy it, but this card can't attack the turn you activate this effect. This is very similar to Harmadic, but does fulfill a helpful function. Pure Mace can only deal with set spells and traps, and Antra can only do the same for face-up ones. But if you get the incorrect one to deal with a given situation, you don't have an answer. Like having Pure Mace for a face-up Floodgate. Petrulia can hit any spell or trap card, even your own if that's something that'll help you. So you won't have to worry about having the wrong effect for any given back row. So, for your preparedness, make sure to give yourself a Patrulia on the back. Alright, now it's time for our next category of Infernoids, the level 5s through 8s. They need you to banish 2 Infernoids for their inherent summon, but they can be summoned from the hand or grave. This means that, even when destroyed, they can be deployed from the grave once you have enough material, so they can launch their attacks against your opponent again and again. Also, their grave banishing effect can be used during either player's turn, not just your opponent's, so you can deal with your opponent's grave twice as often, and makes it even better for dodging interaction. First is Infernoid Piety, a level 5 monster with 2200 attack and 0 defense, and when this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent by attacking an opponent's monster, you can send a random card from your opponent's hand to the grave. Easily the most underwhelming of all the Infernoids. Only being able to cause the discard through battling an actual monster, instead of allowing it to trigger on any battle damage, is really lame. If this was a stronger hand rip effect, say being able to see your opponent's hand or shuffling the card back into the deck, then I'd be more willing to look the other way. And to its credit, it does avoid discard triggers by sending the card, but hoping that you'll get a lot of value out of this card is very piety in the sky thinking. Infernoid Sajit is a level 6 monster with 2400 attack and 0 defense, and when this card declares an attack, you can banish a card from your opponent's extra deck, their choice. Now this doesn't do anything outright, heck, you don't even get to choose the most impactful card in their extra deck, but over time, this effect will add up, and will affect a lot of your opponent's choices moving forward. If they don't care about their extra deck, then of course this won't do anything, but if they've built their extra deck in such a way as to minimize the chances of extravagance banishing a card they don't want to lose, or have set aside enough space for fodder cards to banish off of Prosperity, then throwing a few banishes they didn't expect into the mix is gonna make those cards a lot more dangerous and less effective, and eventually they won't have any extra cards at their disposal. Infernoid Sate Samus is a level 7 monster with 2600 attack and 0 defense, and if this card attacks an opponent's monster, this effect can be activated at the end of the battle phase, banishing one card on the field. Now that's some crispy removal. The rest of our level 5 through 8 monsters have been a little lackluster in this regard, but now we're getting some non-targeting banishing removal of any card on the field at the low cost of attacking with a big monster. My heart's getting the same warm, fuzzy feelings as when I run into an opponent with a Geyseris after I blasted their field, swapping it out for 2 monsters for even more value. I love the battle phase. Infernoid Atondel is a level 8 monster with 2800 attack and 0 defense, and when this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle and sends it to the grave, you can activate this effect. This card can make a second attack in a row. Not super flashy, but having a second attack stapled onto a 2800 attack monster ain't too shabby. Pair this with Duel Little Chimera and you're looking at a 3300 double attacker, a stat that's contested by very few monsters. And heck, if your opponent only has a single monster, you're allowed to use that second attack directly, which is very spiffy. So if you need a solution to a monster-clogged board, then this monster is going to be a special Aton delivery. Alright, now it's time for the final category of our main deck Infernoids, level 9 and level 10. They can also be summoned from the hand or grave, but require 3 Infernoids to be banished. However, they lack the Tribute to Banish effect, though thankfully it's replaced by something way cooler, and can still only use their inherent summoning abilities if the total level and rank of all effect monsters you control are 8 or below. So once you summon either of these, you're basically shutting yourself off of summoning any Infernoid, so that's something. Infernoid Deviati is a level 9 monster with 2900 attack and defense, and when this card is special summoned, you can destroy all spell and trap cards on the field except void cards, the support cards of choice for the Infernoid Horde. And once per turn, when another monster's effect is activated as a quick effect, you can tribute a monster to negate the activation, and if you do, banish it. Yeah, that's right, we've got a Heavy Storm and a monster negate that banishes, all of which is stapled onto a gigantic body. And if it seems like it's missing some coverage, don't worry, because Deviati has a counterpart that'll make up for it. Infernoid Anunku is a level 10 monster with 3000 attack and defense, and when this card is special summoned, you can destroy all other monsters on the field, though this doesn't make any allowances for other Infernoid monsters like Deviati does for void spell and trap cards, so keep that in mind. And during either player's turn when a spell or trap card is activated, you can tribute a monster to negate the activation, and if you do, banish that monster. Now, because of the summoning restriction, it's almost impossible to get both on the field active at the same time. The only way I can think of, using the card pool we've talked about so far, is summoning Decatron to mimic one of them after you summon the other. But outside of that, if you find that you need the other's negation or board wipe effect, you can tribute them for their own negation effect to open up room, either for the other big boss or for a multitude of smaller Infernoids. What can I say? There are 10, but they cause the irrevocable destruction of the dual terminal world. But that's not all, because we've got a fusion monster as well, Infernoid Tierra, a level 11 monster with 3400 attack and 3600 defense, requiring Infernoid Anunku, Deviati, and 1 or more Infernoid monsters as material. And when fusion summoned, you can apply the following effects, depending on the number of fusion material with different names used for this card's summon. With 3 or more, each player sends 3 cards from their extra deck to the grave. With 5 or more, each player sends the top 3 cards from their deck to the grave. With 8 or more, each player returns 3 of their banished cards to the grave. And with 10 or more, each player sends their entire hands to the grave. Now, that requires a lot of fusion material, but would you believe me if I said that this was the deck's best playstarter? We have a fusion effect that makes this easy peasy, and while your opponent might benefit from getting to mill cards or put banished cards back into their grave, you'll likely be benefiting even more. It's a really big master plan play, but I expect nothing less from one of the dual terminal's twin goddesses. Getting a lot of Shin Megami Tensei vibes here. Alright, that's all the Infernoid monsters, now it's time for the Void spells and traps that support the theme. Void Seer is a quick play spell that targets an Infernoid monster you control, and that target is unaffected by your opponent's card effects this turn. And if any number of Infernoid monsters you control would be destroyed by a card effect, you can banish this card from your grave instead of destroying one of those monsters. This is an extremely useful protection spell, kind of in the same vein as Spellbook of Wisdom, and to be fair, our bigger Infernoids are a huge investment, so having a way to keep them from just getting picked off the field is a huge upside. It even helps while in the grave as a double dose of protection. And if you're creative, you can even use this to keep one of your Infernoids safe when a Nunku hits the board. That way they won't have to suffer that level of searing pain. Void Vanishment is a continuous spell card that lets you discard a card to add any Void spell or trap card from your deck to your hand, except a copy of Void Vanishment or Null and Void, an old trap card from 2006 that has received a name change to Muko via the official card database to avoid confusion, but has also not seen a reprint since that change came into effect, which I would argue is bound to cause even more confusion. But that would involve drastic drop-off effects being good again, so I guess it's a moot point. Where were we? Oh, and when you use that search effect, you can't normal or special summon monsters for the rest of the turn except Infernoid monsters. And if an Infernoid monster you control battles an opponent's monster, after damage calculation, you can send this card to the grave to banish those monsters. So hey, even your tiny Infernoids can be used as removal by turning them into DD Warrior Ladies. It can also dissuade your opponent from attacking into them, since it triggers on battle, which is a nice touch. The downside is, since they get banished, you can't use them as Infernoid fuel for another summon, though I suppose that means you're just gonna have to make that removal worth it. But considering how telegraphed that is, it'll be a cold day in hell before your opponent lets that go through. Void Apocalypse is a continuous spell card that lets you discard a card to send any Fiend monster from your deck to the grave, making this a welcome addition in any Fiend deck that loves the grave. So, you know, any Fiend deck. Though in theme, it's also a great way to fill up our grave with Infernoids so we can summon them or use them as fodder. And if you discard a high level Infernoid, it's basically the same as having it in your hand. You can also send this face-up card from your spell and trap card zone to the grave to send Infernoid monsters with different names from your hand and or deck to the grave, up to the number of monsters your opponent controls that were special summoned from the extra deck, but you can only use one effect per turn and only once per turn. So you can't pitch a card to Foolish a Fiend and then dump a whole bunch of Infernoids. You'll have to pick one or the other. But hey, even if your opponent only has one extra deck summoned monster, the second effect is more economical, as you don't have to discard. So unless you really want to vent a card out of your hand, Apocalypse can load up your grave with all kinds of goodies. This might be the end of the world as we know it, but with support like this, I feel fine. Void Imagination is a continuous spell card, and while on the field, Infernoid monsters you control whose original levels are 2 or higher become level 1, and all battle damage they inflict to your opponent becomes halved. This solves the issue of not being able to summon a bunch of Infernoids, because now none of your normal ones can ever be a high enough level to get you to that level 8 ceiling. Though remember, it only changes monsters whose original levels are 2 and above, so Decatron won't be affected. And depending on the monster you sent with its effect, that could take up a lot of space. Thankfully, Petrulia can destroy your own spells and traps, so you can pop Imagination once you've assembled all your Infernoids, so you don't have to deal with the battle damage being halved. Or, you know, you could use its second effect, where you send it from the field to the grave to fusion summon an Infernoid fusion monster from your extra deck, using monsters from your hand or side of the field as material. And if your opponent controls a monster that was special summoned from the extra deck and you don't, you can also use up to 6 monsters from your deck as material. So when I said that Tiara was a play starter, it's all because of Void Imagination. By just using monsters from your deck, you can get the extra deck shred and the mill, both of which can provide you with even more Infernoids to use as fuel, because you can send 2 more copies of Infernoid Tiara from your extra deck to help with your summons. And if you're able to invest just 2 more Infernoids into the summon, you get the Banishing Recycling as well. Very helpful if you've already summoned a few to take advantage of the level decrease provided by Imagination. Infernoids may be a tough deck to pilot, but all it takes is a little imagination. Void Expansion is a field spell card, and during your standby phase, you can special summon an Infernoid token, which is a level 1 Fire Fiend monster with 0 attack and defense. And when special summoning an Infernoid monster using its own procedure, you can banish Infernoid monsters you control instead of those in your grave, or any combination of both, allowing you to use the token as basically a free banish for your summons. And your opponent can't target Infernoid monsters you control for attacks or with card effects, except the Infernoid monster you control with the highest level, either if tied. So you get a free resource during each of your turns that you can use to either help your summons or can be tributed for their effects. And because it's a non-effect token, it doesn't even count towards your level cap for your summons. It also provides a bit of a lightning rod effect, which is a really nice way to keep your lower leveled Infernoids safe, which is doubly important because they provide a lot of your utility effects. I gotta say, Pure Mace is a lot better when your opponent can't just walk over it with anything that has a single attack point. But oh boy, if you think you're getting your deposit back on the Naturia Sacred Tree after this, you are sorely mistaken. Eye of the Void is a normal trap card that special summons an Infernoid monster from your hand, ignoring summoning conditions, but its effects are negated until the end of this turn. Hey, hard to argue with a card that gets an Infernoid out of your hand and onto the field, especially if you've already hit that level cap, because if you aren't using their own summoning condition, you don't really have to worry about it, and at no banishing cost, so you can save those for your other monsters. And being a normal trap means you can get it out onto the field with Trap Trick to make it even more consistent. The negation means you can't use either Deviati or Anunku's board wipes or negations, but once the turn changes, you can use their negation effects to their fullest. And, as it turns out, is a harsh but useful lesson for Tellarknight and Stellar Diamond. It turns out the forces of evil come in attributes other than dark. Who knew? Void Feast is a normal trap card that sends a Void Speller trap card from your hand and or face up on the field to the grave to special summon up to 3 Infernoid monsters from your deck whose levels exactly equal 8, ignoring their summoning conditions. Oh boy, now this was a game changer for Infernoids, I'll tell you what. The usual combo would be to use Void Vanishment to search out Void Feast, set this, then activate it on your opponent's turn, sending the Vanishment to grave to get you 3 monsters. And because you weren't restricted from summoning monsters with the same name, you could summon a Sajit and 2 Decatrons, each sending a Deviati and a Nunku apiece, so you had 2 negates, as well as setting up the legit summons of your boss monsters. But you could get away with way cooler things. Because this is spell speed 2, you could activate a Void card that doesn't normally stick to the field, Void Seer and Eye of the Void come to mind, then chain Void Feast to them, sending that card to the grave, and at that point it's like you get the effect for free. So with this, you can deploy a ton of Infernoids out of your deck in a wide variety of combinations to fit any situation, which means every time you use this, the Infernoid gang is eating well tonight. Void Launch is a continuous trap card, and during each of your standby phases, you can send up to 2 Infernoid monsters from your deck to the grave. And if you control a monster that is not an Infernoid monster, send this card to the grave. That is unfortunate considering that a lot of the power Infernoids have now comes from the fact that you can use cards outside the theme to overcome their inherent weaknesses. So the fact that Launch pulls a Burning Abyss whenever you control anything off theme really bites. Heck, it's worse than Burning Abyss because you can't save them with anything that prevents effect destruction, it just sends. Now if you're only playing Infernoids, this card is great. It's a double Foolish Burial every turn, and you can even pull this off to help you recover from a bad board position. Like if your board is wiped, you can activate this to get the effect, and if you lose it later on because you summoned a non-Infernoid, so be it. But because of how unwieldy it is, especially in the context of modern Yu-Gi-Oh!, Launch really fails to get off the ground. Void Purification is a continuous trap card that also goes to the grave if you control a non-Infernoid monster. Cool. But its effects are pretty neat. During your opponent's standby phase, you can target an Infernoid monster in your grave and add it to your hand. Great for recycling your level 4 and lower Infernoids, since they can only be summoned from the hand using their own procedure. And during your standby phase, you can target one of your banished Infernoid monsters and return it to the grave. Great for helping you keep your resources stocked up. It's a really cool card, if only it let you splash in other cards to help you out. Seriously, for not liking Infernoids, this card really shows off a lot of them. Like, there's the Dragoonity Spear, that's Construct and their Annoyacillus, Icy mode. Seriously, I'd argue this one barely has any Infernoids in it. Alright, so that's all the Infernoid cards, but what do we do with them? Well, aggro feels like the name of the game. With all these high attack monsters that we can summon, a little creativity is all we need to assemble lethal. We can go second fairly well with our suite of board breakers, but they also come equipped with powerful control effects for when we have to go first. So really, our biggest concern is finding quick and easy ways to fill up our graves so we can go for game. But what can we play to help them out? Well, a big card that saw a ton of play when it was still legal was That Grass Looks Greener.
Uh-oh. Garage.
One could say that Infernoids were one of the big original pile decks, alongside Shaddoll Good Stuff, shoving in as many good grave cards as possible to bolster the deck count to 60. And if you found either this card or Left Arm Offering to search it, you could walk away with an almost unbeatable amount of grave resources, all while matching the smaller deck size of your opponent, as long as they weren't on a 60 card pile. So now, all the consistency issues of your deck are fixed. But that card is banned, so now Reasoning and Monster Gate are our go-to starters. Thankfully, because all but one of our Infernoids can be normal summoned or set, they'll skip over every single one, and each one we pass means more fuel for us. Unfortunately, both of these cards are limited, but if it curbs Ruin Force OTK, then I guess it's worth it. Another source of mill is Needlebug Nest. It is random, but 5 cards are 5 cards. We might also want to take a page out of the tier limit playbook and play the Ishizu cards. After all, milling 5 cards is milling 5 cards. Card Trooper is also another useful little guy, because not only does it mill you 3 cards, it's also a monster that you contribute for your Infernoid effects. One of the biggest advancements in Infernoid power, though, was the release of the Layer of Darkness structure deck, most of all being the eponymous field spell. Now you could use your opponent's monsters as the cost for the graveyard banishing effects, or even the negation effects of Deviati and Anunku, giving you some of the best removal the game has to offer. The tokens also make for great tribute fodder, and once again, as normal monsters, they don't count against your level cap. Being dark also has its perks, as you can now link into the Dark Charmer and steal some of your opponent's best grave monsters, because as it turns out, dark is a bit more common of an attribute than fire. You could also use Lilith, Lady of Lament, to help search out your Void Feasts, or a variety of Virus Trap cards, of which your Infernoids make perfect tribute fodder for when Layer of Darkness is on the field. And it's hard to argue against the inclusion of Darkest Diabolos, as it's an amazing monster that's easy to summon. For Fiend-related support, it's hard to go wrong with Archfiend's Ghastly Glitch. It removes any card on the field and sends a Fiend from deck to grave. You can even send Fiendish Rhino Warrior, which provides great protection for your Infernoids while on the field, but can send another Fiend to the grave when it goes to the grave, namely an Infernoid. Fiend Griefing has a similar end result, but allows you to mess with your opponent's grave even more by shuffling one of their monsters back into the deck. This can interrupt monsters sent there as cost from triggering their effect, or just depriving your opponent of a grave monster in general. Any deck that can run Unchained should, and Infernoids are no different. By destroying your own cards, you have a great way to manipulate what levels you have on the field. And your biggest threats are Link monsters, so your level cap remains untouched. And on top of that, Deviati popping your back row isn't an issue if the cards you're destroying are set to Unchained spells and traps, letting you get all the bonus summons. Curse Necrofear is pretty cool. It shuffles your banished Infernoids back into the deck so you can use them again, and a lot of our Void cards are continuous, so when it revives itself, Curse Necrofear will be able to destroy a lot of cards. However, if you want to recycle those banished monsters but want to play more cards that don't require as much setup, try the Nemesis. All the level 4 and lower ones can recycle while netting you some advantage, with Keystone being repeatable if you can manage to banish it. And Ashatos can help with that. Protoss is the objectively better card, but that card is banned, and Ashatos can stop Dragon Link, which I always say is a huge plus. As for a silly tech pick, try Thestalos the Mega Monarch. Your normal summon is saved almost exclusively for Decatron, but really a bunch of free summons means a bunch of free fodder for tributing. With this, you can take a peek at your opponent's hand, which is something I'm told is pretty good, especially after the Red Lotus limit, and deal some burn damage along the way, starting at least 1,000, with a little bit extra if you rip a hand trap. And hey, aren't we all looking for more ways to win in time? And that's all I have to say about Infernoids. They're a supremely powerful archetype that requires a ton of build around, and while I would love to recommend this, the deck basically folds to a single dimension shifter. Gotta love it when the rogue options are susceptible to the same stuff as meta. However, keep these nasty contraptions in mind, because once the graveyard becomes a safe place to launch your plays from, your opponent is infernoying plays! Ooh, that joke was more tortured than Window was. But now, I want to hear what you all have to say. Are Infernoids the Barons of Banishing, or is their tournament run gonna end the same way as they performed against Zefra? Let me know in the comments, and if you haven't already, please make sure to like this video and subscribe to show your support, ring that bell so you don't miss an episode, and share this video with someone you know who loves Yu-Gi-Oh! It really does a lot to help me out. Hello everyone, GoldenNova here. Today, we've got a request from one of the Patreon's Quasar commanders, and while they don't have to fit this month's theme, this one certainly does. Last month we covered the Clifforts, mechanical ships that help to run the Tree of Life, but now it's time to take a look at the other side of that coin. Premiering in the May 2015 core set, Crossed Souls, Zefra appeared as an answer to the rise of the Infernoids and the overwhelming power of El Shaddoll Anoyatilis. In the presence of so many powerful artifacts and beings, including the Dragoonity Divine Lance and the Spirit of Sophia being channeled through Necro Cloth, the Sephiroth system activated, granting its power to 10 chosen warriors in an attempt to save the planet. This would open up some pretty cool mechanical ideas in the actual game, and while pure Zefra wouldn't make much of an impact, as with many archetypes, bits and pieces would find themselves into other themes to help bolster their own game plans. And by other decks, I mean the Pendulum Slurry. So let's gather our forces to see what we're working with, draw up our battle plans to fell a god, then see if there are any other chosen warriors in far-off lands that we can beseech for aid. Get ready to bring the story of Duel Terminal to a close, at least for now, with Zefra Explained. Today's episode is brought to you by my lovely patrons and the fine people over at Dragon Shield. If you want to protect your cards with the strongest scales on the market that even come with their own lore while supporting the channel, use my affiliate link in the description. So what's the deal with Zefras? Well, the astounding thing is a majority of them can be found across other themes. The 10 chosen warriors were taken from 5 existing factions: the Shaddolls, Yang Zing, Tellarknights, Nekroz, and Ritual Beasts. Each of these themes were given 2 Zefra monsters, and they have a couple of things in common. Each one of them is either a scale 1 or 7, which is pretty wide, but comes with a catch. Their pendulum effect keeps you from pendulum summoning anything except Zefra monsters, as well as their secondary archetype, and this effect cannot be negated. This means you could put the 2 Tellarknight Zefras into your Tellarknight deck to give them access to pendulum summoning, but if you have a Shaddoll and a Nekroz in scale, you're only pendulum summoning Zefra, which leads to this cool design option where you can play them as their own thing, or just take the relevant parts and add them to their own archetype and enhance the deck that way, though to this day that playstyle hasn't really caught on. That covers what they all have in common. Now let's take a look at the specifics. Shaddoll Zefra Naga is a level 2 Dark Spellcaster monster with 900 attack, 100 defense, and a scale of 1. If this card is pendulum summoned or is sent to the graveyard, you can target a card in either pendulum zone and return it to the hand, but you must have a Zefra card in your pendulum zone to activate and resolve this effect. Since this hits any pendulum zone, this can potentially disrupt an opponent's scales, though normally this will only be helpful if those scales have continuous effects you want to turn off during your own turn, because in most cases they'll just be able to replay them on their turn. Bouncing our own scales, though, is pretty killer. It essentially allows us to turn off part of our summoning restriction to replace it with a different scale. After all, if you run better scales that don't restrict you, you'd much rather have those active, since our monsters honestly make for pretty lousy scales. Or, if you just need the monster for a particular summon, this helps to get it out of the scales to do so. But golly, it's hard to see Evil Swarm Kirkion in this state. They used to be the scourge of Rogue. Now you can barely get a jank player to touch them. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Zefra Shi, Treasure of the Yang Zing, is a level 3 Earthworm monster with 1500 attack, 0 defense, and a scale of 1. If pendulum summoned or special summoned from the main deck, you can target a Yang Zing or Zefra monster you control, except copies of this card, and that face-up monster is treated as a tuner for the rest of the turn, but place this card on the bottom of the deck when it leaves the field. This comprises our tuner access, and it's a damn good card for it, letting us be very flexible with what we get to use as material. It also thankfully doesn't restrict us, so we can make basically any synchro we want. It's annoying that it goes back to the deck instead of our face-up extra deck, but we have plenty of ways to cheat it back into play, both in Yang Zing and Zefra. It may look like a giant rock statue, not worth more than the stone it's carved from, but it's the synchros it enables and the game-breaking plays you can do that are the real treasure. Ritual Beast Tamer Zefra Wendy is a level 3 Wind Psychic monster with 1500 attack, 1000 defense, and a scale of 7. When this card is normal or pendulum summoned, you can add a face-up Zefra monster from your extra deck to your hand, except a copy of this card. And you can only special summon copies of this card once per turn, keeping in line with how the Ritual Beast deck operates. That might seem like an odd restriction, but give my Ritual Beast video a watch and you'll see why it's a good thing it has it. This is a nice way to recycle your resources, especially since now that we're under Master Rule Revision 4, we'll want as many monsters we intend to summon in hand as possible to avoid needing link arrows. However, this does mean it's almost exclusively going to be used in Zefra, because when it comes to Ritual Beasts, this is little more than another name, and those aren't really in short supply. But it is good to see these two free of Shaddoll influence. They're still a heck of a lot more useful than Wendigo ever was. Ugh. Ritual Beast Zefra Explained is a level 3 Wind Psychic monster with 1000 attack, 1500 defense, and a scale of 1. When this card is normal or pendulum summoned, you can target a Ritual Beast or Zefra monster in your grave, except a copy of this card, and special summon it, but destroy it during the end phase. And you can also only special summon copies of these once per turn. Now, this card has a bit more oomph to it. It might seem strange for a Zefra card, you know, from the pendulum deck, to care about special summoning from the grave, but there are a lot of ways for those to end up in there. And outside that, it's great in the Ritual Beast deck itself because it's another normal summon that can help you get materials to really Zefra Pillock up your plays. Tellarknight Explained is a level 4 Light Fiend monster with 1900 attack, 0 defense, and a scale of 7. And if this card is normal, flip, or pendulum summoned, you can target one other Tellarknight or Zefra card in your monster zone or pendulum zone and a set card your opponent controls and destroy them. This is going to be your primary form of removal, specifically against your opponent's hidden cards. And while it can target Tellarknight cards on top of Zefra as your half of the deal, you'll find this absolutely sucks in Tellars. Like, if you can establish a scale and pendulum out your good ones, Zefra Explained can act as a pretty good chain blocker if your opponent has a board set up with a valid target. But notice that the effect doesn't work on just any special summon, just pendulum summons. And that's a problem because the base plan of Tellars is to chain summons together, you know, Vega into Altair into Deneb, and bam, you have 3 Xyz material with a search on top of it. Zefra Explained would have made for a really good topper for the chain like Deneb is, but it just doesn't activate like that. So unless you've somehow managed to get good scales and the monster needed to make a profitable pendulum summon, you're going to have to waste your normal summon to trigger this, and that's just not gonna fly. But you know, this isn't the Tellarknight video, it's the Zefra one, and in that, it's not bad. Pendulum summoning is the name of the game, so having some extra removal on top of that can potentially wipe out our own scales so we can replace them with better ones is pretty handy. In fact, while we're at it, we might as well cover Tellarknight Zefra Thubin, a level 4 light warrior monster with 0 attack, 2100 defense, and a scale of 1, that basically has the same text as Zefra Explained, but targets your opponent's face-up cards instead of set, making this a wildly better option. Basically, they form a duo that gives us important removal that doesn't really translate into their home theme, which is sad because if any deck needed spot removal, it was Tellarknights. But despite that, Exciton Knight Paladin mode and Reverse Furry Yang Zing Chi Wen will always have a home with us. Zefra Saber, Sword Master of the Nekroz, is a level 4 water spellcaster monster with 1500 attack, 800 defense, and a scale of 1. And you can tribute this card from your hand or face-up field to tribute monsters from your hand or field, then ritual summon a Nekroz monster from your hand whose level exactly equals the total level of those monsters tributed. This makes Zefra Saber the long sought-after 4th ritual spell of Nekroz, working in a very off-kilter way, which is very helpful. It actually saw a small stint of playability back when Nekroz were the king of the hill, and people were playing anti-spell fragrance against it. Zefra Saber helped to avoid this because, as a monster, it didn't really care about that. And if you summoned a monster like Trishula or Gungnir with it, you could actually remove the floodgate to unlock your entire strategy. That being said, this really is just a Nekroz card. Like, none of the effect text does anything for Zefra, and essentially implies you'll have to play the Nekroz rituals in this deck if you include it. Now, technically, our field spell does reward us for doing this, so it's not a complete wash, but it honestly just isn't worth it. Maybe during the next Grail War, we'll get a class better suited to help us out. I'm thinking Zefra Caster myself. Zefra Core is a level 4 Dark Rock monster with 450 attack, 1950 defense, and a scale of 7. And if this card is pendulum summoned or sent to the grave, you can target a Zefra card in your pendulum zone and special summon it. That's actually a pretty cool effect, even though we aren't going to get any on-summon effects because most of them require them to be pendulum summoned. But it does still clear out our scales and gives us a free monster to do with whatever we want. Heck, as desperate as we are to make monsters like Beyond the Pendulum before we pendulum summon, this is actually a pretty tasty effect. And something we haven't mentioned yet is, unlike the rest of the Shaddoll stock, the Zefra once trigger when sent to the graveyard by any means, not just effect, so you can discard this for cost to your heart's content and still get value. But they also completely abandoned the flip mechanic, so despite how much of a win this card is, comparatively, they're a huge flavor fail. Zefraxa, Flame Beast of the Nekroz, is a level 5 Fire Dragon monster with 2000 attack, 1000 defense, and a scale of 7. While this card is in your hand or grave, if any number of face-up Nekroz or Zefra cards, except copies of this card, are destroyed by battle or card effect while in your monster or pendulum zone, you can special summon this card. So yeah, another free body. It combos well with our Tellarknight Zefra, and if we're on ritual summons, we're gonna want to tribute this directly from the hand so you can use its revival effect from the grave. If this was a more modern archetype, this would work well face up in the extra deck, but we work with what we have, not what we can custom. Honestly, it's a shame it doesn't match any of our other levels, because this would work extremely well as Xyz material, since that's the only extra deck mechanic we can utilize that gets this back into the graveyard after it's been summoned. But despite my gripes, it still makes for a good synchro material once we get treasure into rotation to make us a tuner, and I honestly think that the water-based Nekroz having a character swap to fire is pretty cool. After all, who else is going to keep up Flamvel Grunica's trend of not wearing appropriate footwear to battle? Zefra New, Secret of the Yang Zing, is a level 6 Earthworm monster with 0 attack, 2600 defense, and a scale of 7. When this card is pendulum summoned, or when this card is destroyed by a battle or card effect while in the monster zone, you can add a Yang Zing or Zefra Speller trap card from your deck to your hand. Of the Zefra, this is arguably the most splashed. While our Yang Zing spells and traps are wanting for impact, we have quite a few fantastic Zefra ones that work even with a minimal amount of Zefra monsters, partly because New exists. And unlike Treasure, this actually goes back to our extra deck when it leaves the field, giving us this great resource loop of pendulum summoning it, getting a search, it gets blown up on our opponent's turn, you get a search, then on your turn you pendulum summon it, you get a search. You can see where this is going. It's a fantastic card in any pendulum deck it finds itself in, which is a bit of a paradox because its usefulness is certainly no secret. Alright, that covers all the Zefras based on other themes. Now it's time for something less derivative, though not by much. Zefrath is a level 11 Earth Rock monster with 3450 attack, 2950 defense, and a scale of 5. As a pendulum spell, during your main phase, you can add a Zefra pendulum monster from your deck to your extra deck face up, and if you do, change this card's scale to be the same as that pendulum monster's until the end of this turn, effectively making Zefrath either a high or low scale on demand, depending on what you need. As a monster, it can't be normal summoned or set, and must be special summoned from your face-up extra deck by tributing all monsters you control, including at least 3 Zefra monsters, and can't be special summoned by other ways. After you special summon this card, you can conduct a pendulum summon of any number of Zefra monsters during your main phase, in addition to your pendulum summon, and once per turn, you contribute a monster to special summon a Zefra monster from your deck. Now, as a monster, this has the capability of being exceedingly strong. Letting you perform 2 pendulum summons is, honestly, outrageous, and turning any monster into the Zefra of your choice can help with you smoothing out your lineup to enhance your extra deck plays, while also growing your extra deck for a great pendulum summon. However, it's just not gonna hold water in today's game. Because you have to tribute all of your monsters, and because it's summoned from the face-up extra deck as a pendulum monster, you'll have to summon it to your extra monster zone, because you won't have any arrows to open up to your main monster zones. Unless your opponent is giving you an arrow, but that's not something you can rely on, which means you can only pendulum summon from your hand, which defeats the whole purpose of gaining those pendulum summons. Heck, you only get the extra pendulum summon during the turn you special summon it, so you can't even do anything goofy like copying it with Phantom of Darkness. That being said, as a scale, this card is phenomenal. It loads up your extra deck so you can go as low as scale 1, and even after doing that, doesn't limit your pendulum summons. So if we have an unrestricted high scale, you can pendulum summon any monster you want, zones providing, of course. So let your imagination wander and cook up something that'll really show the wrath of Zefrath. And our last monster is... Oh, I don't want to do this. Okay, with Zefrath basically out of commission, a new boss monster would have to step in. one that would help bring Pendulum into a new post-Link era. And for that job, they appointed a card that makes me look like a fool every time I bring it up, Zefra Metaltron. A Link 3 light worm monster with 2500 attack, requiring 2+ monsters special summoned from the extra deck. If any number of monsters this card points to that were special summoned from the extra deck are destroyed by battle or an opponent's card effect, you can add a monster from your grave or face-up Pendulum monster from your extra deck to your hand. And it can also target a monster on each player's field that was special summoned from the extra deck except itself, and banish both until the end phase. As a monster, well, it does give you 3 downward pointing arrows. So, I mean, good for it. Replacing a monster is kinda cool, but since the effect destruction has to be your opponent's, you can't trigger this yourself unless you do a little bit of battle phase crashing, which seems antithetical to how pendulums usually operate. The removal being pseudo-banishing is kinda neat, but only hitting extra deck summoned monsters is a bit limiting. And since it's not a quick effect, it's not good at disruption either. Broadly, this is a Link 3 that gives you good zones to pendulum summon too, with some utility effects stapled on there for good measure. Nothing super special, and honestly, we have better off-theme options nowadays. But I just can't ignore it, because it's Zefra Metaltron. You know, like Metaltron 12, the true Drake combatant from the Draco Slayer lore, a story that has for a long time been completely separate from any other lore. At least until recently, when Master Duel decided to throw Dragon Alchemy into the mix, tying it in with Albaz lore. But you try telling this community about clear and obvious connections like this and see what happens. Call me Captain Ahab, because this card is my white whale, because there's nothing more frustrating than seeing such an obvious lore connection right in front of us and still not being given a single reason as to why it exists. Alright, so that's all of our monsters. Now we can cover the spells and traps. Zefra Providence is a normal spell card that adds a Zefra card from your deck to your hand, except a copy of itself. And if any number of Zefra cards you control would be destroyed, except the turn this card was sent to the grave, you can banish this card from your grave instead. Yeah, it's basically 3 automatic slots in any Zefra deck. It turns into anything you could want, and provides that destruction protection, helping to keep your scales intact. It's also the capstone of Age 3.0 in the Duel Terminal storyline, showing the time when Gem Knight Crystal escorts Gem Knight Lapis into the afterlife, going to join others who have given their lives to the many conflicts of this world. And it's just devastating that Lazuli has to watch them move on like that. Seriously, if anyone has to ask why I get so caught up on the card lore in this game, this is why. It's so... words would sully it. There's too much hope and sadness and melancholy all wrapped up in this one image. I'm not crying, you're crying! Zefra Path is a continuous spell card that you can only activate if you have 2 Zefra cards in your Pendulum Zone, with active scales 1 and 7. If this card is activated, you can shuffle all monsters you control into the deck that are not Zefras, and while on the field, neither player can special summon monsters except from the hand or extra deck. While you have cards in the Pendulum Zone, this card can't be targeted by card effects, but is destroyed if any cards in your Pendulum Zone are destroyed. Alright, it's Floodgate time! Though honestly, it's a pretty bad one. Your opponent can't special summon from the main deck or graveyard, but still has access to the extra deck. So if they have the materials to utilize it already in their hand, this isn't really doing much. It can certainly make for a good targeted side pick against certain decks. There are a few where this restriction can be absolutely backbreaking, but combined with its rough setup and easy removal, it's hard to recommend. But it does show the purification of Wen, bringing them back from the possession of the Shaddoll. And you know what that means? No more Wendigo. I don't care if I've already harped on it before, that fusion is such a nothing card and an attribute that's already desperate for really good cards. So the sooner the concept of the Wind Shaddoll goes away, the better. Oracle of Zefra is a field spell card, and when activated, adds a Zefra monster from your deck to your hand. And when you ritual summon or perform a special summon using a Zefra monster, you can activate one of these effects once per turn, depending on the monster summoned. For rituals, you shuffle a monster on the field into the deck. For fusion, you can special summon a monster from your hand. With Synchro, you can choose a monster in your deck and place it on top of your deck, and if it succeeds, you can draw a card, then discard a card. So what's amazing about this is that it's searchable by Zefra Providence, making this 3 more copies of any Zefra monster, which makes them even more splashable. These other effects don't get used much off theme, but for us, they're a nice little perk. Non-targeting shuffling a monster off a ritual summon is a neat way to chain block, but once again, you'd have to be running rituals here, which doesn't seem ideal. Now, when it comes to the rest of those effects, they actually kind of feed into each other. Summon a fusion monster, and you get a card out of your hand that can potentially lead to a synchro or Xyz summon. Perform a synchro summon, and you can set up just the right card off of the Xyz draw. Heck, you can even grab a powerful hand trap to ensure you have it on later turns. There's also been some usage with this combined with the spell card Set Rotation. If you run any other field spell, you can use this to give yourself a field spell and give your opponent Oracle, a card they likely won't be able to activate because the search on it is mandatory. So if they aren't running one, it means they can't play any field spells as per Set Rotation's text. This card is just full of surprises, not least of which being that the Holy Life-Giving Tree is connected to the evil Soul-Devouring one. I mean, metaphysically, I can see the logic, but, like, from a mechanical standpoint, you're putting the starting town right next to the final dungeon there. That seems a little precarious. Zefra War is a normal trap card that targets one other Zefra card you control and a card your opponent controls, and destroys them. And if you have 2 Zefra cards in your pendulum zones, you can activate this card from your hand. Sweet, some on-demand removal just for playing the deck as usual. And if you already have everything you need for your setup, Providence can be used to search this into your hand to threaten your opponent's field without even having to commit this to the board. And if you use it on a future turn, Providence can even protect the Zefra card you target during that exchange, making this 1-for-1 removal. Guess we finally found out what War was good for. Zefra Divine Strike is a counter trap card that can be activated in response to a spell card, trap card, or monster effect activation. Banish a Zefra monster from your extra deck to negate the activation, and if you do, destroy it. This is the card you'll more than likely be seeing when it comes to Pendulum Piles, because it's a pretty free and easy Omni-Negate. Simply search this off of Zefra Neo, preferably by destroying it, because now it's safely tucked away in your extra deck to be used as fuel for Divine Strike. It's powerful, easy to grab, and with the recent unbanning of Denglong, can even see play in synchro-centric decks that can weave it in. But my favorite thing about this card is that the art shows Nekroz of Sophia, Tellarknight Ptolemaeus, and the Dragoonity Divine Lance, 3 cards that are not, get this, Zefra cards. So whose Divine Strike is it? Our last card is Chosen of Zefra, a continuous trap card that gains effects depending on the number of face-up Zefra monsters with different names in your extra deck. With 3 or more, monsters you control gain 100 attack for each face-up card in your extra deck. With 5 or more, monsters you control can't be destroyed by an opponent's card effect. With 8 or more, monsters you control can't be targeted by your opponent's card effects. And with 10, you can send this card to the graveyard to shuffle all cards from your opponent's hand, field, and grave into the deck. In effect, that, while not a direct parallel to any of the creator star gods, is pretty similar to them. Now, as far as win conditions though, this is about as good as it gets. For us. The attack gain can be pretty staggering spread across a variety of monsters. Gaining targeting and destruction protection makes all of our monsters that much more powerful, and the final effect basically wins us the game so long as we can finish them off before they draw a starter. That being said, it doesn't actually help advance our game state, so it really is just a passive buff. But still, it's not the worst, especially since A, Providence can search and protect this, and B, this applies to all of our monsters, not just Zefra's. So if we branch out to off-theme monsters, they benefit from all of this as well. Imagine taking this into Pendulum Magicians and giving these bonuses to all of those associated monsters. The downside is, well, you have to play every Zefra except maybe Swordmaster, to reach the highest level of this card, and without any kind of mass pendulum setup that shovels a bunch of monsters into the extra deck at once, it's not exactly gonna turn heads at the next regional now, is it? And real talk, why should you or I put more effort into making this card work than the developers did making this? Like, it's literally a collage of all the existing monster arts, and it just looks so terrible. They barely look like they're supposed to be in the same room together. Like, how do we expect our community to care about lore when you have examples like this floating around? It's bad. Alright, that's all the Zefra cards, but what do we do with them? Well, at the heart of the deck, we have an engine made to churn out material to make other summons happen. As with most things, the field spell is a big indicator of what the theme wants to do, and it wants rituals, fusions, synchros, and Xyz to come pouring out of your ears. But as a deck, it lacks the engine to really turbo out these cards. So we're gonna need to find what parts of these monsters' home archetypes we can incorporate into our own, find some other good pendulum cards we can use to bolster our lineup, and for the love of God, find a coherent win condition. So what can we play to help them out? Well, first off, we have those good Link monsters I talked about earlier. Can't have a good pendulum summon without a good Link monster, and thankfully, we have many to choose from. Beyond and Exceed the Pendulum are easy inclusions, arguably the premier Link monsters for pendulum decks that need a little bit of a boost. But we also need to actually get the materials for them onto the board before they can actually work for us. Thankfully, Supreme King Dragon Darkworm and Abyss Actor Curtain Raiser are easy to summon, and even just fielding one of them pairs well with any of our normal summoned pendulums to make Beyond to get things started. But what about getting good scales? If we want to avoid the pendlocks, we're gonna need someone else to pick up the slack. Most good high scales are also really tuned for their own particular archetype, so while we could still play those, ideally we want one that also helps us with our deck, and for that, I couldn't recommend a Symphonic Warrior Guitar enough. It can pitch a card from your hand, maybe even one of those Shaddoll Zephyras, to special summon a Symphonic Warrior from your deck, and the premium target has got to be Might. Not only does it have a great level for synchro summoning, as well as a level 5 to pair with Zefra for that Exceed summoning stuff I was talking about, it also gives you an extra normal summon that turn for no extra charge. Symphonic Warrior Rocks is also a stellar synchro monster, getting you back cards from your face-up extra deck among other great properties. What about our home cards? Do they have anything that can help with us? Well, Shaddoll Fusion is always a treat. Zephyrs already include every relevant attribute, so that entire roster of fusions is available to us. We can tech in monsters like Beast for a draw, or even Hedgehog to get us a relevant pendulum scale. Not bad. Tellarknights are difficult to weave in since many of their cards lock us into their own theme, but Caduceus is a generic you can make with any of our level 4 Zephyrs, which if you have the field spell gets you that draw and discard, then you can use its banish effect to get the pop from your Tellarknight pendulums. It's pretty neat. Ritual Beasts are a hard sell, but their new support cards might be able to help with that. Nekroz is odd, to say the least. You might want to look elsewhere for a ritual outlet. The Zing cards in general aren't very synergistic, but their synchro monsters are amazing. Zefra is already amazing for getting us Divine Strike, but it can also give us access to 9 pillars of the Zing, which you can use to pop the Denglung, which can then either summon Zefra for the search, or summon Bian, which can pair well with the Chiwen you may have sent to grave with the Denglung to make Herald of the Arclight for another negate that can't be destroyed by battle. And if it goes to the graveyard, hey, that's a ritual support for any of those that we tech in. As for a silly tech pick, well, I really do want to find a ritual theme that can work well with us, and the only thing I can think of is Nouvelles! Poissonnier does make for a complimentary scale to Zefrath as an 8, and searches out the card we need to get our ritual summons started. It even resets itself to the scale if tributed, and it gives us even more of a reason to run set rotation. You get Table, they get Oracle, and now you're the only one that gets to set up shop. And if you get the Oracle, that ritual summon is also removal. Cheers! Alright, so that's all the info I have on Zefra, but how do they stack up against the Nova scale? Novelty. While the idea of a card belonging to multiple archetypes nowadays feels like old hat, it was actually unheard of back in the day. Zefra was, at least on a large scale, the first archetype to incorporate monsters from existing archetypes and weld them into its own, leading the way for design that would be further expanded upon in World Legacy a few years later. But that's about as far as the innovation goes. The deck itself doesn't really push any boundaries or set any other kind of precedent, which feels really underwhelming considering it's the capstone of a whole storyline. Being a beacon when it comes to merging gameplay and story is something to be admired, but I can only really grant it a 3 in novelty. Objectivity. Well, the theme certainly has its high points, though they do have to be extracted from their original environment and taken into other decks to fully function. But even something like the Zefra package is pretty tame by today's standards, and has fallen off in usage almost entirely. It also doesn't help that Pendulum has turned away from being a control deck now that it has fewer back row slots to work with. Its days of being a cool Pendulum tech picker far from over, but I still wouldn't put it next to any of the game's greats, so I'm giving Zefra a 5 in objectivity. Versatility. Not much gets out of this. As previously stated, the Zefra package sometimes sees play in other Pendulum decks, and even sometimes sees play with Zefrath as a way to load it into the extra deck and set up a scale. but that's about it. The scales are meant only for Zefra, and their effects are only for their respective themes. Heck, sometimes the Zefra monsters don't even work well in their core archetypes. You know, the thing they really should actually excel at in this context. So Zefra are getting a 2 in versatility. Awesomeness. Yeah, this one's not looking good. Half the time it honestly feels like the deck is fighting itself more than the opponent, and that is a bad place to be in. It really feels like Zefra should have gotten its own series of extra deck monsters to coincide with its release, but with a level 11 rock that hardly functions as more than an enabler, and a Link 3 that infuriates me, there isn't much the deck can do or accomplish. So I'm giving Zefra a 1 in awesomeness, which means Zefra walk away with an 11 on the Nova scale. And that's all I have to say about Zefra. I hate to be so hard on another lore archetype, but honestly I feel like an archetype this modern should have been handled better. But that's the world we live in. However, with potentially more Terminal World packs just over the horizon, you never know what could be in store for the theme. Granted, its scales will make it difficult to make future support for, but I'm confident that there's enough unexplored design space for the creators to make some cool mechanics and unlock those seraphic warriors. And it better have answers about Zefra Metaltron. If I don't learn what's going on by the end of 2024, I am going to terminate that thought before I say something I regret. But now, I want to hear what you all have to say. Do you agree that Zefra isn't power scaled properly, or do you think you have what it takes to be the chosen one? And which one's your favorite? I'm pretty partial to Zefrath. It's got a cool mecha kaiju thing going on. Let me know your favorites down below, and if you haven't already, please make sure to like the video, subscribe if you haven't already, and be sure to share this video with somebody you know who loves Yu-Gi-Oh! It really does a lot to help me out. Today's episode is brought to you by my lovely patrons, as well as the wonderful people over at Dragon Shield. Get the sleeves as strong as dragon scales and save 5% on your order by using coupon code GoldenNova at checkout. Today's episode was also brought to you by my lovely patrons, including this month's illustrious Quasar Commanders Frankie and Marluxia is a Girl, Nebula Navigators 3rd Dynasty, Ada Basilisk, Adam Zajdel, Andrew Newman, Kane Senpai, Chibi Gohan, Christopher Fuss, Clockswork, Dark Dragon X830, Emony-chan, Eric, Aaron the World Breaker, Garland Chaos, Genesis Yu-Gi-Oh!, Green Knight, Great Big Pillock, Hairbear, Harry the Ominous Benefactor, Howling Zangetsu, Hydracraft 135, Iron Zero, Iskander 711, Mana Charge, Marion James E. Picata, Mega Combi, Millennia Asta, Muzuki Clark, Nathan Vig, Natiel Lee Alexander, Orozco 09096, Panther J, Rebel King Lucifer, Red Eyes Jackalow, RJ the Jank Monarch, Sammy Haim, Serenity Towns, Sir Knight JCB, Sim Antares, The Wizard Moose, URTV 667 and Xander Wolfensberger, Cosmic Crusaders Alpha Sly, Almento 5010, A Random Pup, Ariel Kersey, Beluga Masta, Blitzwolf, Blue Gem, Borger with a Shotgun, Chaz Ghost, Corbinisms, Danny Bound, Dr. Reaper RIP, Drachenwald, Eki Bullock, Eva Padilla, Hike Boyagian, Herbal D, Inblink, Jester Designs, Kale the Dragon, Carp, Kevon Public, King Scarlet Yu-Gi-Oh!, Lemon Yu-Gi-Oh!, Lord Whoop-De-Doo, Manga Pages, Matt Simmons, Mick Spoofy, Michael Shimabukuro, Mustafa Aiden, Nitromo, Shizuki Nijimura, Sophie, apparently, Stephen Williamson, Taylor Seymour, the legendary Raven, and Zaldreka, as well as the lovely Starlight Explorers you see on screen now. If you'd like to help me in my journey to cover all of Yu-Gi-Oh's archetypes, get my videos early, be a part of these credits, and many other awesome perks, it would mean the world to me if you checked out the link to my Patreon in the description or consider joining as a YouTube member. And if you'd like to get acquainted with the lore of the Duel Terminal, check out this playlist where I cover it. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.